I used to be a police officer in a city in Virginia. There is one upscale neighborhood in our city with very nice homes. I was always told stories when I was a new officer that there was a doctor who used to live in one of those homes. The story goes that the doctor attempted to perform some type of operation on himself. He numbed his stomach area to make an incision on himself, but since he couldn't feel it, he accidentally cut too far and too deep and accidentally disemboweled himself. When officers and paramedics arrived, he was found barely alive, holding his own intestines, and ultimately died. Fast forward, I was assigned a call about a young female who was found dead by her older sister. When I arrive on scene, it is in the aforementioned nice neighborhood. When I exited my vehicle, I immediately had an uneasy feeling about the house. While nice on the outside, it just had bad energy surrounding it, I suppose. As I approached the front porch, I noticed countless empty energy drink cans and a Ouija board on the front patio table. Everything about this house just felt off and wrong, but when I was let inside, the family was obviously very distraught. I was told that the deceased sister, her name was Emily, was in the basement. At this point, another officer had arrived too, and so he stayed upstairs with the family as I entered the basement. The basement was unfinished and was fairly dark, minus 2 pull-string light bulbs, one on each side of the basement. The scene in the basement was similar to the front porch though. Energy drink cans were everywhere, and another Ouija board was on a small coffee table. Emily, who was 19 if I remember correctly, was hanging by her neck on a basement rafter. She had unfortunately ended her own life with an exercise band and was swinging back and forth slightly. It was a horrible sight, and another officer helped me lift her to bring her down. Emily's family consisted of her mother and father and her older sister. Her parents stated that they had been trying to help her because all she ever did was drink energy drinks to stay up all hours of the night, playing on the Ouija board. Her sister gave a little bit more detail about it. Being sisters, she stated that they were very close and told each other everything pretty much. Her older sister said that Emily indeed had been obsessed with the Ouija board, drinking energy drinks to stay up all night and talk to what she believed was her boyfriend, who was dead. Her sister stated that Emily had been saying that her boyfriend was begging for her to come join him in the afterlife, and so she believed that this is why she did what she did. Now, let me reiterate, this house felt wrong. Everything felt bad, and I had a very uneasy and sick feeling being in that basement, and not because of the dead body. After all, it definitely wasn't my first. This is a call that really messed me for a while though, and we really never got much more explanation, and as cops you kind of just have to move on to the next call. But 2 weeks later to the day, I get a call about a car accident with ejection. I head to the call, code 1, lights and sirens, and arrive to find a convertible BMW with the top down, which had experienced an obvious horrible crash and rollover. I was sitting on its wheels, and in the driver's seat was a woman who clearly had a broken neck, as her head was almost all the way turned around. Next to the vehicle, about 25 feet away though, was a man who had been ejected. Keep in mind this was a convertible, so he was ejected from the top of the car, and let's just say that it was a horrible scene. I went to close off the scene with some yellow tape. I walked about 75 yards away from the accident, where I found yet another chunk of the guy. I'm not trying to be intentionally graphic here, but I want to paint the picture of just how bad and violent this car accident was. Upon obtaining the man's ID, I read the information off to the dispatch, and then another officer and I both realized the same thing at the same time. These two people, they were Emily's parents, who 2 weeks to the day just died in a horrible way. And I tell you that breaking the news to the older sister was absolutely heartbreaking. In fact, I kept in touch with her for a little while after this. She had inherited her parents' estate and all of the life insurance money, etc. She ended up selling off everything and buying a different house to try and start over and repair her broken life. However, it doesn't end here because around a month later, another officer was called after a pedestrian was struck by a car while she was jogging in her neighborhood. And yes, you guessed it, it was the sister. She managed to survive several weeks in a coma, but ultimately, she just didn't make it. If you're wondering why this story about the doctor is relevant, it's because the house that Emily killed herself in was the same house that the doctor lived in. I don't know what you guys think, but to me it definitely seems like either that house is cursed or Emily opened up something really bad. That was all a few years ago now, and I'm no longer a police officer. I moved a couple of states away, and twice now I've found 2 different Ouija board planchettes on the sidewalk when going to check my mail. I never touch them, obviously, and usually use a stick or something to push them into the storm drain, but coincidence? I'm not so sure. I grew up in a fairly rural area of Virginia. As a kid, I had an obsession for dirt bikes, watching motocross on TV, the X Games, reading Racer X magazines. It was all I thought about. So when my mum and dad bought me my first dirt bike one Christmas, I was ecstatic. From that moment too, my days were consumed with riding that thing. As soon as I got home from school until sundown pretty much, you could bet that I was in those woods somewhere riding around. Right behind my parents' house was a huge expanse of woods. There was a trail that ran virtually the entire length of our neighborhood. It was a point-to-point trail with a few turns, hills, and jumps. It would take about 15 minutes on my dirt bike to ride the length of the trail from end to end. There were no other trails too, just this one long trail. And when I got to the end, I would just turn around and go back the other way. I would ride back and forth for hours pretty much every day. I ended up learning that trail like the back of my hand, where every tree root was, where every turn was, where every rut was. I mean, you get the picture. Now, when I was 13, I started having this reoccurring dream. I would be riding my dirt bike along that familiar trail when suddenly there would be a new intersection, a brand new trail to go down. I would ride down it and come to a large clearing in the woods. In my dream, I had this feeling that when I got to the clearing, I was supposed to be looking for something, finding something there. But every time I got to the clearing, I would always wake up. This reoccurring dream continued as well until I was about 14. I left my house one afternoon, hopped on my dirt bike like normal, and began another afternoon of riding back and forth on the trail. I rode for around an hour when it happened. I was heading up a small hill mindlessly by this point, knowing everything to expect. Coming over the hill, though, I saw it. There, all of a sudden, was the intersection. I locked my rear brakes, causing the rear end to slide sideways slightly. I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this real? I sat there for several minutes, my bike's motor idling, staring down the trail. 1,000 thoughts suddenly raced through my head. I mean, how was this possible? Was it always here? Looking down the trail, I couldn't see the end of it. It went straight for about 50 yards, but I couldn't make out what was at the end. It was as if I couldn't focus on it clear enough. It was just sort of a straight trail, though, I guess. It matched exactly what was in my dream, though. And so, in the end, I decided not to go down it, almost not believing that it was really there. I told myself that if it was there again tomorrow, then I would go down it. Anyway, the next day came and I again ventured out into the woods. I rode straight to the spot where I saw the new trail, fully expecting for it to be gone, but sure enough, there it was again. I made the turn at the intersection, and that's when I slowly began riding down the trail. I drove down the trail, staying in third gear, slow and steady. The trail was completely straight, and it only took me about a minute to reach it. The clearing, that is. The exact clearing that I always saw in my dreams. Dumbfounded, I sort of stopped, put my kickstand down, turned off the motor, and got off my bike. I took off my helmet, looking around. What the heck, I whispered to myself. The clearing itself was a perfect circle, around 50 feet in diameter. It was surrounded by dense forest, minus the single trail leading to it, obviously. I couldn't make sense of this, though. I thought that I was losing my mind or something. I walked around the circle confused, contemplating what it all meant and looking around for answers. I began to feel an eerie feeling, though, all of a sudden, as if I was being watched. A feeling of dread and danger suddenly crept up the back of my neck. I felt as if I was suddenly somewhere that I was very much not supposed to be. Man, to heck with this, I said. I threw my helmet back on, not bothering to buckle it, and I kick-started my dirt bike, bringing life back to the motor. I peeled back down the trail, shifting gears, and I hauled butt back home. I rode for a few minutes when it suddenly hit me, though. Why the heck is it taking so long to get back? I mean, it took less than a minute to reach the clearing, yet I've been riding down this trail for what felt like was several minutes, and I hadn't met back up with my familiar trail yet. At that, I started to panic, getting disoriented. I told myself, maybe I'm just going the wrong way. I knew that it didn't make sense, but I was willing to try anything to get out of there at that moment. I spun the bike back around, and within about 10 seconds, I made it back to the clearing all of a sudden. I peeled around again, back down the trail. Again I rode and rode, never making it back to the intersection though. I stopped, got off my bike, feeling defeated, confused, and a little bit scared now. I threw my helmet and collapsed next to a tree, sobbing. On my knees, I let out a frustrated and terrified scream, I guess. I sat there trying to think of what to do next. I'm not sure how long I sat there for, but it felt like hours. I could see the sun dropping in the sky, the woods getting dimmer. I started to feel like I was never going home. So I closed my eyes and somehow, probably out of mental exhaustion, I must have fallen asleep with my back against a tree. I'm really not sure how long I slept for, but I woke up, immediately jumped to my feet, wildly looking around and quickly gathering my bearings. And it was then that I realized that the sun was shining brightly and I was now back on the trail, my blessed familiar trail. The intersection and the new trail were still there, but somehow I was out. Quickly, I jumped onto my bike, riding as fast as I could to get home. I had no idea how long I was gone for and thought that my parents were probably worried sick. Exiting the woods by my house, I parked my bike and I quickly ran inside. "Hi, honey," my mum said. "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I just lost track of time." I managed to get out. "Well, it's only been an hour. I'm surprised you're already back inside, actually," my mum said. I stood there, mouth agape, staring at my mum. "Are you okay, sweetie?" my mother asked me, and a look of concern was suddenly growing on her face. I forced out an awkward smile. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just not feeling well, I think." I went to my room and a million questions were running through my mind. I spent the next few days confused, replaying every moment through my head. I wanted to just make sense of, well, everything, to have some logical reason for it all, but there just wasn't any. In the end, I devised a plan, though, that, looking back, was honestly incredibly stupid, but I couldn't live with not knowing what the heck happened to me in those woods that day. Now, my dad was a bit of a tool connoisseur. Any tool, hardware, rope, bungee cords, I mean, he was your guy. And among his collection, he had a giant spool of yellow rope, around 600 feet of it. I decided that I was going to use that rope, tie it to a tree at the intersection, and then ride back down the trail to investigate. The rope, it would serve as my lifeline, helping guide me back when I was ready to leave. And that day, I went back out. Getting to the trail intersection, I tied one end of the rope around my waist and used several bungee cords to tie the spool to a tree, giving me slack but staying secured to the tree. And afterward, I headed back down the trail. Feeling a new boost of confidence and determination, I rode back down that trail and quickly arrived back to the clearing. I kept one hand on the knot on my waist, being sure that it stayed there. I got off my bike, leaving it idling, and walked into the middle of the circle. I started to get that eerie feeling again, as if I was being watched, but this time I shook it off. A new feeling of bravery had suddenly come over me. I felt determined to discover what it was that we were supposed to find here, and what the point of all this was. I forced down the feeling of dread. Scanning the clearing, I suddenly became fixated on one tree in particular. This tree was darker than the rest, almost looking burned maybe. I got closer to it. Flaky, black, scorched marks covered the tree. I was staring at the tree, almost feeling stuck in place, when suddenly something began slowly peeking its head out from behind it. The face was black, burned, decayed, and not human, almost like a bad imitation of one. It had short, wiry black hair that looked oily and covered in soot, and as soon as its eyes met mine, my dirt bike's motor shut off all of a sudden. The silence caused me to turn around to look at my bike, then I quickly turned back, but when I did, the thing was gone. Eerily, though, the woods suddenly became very silent. For a split second, I froze too, until instinct in my body kicked in and told me to get the heck out of there quickly. I sprinted back to my bike, kick-started it harder than I ever had. I half expected it to not start, but to my relief, it had started. I left my helmet behind, riding as fast as I could. The image of the thing's eyes burned into my mind. In my haste to leave, I made a fatal mistake, though. Having walked a good ways past my bike into the clearing, I had created way too much slack in the rope when heading back the opposite direction. I was shifting gears, going faster and faster, when suddenly the rope caught my chain. My rear wheel locked and I was sent straight over the handlebars. Although in pain, I got to my feet as quickly as I could, dirty, limping, a burning pain in my ribs. The rope was still tied around my waist, but it had somehow been severed in the crash. Frantically, I looked around for the rest of the rope, the end that would lead me back, but it was just gone. I ran to my bike in any case, and trying desperately to get the pieces of the rope out of my chain and sprocket, when I saw it. Movement from the corner of my eye. I stopped, froze, looking in the direction of the movement. I then saw more movement again out of the corner of my eye. It was as if it was, anticipating my moves, staying just out of eyesight, darting between the trees almost. I took off running down the trail, abandoned my bike. My adrenaline was pumping and I knew that I was running for my life. I then spotted the yellow rope, that beautiful yellow rope. I literally screamed yes, running as quickly as I could toward it, following it to salvation. But the rope, it began retracting, dragging on the ground, back up the trail. No, I screamed, running as fast as I could toward it. I ran after it as it seemed to run away from me. I was hoping to see the intersection, praying that it would be there. And then, all of a sudden, I did. I reached the intersection, crying, heaving, trying and failing to catch my breath. For a second, I felt pure relief for making it out alive, but that was when I noticed something. The yellow rope. The spool was no longer bungeed to the tree. The rope now led behind the tree. Slowly, it stepped out from behind the tree, revealing itself in its entirety. It was the thing from the clearing. The woods suddenly fell silent again. A feeling of pure dread came over me. It had a look of pure malice in its gaze, and a terrible smile as it continued to gather up the rest of the yellow rope. I was frozen in fear. I felt as if I was in ice water. I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't scream. I just stood there frozen. I can only describe what I saw as a distorted imitation of a human. Black, charred, its form twisted and contorted into a grotesque mockery of life. Its eyes were pools of endless darkness, devoid of empathy or humanity, gleaming with an ancient predatory intelligence. It then began to move toward me, slowly. Weirdly though, its steps were completely silent. and the air around me suddenly grew cold and carried a stench of like decay or something. With each movement, its body sort of shifted and rippled too, as if it was sort of struggling to contain its own shape. Its presence filled me with an overwhelming dread, a primal fear that seized my entire being. Its voice was terrible too, a twisted mixture of a whisper and a scream almost. I felt as if its gaze seeped into my mind, into my very being, turning my thoughts into twisted and nightmarish desires. And as it approached closer and stood over me, I honestly thought that I was about to die. And then suddenly, everything just went black. I woke up back on my familiar trail, the intersection now gone, the rope now gone, no trace of anything was left. I was in shock and in pain, and I walked back home. In the end, I told my parents that I had crashed my dirt bike and wasn't strong enough to push it back home. My dad went back into the woods to look for it, but he never could find it. Honestly, I didn't care. I was never going to touch another dirt bike for the rest of my life as far as I was concerned. Since then, though, everything has felt different. I feel like something is missing in me, as if that thing took something from me. I know that that's weird, but I felt unable to enjoy anything, unable to have relationships, unable to care. I struggle to sleep. I don't even really feel tired. I just couldn't really feel anything anymore. I didn't know what to do. I just felt like a shell. At Christmas, though, my family and I were getting ready to leave for a Christmas tree farm, an annual tradition that used to bring me excitement. My parents were trying their best, and they saw the change in me. Everyone did. Putting on brave faces, my parents asked me if I was excited to pick out a tree. I wasn't excited, not at all. I couldn't be excited about anything anymore. Sure, I said, trying my best to sound convincing. Before we left, though, my dad was digging in the garage looking for something. Hey, Bud, have you seen my yellow rope? The question sent me into a flashback of full terror, leaving me screaming, sobbing, and begging for help, begging for it to stop. From then on, I spent years in and out of therapy and even institutions. I am an adult now, but I've just never shaken the feeling of pure emptiness. I decided that I'm going to go back to my childhood home, back to that familiar trail that I can still remember like the back of my hand. If the intersection is there, then I'm going to go back down it. In fact, I've decided that I'm going to try to kill that thing and get back the piece of myself that it clearly took. And well, if it kills me, taking the rest of me, well, so be it. Either way, I don't want to live like this anymore, and I'm going to be free of this. I grew up in a century house. I think it was 105 years old in 1985, so very, very old. It was beautiful, but I hated the vibes there. Always felt nasty and sort of unclean. Between the ages of 3 and 8, though, I would see a fuzzy, misty sort of apparition that would play peekaboo with me in the mornings as I lay in bed. At first, it would be misty and become intermittently more solid, waxing and waning in its visibility like power surges. For a long time, I would stare, especially on weekends when I slept in and had time to ponder, thinking that I was half asleep, but I would count, spell words, do my ABCs, later recite prime numbers, pinch myself, move about to make sure that I was awake, and I can assure you that I always was. I'm a pretty straightforward person, always have been, but I couldn't believe my eyes. But then I got used to it, and it would just keep playing peekaboo as I read my books and magazines, when I got some cereal, sometimes take a bath and came back and read. Later, when I got a TV, I would watch cartoons and it would be there. It sort of became my morning ghost buddy, I guess. I did my thing and it did its thing, It was a misty shape of a head and shoulder and featureless but semi-solid. I could see through it, but also it was like staticky and would sometimes be more obvious and then sort of fade back to a less solid fog. Also, it sort of looked like moving particles if you stared long enough, like static from a TV but more white. It didn't feel scary, I guess, but just odd to me. It was almost like I was witnessing something highly unusual, and it was sort of bemusing. A phenomena of sorts, I guess. Anyway, the freakiest part is that it was doing the little peek thing at the top corner of the 10-foot door frame. Sometimes a little more than the head and shoulders would move out, and it would be an amorphous blob, but it's like there was a barrier and it couldn't move far beyond the door frame. I don't even know if it was actually truly conscious enough to be playing with me, or it was sort of stuck there at the frame and doing its thing, but I sort of felt like it had some intention. Just a feeling I had, but that's what it was. Eventually it would stop, or the light got so bright that it would not be discernible, but I think it stopped about mid-morning. I never saw it at night or dusk or any time during the day if I took a nap. This was only in the morning hours, between dawn and say 10 or 11 a.m. Eventually I just stopped seeing it too. It could be because I started closing my bedroom door at night as I got older and wanted privacy, but I'm not so sure. Looking at the history of the house that was built by a distant relative who owned a sawmill and local hotel, he was a bad actor from what I understand. At some point there was a fire shortly after the house was first erected in the 1880s, and the stairwell and the upper floor were damaged and reconstructed. Not a devastating fire that killed anyone, but the stairwell in the foyer on the second floor by my bedroom was not the original, but 20 years or so younger. Maybe that guy though, maybe he killed somebody there because he was a southern gangster of sorts and was involved in getting rid of some folks, or so it said. Some people did pass away at the house of old age and natural causes. Wakes were held there, so maybe a ghost. Appalachia is old with history, predating the settlers, so who knows. To my knowledge, no dramatic deaths, and my family are all about knowing the scoop on the family drama, so we could never find anything there. Also, the house eventually burned down due to electrical issues during renovations after we sold it in the 90s. But it had a majorly creepy vibe in some of the rooms also, like a feeling of dread and sort of sadness, I think. I had a playroom in the attic, and sometimes I would be playing in there and feel like I was being watched, and the hair on my arms would actually stand up like fear or static in the air, and my ears would start to ring too. I describe it a bit like the air changed, like when you go to higher altitudes and your ears pop, or when the silence becomes audible. A shift in silence from normal silence to sort of complete and thick silence. It was a total atmospheric shift, a pressure change. I would be so afraid that I would almost get a freeze response, but I somehow knew not to react like that. Like I was scared, but to put my things away per usual and calmly leave like normal without freaking out or getting hurried. As I got older, I have heard some bad energies feed on fear, so it's interesting as a kid that I knew in my gut not to react like that. Just sort of remove myself, but don't overreact. I've always had a good poker face, and maybe that's why, I don't know, but I also don't scare easily, even in situations that would warrant panic. I'll freak out later, but in the moment I just try to stay cool, like autopilot or going numb, which is good in times when you need your wits. That's the first time that I remember engaging in that mode, about 5 or 6 years old in my attic playroom. Another story too is that we lived in a mountainous area foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. At the base of the mountain there was a huge cotton field. It was pretty beautiful actually, but I would freak out when I saw it. My mum said that it started as a toddler, but I would look at the field as we drove by and I would start hyperventilating, whimpering and get tearful. Later, when I got older, around 5, and learned what was up, I would just hide under a blanket until we passed it to manage my exposure. As I got even older, I would just look at it and try to figure out what about it vexed me. It was a stunning visage, beautiful and picturesque. Nothing that I know of happened there, like a battle or recent bad history or anything. But my mind saw something my eye could not, and it was freaky, and for whatever reason I hated it. As an adult, I no longer get that feeling at all when I see the field. Just a peaceful place, I guess. People even take pictures in the late summer and fall when the cotton blooms there. Also, there's sunflower fields adjacent to it, and that's pretty glorious. It's a sunny patch in the middle of the mountains. A valley with meadows, and coming off of the mountain you get a bird's eye view, and it's honestly like no other. But as a kid, for whatever reason, I wanted to walk a wide circle around it, and I mean a very wide circle. My grandfather's family had lived in the mountains of very rural central Pennsylvania since the 1700s. In the 1890s, my great-great-grandfather built an expansion onto a house or loft that his father, born in 1829, had built. The house still stands today, and we still go there most weekends in the summer as it's 8 miles from a very large and beautiful lake. I've been going there since I was a kid, and we call it the old house. The house is filled with very old photos. Some of the photos we know the ancestors in them, some we actually don't. Some of the photos, though, are very creepy. When I was a child, probably about, 9 or 10 years old, we went for a weekend in the summer. I had one pair of sandals that I was wearing, and I would always take them off next to the fireplace, which didn't work anymore. On the morning that we had to leave to go back home, the sandals that I was wearing were now gone. They weren't next to the fireplace anymore. Both my parents and my grandfather, who was there, searched the entire house high and low for my sandals, but they could never find them. Keep in mind that this house is not very large. They searched for hours too before they finally gave up, and I made the 2-hour ride back home without my shoes. My grandfather stayed at the house for another day before going back home. When my grandfather woke up the next day, the sandals, they were right there next to the fireplace where I had left them. But my family still talks about this to this day. My grandfather told my mum that they must have not wanted her to leave. I've always loved this house and have felt very close to my ancestors while in it, but that was pretty creepy. Anyway, I went to the house last summer with my daughter and my friend. I set a vape pen down on the kitchen table. My daughter and friend were outside picking apples off of an apple tree behind the house. We were due to leave the house that morning. I went outside to load up my car, and when I came back in, the vape pen was not on the kitchen table. Nobody else had been in the house between the time that I had set the pen on the table and the time that I had come back in. We searched the entire house, and there was just no vape pen to be found. I and my family members have been back at that house half a dozen times since last fall when this happened, and no vape pen was ever found or recovered. My ancestors never drank or smoked from what my grandfather tells us. My mum tells me all the time that it was them telling you to stop. Not super scary or anything, but it is definitely completely unexplainable. I have always felt a crazy deep connection to that house too, and have taken it upon myself to research and gather a lot of information about my ancestors who lived on that land. I am the oldest grandchild, and one day that house will become mine, as we always pass it down to the oldest member of the family, per my great-great-grandfather's will. Weirdly enough too, I seem to be the only person whose belongings always go missing in that house. So I live in Pennsylvania, just outside of Philly, and the following happened a few years ago. It was a late November evening, and my wife and I were craving wings that day. A quick search brought up a new joint in Royersford, PA that had just opened. I put in an online order, and then I zip on by. The man behind the counter, middle-aged African-American gentleman with a jovial disposition and a hearty laugh. We talked about the Eagles while he got my food ready. Eventually, I thanked him and I left. A few months later, he is in the news, apparently, for killing his business partner, apparently over a money dispute. She had funds and he wanted them for a new location, but she allegedly refused. He buried her outside of an industrial area and parked her car elsewhere. The police found evidence of him being in her car, several failed attempts to get access to her Cash App or Venmo account, evidence of a struggle in her home, and before long, Chicken Wing Guy was actually arrested, tried, and convicted of his business partner's murder. I didn't connect it immediately to until later that this was the same guy who had served me after an article named the business that he owned. It was the very restaurant that I got wings at a few months prior. The wings, they weren't good at all as I recall too, but he was a convicted murderer and I was served by him. My grandma's property is settled all the way in the back of the woods at the end of a long unpaved road. Along with being comically bumpy, it also has a history of hauntings that were passed between family members over the years. I myself was somewhat skeptical of these tales, not because I'm not a believer of the paranormal, but because my uncle and father have a habit of being very exaggerative. Until one night, about a year ago. Back then, I lived with my grandma down at the end of that road, and at the time, I also didn't own a car. As such, my boyfriend had to walk to my house from the entrance of the road, since his parents didn't want to risk damaging their vehicles on the aforementioned bumpy road. Mind you, this road is a good 20 minutes walk from the beginning to the end, completely overgrown with bushes and trees, and has a puddle every other step. So more often than not, I'd meet him about halfway, and then walk him back to the entrance once he went home. That night, when we were walking back to the entrance, I decided to tell him about the property's haunted history. From the silver buried on four corners of the property to appease a supposed deer spirit, to the knocking on the counters at night, I spilled every tale that I'd ever heard. Now, unlike me, he was genuinely afraid of such tales, as he himself had once had an experience very similar, albeit much more terrifying, to the one that I was about to have. He warned me not to do one thing: don't whistle at night. Now, a thing to know about me, I'm a habitual whistler and tend to do it without even thinking about it. So of course, on my way back, I began to sing a tune. That particular night, it was unusually bright outside for being so late. The sky was still a dull blue and there was hardly a shadow despite being well past 8:30. I got into the quarter mark of the road, an almost gateway of bushes on a small ridge going further into the road, when I heard something. A yell that very, very distinctly sounded like an old man. Later, once I got home, I'd realized that there was a word in that yell too: help. At the time, I didn't think too much of it, which, yes, was especially dumb of me, I know. I'd love to pull out every excuse under the sun, but I was evidently feeling very stupid that night. Now that I've had time to think about it too, I've noted two things. One, there was no possible way that there could have been an elderly man on or near the road. My grandma is the only person that lives on that end of the road. Second, as I mentioned, was the word in the yell: help. My boyfriend, after hearing the story, said it was meant to be a lure, but for what? Me? Death? All that fun stuff? As I walked, I got to the halfway mark of the road. A field of dead yellow grass and a single fallen tree on the left-hand side of the road lay there. I'd seen it hundreds of times before, and every time I'd thought, why is that tree still there? As I took my courtesy look at the tree, that was when I noticed something, or someone. It. To this day, I don't know what I saw, to be honest. It wasn't a cryptid, not a monster nor a demon, but standing a good 30 feet away from the tree was, honest to God, and what I can only describe it as was a sheet ghost. A simple, rounded pillar of white, nearly 8 feet tall, and as still as the tree before it. It stood there. And it saw me, too. I know it did. It had no eyes, no face, but I could feel its gaze upon me. I had never truly known fear before that night, but I froze in place and felt like a mouse beneath a cat's paw, caught and hopeless. Faster than I could blink, it ducked behind the tree and seemed to stay there. 30 feet traversed in under a second. Once it was behind the tree, it stayed there and I could move again. The sensible among you probably think that I ran, but I didn't. I didn't want to get its attention again. 10 minutes of absolute silence and paranoia as I walk home. I was utterly terrified. I got home and there sat my grandma on her little red couch smoking a cigarette. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she chuckled. Well, to be honest, I think I had. I have gotten all kinds of answers over the years for what I saw. Skinwalker, Wendigo, hide behind. For now, I just want to share my story and let speculation generate more ideas as to maybe what I saw. So, if you have any ideas, then please do share. I just recently remembered this story from when I was quite young, so I figured that I could share it here, as looking back, it's, well, kind of creepy. So I grew up in the Midwest, a little north of Chicago. When I was probably around 12, a friend and I saw some deer behind his house. There was a large field behind it that a forest bordered, so it wasn't uncommon for deer to be there. Being kids, we wanted to go and pet the deer, so we slowly approached them. We walked across the field to them so that we wouldn't spook them. Looking back, the deer really should have ran. Two big creatures walking towards a herd of deer really should have spooked them, but they all just kind of kept on eating the grass and standing there. I was in front of my friend, so I got a closer look at the deer than he did. I would guess that I was maybe about 6 feet away from this deer when it finally looked up at me. That was when I noticed her knees and saw that they were bloodied. I just figured that it was because she had previously laid down on them or something and got scratched up. I looked up at her face and I was filled with fear. Something that was very unlike me as a kid, and so we ran. But now remembering this later, something that I didn't think about at the time as strange was the fact that her knees were actually facing the wrong way. Not like they were broken, but like they had grown to be the wrong way. Of course, she could have had a defect or something like that, but everything combined with the feeling of dread that I felt looking into her eyes, it creeps me out all these years later. If anyone has any thoughts on this, then please do share, because, I don't know, it could be nothing, but it definitely was freaky. I'm from a small country in South America and attended a religious school. Every year you go to this sort of spiritual getaway in a camp that's situated in an open field next to a small river and this sort of forested mountain area. Said place is beautiful but gives off an off vibe, I guess, almost like it's lost in time due to its very old structures. And because of this, the place has been shrouded in mysteries and horror stories. It doesn't help, too, that the whole town was once burned to the ground in a very gruesome war that almost wiped out my country off the map in the 1800s. Anyway, here's what happened. So it was my last year in school, our last camp, and after a long day, all of my class was tired from hiking the forest next to the camp. After dinner and a short stay at the campfire, we were sent to bed that night. My class was made mostly of women. There were very few young men there, only about 6 including me, so we had the whole dorm hall for us, and that was pretty sweet. Now this dorm, which was housing only 6 teens, was a long hall full of bunks made for at least 40 people. Since we didn't have to share, we all chose top bunks next to each other, 3 on my side including me and 3 on the row facing me. It was about midnight, and we were just sort of lying there talking, joking and laughing in the dark since the lights were out anyway. But after a couple of minutes, I must have fallen asleep. Now, I woke up at what I assume was between maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I rose my head from the sheets to see my best friend in his bunk in front of me, also raising his head. He sort of nods jokingly to the bunk next to him where another classmate was sleeping. He sort of nods jokingly to the bunk next to him where another classmate was sleeping. When I turn, I see the silhouette of my classmate just sort of standing and staring at his bed. I laugh quietly and nod to my friend as to play a prank on him. But then, before we could act, I see the silhouette crouch and notice that my classmate was fully asleep in his bed. Almost at the same time, my friend and I react and look at each other wide-eyed. Both of us cover ourselves in our sheets, doing our best to fall asleep again. Somehow, we eventually managed to do so, but the next morning I went straight to my friend, and before I could finish asking if he saw it too, he just interrupted with a yes, and he told me exactly what he saw. It was the same thing. We approached this classmate and explained it to him. Of course, he thought that we were joking, but both me and my friend remember that event to this day, talking about it every now and then, almost 7 or 8 years after it happened. There was no way that it was one of us because we were all accounted for in our bunks. And so, we have no idea who was standing there that night. Also, it wouldn't have been such a big thing if I was the only one who saw it, but the fact that my friend saw the exact same thing that I did, well, it gave me huge chills. I hope one day that I get an explanation for what happened that night, but somehow I just don't think I will. Almost 20 years ago now, I was traveling up and down Chile for a while with my friends, backpacking, essentially. But we had some friends here and there, and one of our home bases was the parents of one in our group. His stepfather was a natural doctor. Awesome, right? Except I contracted something severe at one point in the Atacama Desert, and over the course of 3 weeks, while my friends continued on, I was slowly dying while this dude was giving me 30 drops of this and that, or 46 of this and that. And at one point, as I was convulsing in their bathtub, the mother decided enough was enough and I had to go to the hospital. After this, I just remember the feeling of the winter's grass on my heels as I ran down a giant hill to where my friends were. I remember the feeling in my chest. I wanted so bad to reach them. I arrived and no one noticed at all. I observed them for what felt like more than a minute. After running upon them and no one even flinching, it was startling, but it made me stay perfectly still and just listen. And then in the blink of an eye, a woman who I'd never met before, but looked so weirdly like me, suddenly was to my left, and she said, "Go back now." It wasn't a threat, it was like a mother tells a toddler. I don't know, but I immediately turned around and, in a weird sort of urgent but joyful sense, I ran back up this wet, thick hill without seeing or speaking to her again. And I woke up in the hospital to a man almost laughing, telling me that he'd never seen someone so dry that was still alive. But the weirdest thing is that I later confirmed the actual conversations my friends were having that I observed that day, and I have no explanation for that whatsoever. I don't remember reaching the top of the hill or anything, just my hands grabbing at ferns and that I was wet, like as if I was running up a hill in my home, which is always wet, it's rainforest, and I was totally dehydrated, completely for weeks at that point. I remember climbing in the ground and my toes in mud and my hand on ferns, and then the doctors just smiling at me with their faces. What I heard them talking about was just so mundane too. One of my friends was talking about agricultural class where you meet the cows with holes in their stomachs. She was describing how they keep everything hygienic, a random conversation to have with a history and political science major, and honestly nothing that I would have had any prior knowledge about too. But she was basically describing the hole and what goes on with it and all that. Like I said, I reiterated this to them and they confirmed that this was actually what they were talking about. And it was in the location that I saw in my, well, whatever that state was. Many things in my life have been very spooky, but a pinnacle event always stands out. I worked in a cemetery that was built on the grounds of a carriage house that burned down, taking at least one human and some horses with it. Now, there was also a pauper's grave of unknown remains transplanted from a tiny rural graveyard there too. And one Saturday, I was on duty and very, very aware of the male shadow figure who lurked around the office. You could hear him walking with a cane up and down the hall. It always put me on edge. He felt ominous and disquieting. I had a burial that day and the family no-showed. Later on, I swore that I heard someone in the lobby down the hall from my office though, but when I got there, they were gone. I assumed it was the family and rushed out to find them. We played Ring Around the Rosies with a huge funeral home between us. Finally, I realized there were no cars in the lot besides mine, and I hadn't caught a glimpse of someone just rounding a corner since a lap ago, so perhaps they left? Later on, I was in the giant vault that doubled as our records room. When my back was turned, the door slammed shut. It could only be opened with a key from the inside, and guess what wasn't on me? As well as my cell phone. Panic took a while to set in, and no matter what I did, I just could not get that door to open. I could, meanwhile, distinctly hear a man chuckling outside, though. Sitting against the door, calculating how many hours till Monday got here, and the likelihood of the grounds guys coming into the lobby and seeing the normally open vault door was closed. Before I could talk myself really off of the deep end, the door suddenly bolted open, and I flopped back, knocking myself off the metal threshold. Hours later, I woke up after apparently being knocked out. The sound of a dull shuffle stepped near my ear, oddly startling me. Or maybe I got a sudden whiff of the familiar leathery cologne that lingered in the clouds around the building, inexplicably. Either way, I was awake and I wasted no time in locking up and leaving. So I live in Virginia in an old plantation, and there's a cemetery right up the road from here. My sister, she is also super spiritual and is in contact with psychics and all that live near us. I don't believe in any of that. But one time she called her and told her, don't go outside at night because the deers aren't actually deers. Weird, right? Anyway, we have seen some circles of bones. My sister and her friend have also been chased through the woods by something. And if you're outside at night, it kind of sounds like there's double the amount of footsteps sometimes that there's supposed to be. That could just be paranoia, I admit, but other people have recognized it too. I've also always been like I don't believe in the paranormal sort of stuff. There's always a reason for something. So it's not like I normally jump to paranormal conclusions. But I don't know, this one just seems different. So last night at like 3 a.m, I know it's kind of ironic, it's the devil hour and all that, but it really was 3. I was outside smoking at this little burnt up shed in front of my house listening to music. I turned my music off because I was about ready to go inside. I stand up to put my jacket on and stretch and all that. And then something just screams, absolutely belts out a scream. I've listened to foxes and owls that do the same thing, but honestly, it sounded nothing like those. Whatever it was, its scream sounded like something straight out of a horror movie. I was standing there, scared obviously, and the trees were rustling and it just kept screaming like it was being attacked or something. My first thought was that, whoa, that must be a bear or something, but then I realized that bears don't scream like that. So I'm standing there shaking. I can barely stand, in fact, and I decide that I needed to get a weapon quickly out of the shed before I try to go back inside. But the house wasn't very close. So I wait until the noise stops, and the second, and I mean the second that I move my leg, I made no noise, mind you, something screams and runs into the woods, just screaming. I could hear it getting farther and farther away because it just kept on screaming. Then the dogs down the road started barking. So I finally got into the shed. I grab a plank of wood, it's all I had, and my phone and my jacket, and slowly start walking back to the house, watching over my shoulder. Nothing else happened that night as far as I could tell, but when my sister opened the door, I was in tears and I was shaking. That night too, I just sat there for hours, pondering what the heck I'd just heard. So, if anybody knows what I should do in order to protect myself, or what it could have been, then please do let me know. Also, if you do think it's just an animal, which it's possible I suppose, then let me know what you think it is and I'll let you know if it sounded like it. Quite honestly though, whatever it was, it sounded huge. And on top of that, I'm really not convinced that it actually was an animal. Many years ago, my nephew and I went for a camping or fishing trip out to Cumberland, Maryland. There's a state campground that is located on Potomac River. The sites are dispersed for the most part, and not many people were there camping. We drove to the end of the campground to the last campsite, far away from the other campers as we could get. We set up camp and everything was normal. It was quiet that day too, with the exception of normal sounds in the forest. Then at around 10 or maybe 11 at night, we heard the sound of a woman singing in the woods. Not a song that you could recognize. It was more of a melody without words, I guess. I heard it, my nephew heard it, and my dog heard it too. My dog was laying down by the fire and jumps up and starts staring into the woods. I look at my nephew and he looks freaked out. I asked him if he heard the woman singing and he says, "I don't hear anything and I'm going to bed," which is total BS because he's about 10 feet away from me and it was pretty loud. It sounded as if it was coming from one direction though, but no direction in particular. I've read about disembodied voices and maybe that's what we heard. It sounded like someone maybe 20 or 30 feet away though. It wasn't scary or ominous, but it was a little bit unsettling. I told my nephew that we should walk around and see what it was, but he just wasn't interested. And after a few minutes, it stopped. I can say for sure that nobody was hiding in those woods too. I've camped with my dogs for years and he was very alert to things moving around in the woods. He would have made it known to someone that they weren't welcome there, and it was strange that he didn't bark or growl. He just sort of stood up and stared into the woods just like I did. I tried to find any info online about similar experiences there, but I didn't come up with anything. It was a strange experience for sure, and it really has me scratching my head. At the time that this all happened, I must have been about 9 years old. I was in bed one night and heard the radio in the kitchen going. My mum would almost always work the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, but on Tuesdays would take the mid-shift because we would have family night on Wednesdays. I assume it must have been a Tuesday when this happened because my mum was in fact home. My mum worked a lot and, 22 days out of the month most months, so it was not uncommon for us to try to help when she was up late cleaning. Anyway, as I walked down the stairs, I noticed that all the lights in the house downstairs were off and just the kitchen light was on. This already had me running for the kitchen because our walls were a deep green. As I mentioned before, my mum worked the late shift, and my dad purposefully painted the living room area a dark color so that when the lights were out and the blackout curtains were closed, it would be dark enough for my mum to fall asleep after work. As I entered the kitchen, my mum was at the sink, and when I thought about it afterward, I only heard the radio going downstairs, not the sink, but she was washing dishes when I walked in. In any case, her back was turned to me, so I couldn't see her face. I asked, "Mum, do you want some help cleaning?" But she didn't answer me. I asked a second time, and this time there was a bit of a moaning as an answer. This didn't immediately alarm me because it didn't sound like a zombie or anything moaning, more like a, I don't know, kind of moan, if that makes sense. I just replied with, "Okay, well, if you want me to help, just let me know." She didn't turn around, but she kind of, stiffened a bit. So I took that as my cue to get out and just let her be. Sometimes she just wanted to clean in peace as she worked with older people and many would die on her watch. My mum is a dedicated nurse when it comes to her patients because she worked in a rehabilitation center. Many of these patients would get dropped off by their families and literally never see them again. She would often take us to see them when she could so that they could feel like someone cared for them. So, still no alarms went off as I walked back towards the stairs, as I assumed someone may have died and she was sad and wanted to just be left alone. When I hit the corner to round and go up the stairs though, everything in the kitchen just shut off at once. The radio, the sink, the lights, all of it. Man, when I tell you that I ran up those stairs to my room, I was gone. Zoomed past my brother's and parents' room and ran into mine, slammed my door shut and jumped under the covers. I was thinking at the time that this is the end. My parents are big horror fans and they didn't believe in shielding us from stuff like that because they wanted us to understand the difference in what was real and what was not, and that no matter what, God is there and he'll protect us and all that. And I can tell you that I did not feel God that night. I suddenly hear my door burst open though, and my mum yells at me for running up the stairs, thinking that I had gone and grabbed candy or something and run up the stairs to avoid her. I said, "No, Mum, you scared me when you turned everything off." And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And I tell her what just happened. She tells me that I must have dreamt it up and quickly tucks me into bed, and she just closes my door. Now, the next day, I asked her why she would do that to me when she knows that I'm scared of the dark like that. I truly thought that she just thought it wasn't as funny to me when she saw how scared I was or something and tucked me in to calm me down. She then tells me, though, that she was apparently in her room. She had gotten home, took off her shoes, and went straight to her room that night. She never went into the kitchen. Never heard me go down the stairs, but instead assumed that my brothers had left me down there because I fell asleep as they used to do it, knowing that I was scared of the dark and thought that it was funny. When I ask her about it now, she only vaguely remembers this happening. My brothers had bad experiences in this house though as well, and they actually believed me. The common factor that I find in our stories is that they all had to do with downstairs for whatever reason. None of us ever had scary stuff happen upstairs, but generally agree that something was weird about that kitchen, and the fireplace too. The stories always seem to include one of both of those two things, and to this day, I still don't know who or what I spoke to that night. Now that I, a 23-year-old female, am back from Germany, I've had some time to think over the events of my trip. But it's hard to think positively, considering what happened to me the last night in Stuttgart, and I'd like a place to talk about it, so here I am. Now, I'd spent about 2 weeks travelling Germany for the Euros, and considering how many fellow Scotland fans were over for the games, I never felt completely alone, despite being a solo traveller in a foreign country. I guess I became too naive in how I trusted the older groups of Scots, who'd buy me drinks and chat with me all night about where they're from, who they knew, etc. Just typical Scottish chats, I guess, but I let my guard down. You see, that last night in Stuttgart happened like most other nights in Germany. I'd be by myself and would get noticed by a group of older men or women who'd inquire as to who I was with. When they heard I was alone, they'd remark at how brave I was as a good-looking lassie being here all by myself. I'd then be integrated into the group, drink with them, celebrate with them, and that night, cry with them over Scotland's loss. Determined to enjoy my last night, though, I said goodbye to my new friends and donned on a short white dress draped in my Scotland flag and went out looking for a good place to drink and dance with strangers that I'd never meet again. I met a few people that night, but it was while I was alone that I met him. "That bag's bigger than you are," I heard as a jolly older man wandered over to me. It was true. I had my rucksack with me that night. "Where's your boyfriend to carry it for you?" "Not sure yet. Still deciding if he's going to be German or Scottish," I quipped back with a smile. Most of my interactions would start this way, with a friendly interaction resulting in an offer to come drink with their group. And after offering to take me to a nearby Irish pub to drink with him and his family, I graciously accepted and we began walking. He was overly exaggerating how incredible he thought that I was for doing this alone, bowing to me and excitedly telling passers-by how I was myself and how brave it was. I would sort of smile awkwardly and change the subject. I wish that I could say alarm bells were ringing, but honestly they weren't. After all, he was just a wee Scottish grandpa, one of many that I'd met that night. He began prodding me on if I had somewhere to sleep tonight, remarking how they had room in their hotel if need be. I wouldn't force myself on you or anything. I froze at that. It was very unexpected. I truly looked at him for the first time since I had met him. He was a relatively short man, taller than me still, but with a larger build and wrinkles to match the white hair that was poking out from under his Scotland cap. He began quickly explaining how he knows that I'd be cautious about that sort of thing, being a smart girl, that I could trust him, but again reiterated that he wouldn't force himself on me. I sort of laughed nervously as all the beer that I drank earlier seemed to drain from my body, and I began taking in my surroundings. Where did you say your family were again? Just in the Irish pub up this hill. So, like I was saying, I didn't really pay attention to him. We were still on the populated main street of Stuttgart, but the numbers were dwindling the further that we went. My ears suddenly pinged an alert to my brain, signaling that I'd just missed something important, or perhaps horrifying. So I mustered up a smile and politely asked, "Sorry, what did you just say?" "That I'm a vegetarian because I killed my 44th man in a vegetable field." "Oh, I've been deployed in loads of countries. The first 6 lives I took were in Ireland, in fact." My blood ran cold. I'm a descendant of Irish immigrants who fled to Scotland to escape the brutality of the Troubles in Ireland. And I mean, did this man kill my family? Yeah, I killed 12 in Iraq. I could only listen to parts of his ramblings as I began desperately planning my escape, locking eyes with every person that walked past. There weren't many. We had almost reached the top of the main street now. "Why are you so tense all of a sudden?" The words brought me back to the conversation. "You know I can read you like a book, right? I'm doing all of this for you, you see. I want to protect you. And Molly, I can guarantee you right now, you don't realize how much danger you're in. You know," I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder, spinning around to see a young German man smiling at me. "Scotland!" He motioned to my flag. "I love Scotland." "Hey, is there anywhere to eat around here?" I blurted out, staring at him, praying that I'd turn around and the old man would be gone. Brief confusion crossed the German's face before the old man began rapidly jumbling up the sentence, "Sprechen die Deutsch," in an attempt to sound as if he was speaking German. "Essen," I whispered. The young man pointed in the direction that we just walked from. "Yeah, there's a McDonald's down there." I turned back to the old man, whose look I could only describe as emotionless now, as if he was staring right through me, like I was no longer there. I felt another cold shiver before smiling. "Hey, I'm gonna go grab something to eat, but I'll meet you in the Irish pub later, okay?" As if snapping back to his jolly self, the man quipped, "Now don't be like that. I'm off to a rave just now. I'm playing at it. You don't want to miss it." "I'll catch you later," I smiled. The man's face again dropped into a blank stare before he turned and walked off. I think the German man called after me, but I didn't hear him. I kept my head down and walked wherever my feet wanted to take me. I couldn't think, I could only walk. I really don't know how I got to the train station, nor how I got to the hostel, and weirdly there were no Irish pubs in Stuttgart, or at least not in that direction. In any case, to all solo female travelers, never say that you're traveling alone. And to the German man that I met that night, thank you for potentially saving my butt. I'm a 19-year-old female, and I was out to eat with my boyfriend, and the place that we were eating at has a live show right next door. We decided to listen outside to some of the bands playing once we were done eating. It must have been around 9 p.m. at this point. Shortly after going outside, this girl comes up to me and starts talking to me about all kinds of things. She has bright red hair, many piercings and tattoos. The first thing that she did was compliment what we were wearing. And I mean, I wasn't wearing anything special, a plain pink dress with Crocs. She seemed very friendly though and continued on a conversation with us, mainly me though. I figured it's because I have piercings and a tattoo, maybe that's why. I also kind of chalked it up to her being drunk or just being overly friendly. Eventually, she asked me a weird question that I didn't really understand and can't recall exactly, but it was something along the lines of, "What's your purpose here?" or something like that. I just remember not understanding what she was asking me and just telling her where I worked because it sounded like that's what she was asking me about. She said that she works at the strip club in the same town and came to dance. She then left abruptly afterward while texting on her phone and went over to this guy. Me and my boyfriend, we went to leave at this point. I didn't think too much of it and we passed by them. After turning the corner though, my boyfriend told me to check and see if I was being followed. I looked behind my shoulder and didn't see anybody. I walked a little further and looked back again. And then there was this guy. He was walking extremely quick and caught up to us pretty fast. He followed me all the way to my car, which was at least a mile away, until we got in and locked the doors. He was only a couple of feet away from my car, but then he just turned around and went back the way that he went. My boyfriend told me to start the car ASAP, and once we left, he told me that when we passed by them, he heard the girl say to the guy something along the lines of, "She's a little nervous, but..." And he had a bad vibe that they were traffickers or that they were going to try and pimp me out or something. Maybe snatch me up or something. I don't know, but it wouldn't have been very hard for him to do that. He was easily at least double my weight, as I'm only 100 pounds. He was following with a lot of speed too, and I mean, really? What else could be the motive? I don't know. The whole thing creeped me out a lot, and I'm really glad that my boyfriend was there. I still feel extremely confused, honestly. It was 2017, so quite a few years ago at this point, but I still to this day cannot wrap my head around it. I was about 11, maybe 12 at the time, 19 now. It was around 7:40 in the morning and the sun was out and shining bright on a weekday. My mum and I were driving to school when just a minute passed by my house. We were coming up to the railroad tracks, which we did every day, except this morning we saw a man walking. I didn't think too much of it, except that it was odd that he was wearing all black. Black jeans, black zip-up hoodie, black shoes. He was bent over seemingly when we were just starting to see the figure, and then it stood up and I think it had hands in its pockets. He was walking on the left side of the road, off onto some grass with his hoodie up over his head. He began to walk, but as we got close, he whipped his head around and looked at us. I expected to see a guy's face, but instead, I saw nothing but pure blackness, darkness, a shadow where a face should be. I was staring in disbelief. The thing seemed to be scared oddly and began running. I have no idea why. Even then, I was so confused. But it ran for a few seconds, which seemed like a while to be seeing what I was seeing. And then, it just slid down onto the grass on its butt and leaned on its right side and hopped off like it would on a ledge. Mum kept driving slowly and we watched the figure disappear just into the ground. We both stared at the place where it went and it was just gone. A second later, as we finally began to go over the tracks, I uttered, "Mum?" And she looked over at me and just said, "I don't know," and asked if she saw it, and she just said, yeah, I saw it." And then we both just sat there, I guess, thinking. In this experience, I didn't feel threatened or anything. I didn't feel like it was planning to harm us, but it was so confusing. Why did it not have a face? Why did it run like that? Why did it act like we weren't supposed to be able to see it either? Why did it go into the ground like that? Why was it wearing such stereotypical stalker or robber or scary man clothes? Does it mean hell is real? Did it go there? Or was it a demon? I've never even been a believer in the paranormal. I've always rejected the idea of God or religion in general, and I still can't get into that sort of stuff. As time went on, though, I kind of ignored this memory, I guess. I ignored how it affected me. I now recently have been thinking about it again, and I just cannot wrap my head around it. I know that I'm not crazy because my mum saw it too and can describe it the same as I do. I just can't comprehend how it was real. But it was just as real as any other person walking on the street. I don't know why I'm sharing this, to be honest. I just need someone to relate to about this, I guess. I've been feeling emotional about it lately. So, is there anyone out there who can maybe help me understand this? Anyone else experience something similar? I've been to the spot multiple times since then, and I've never seen anything again. I haven't seen anything paranormal since, in fact. I don't know what to think about any of this, and it means a lot to me to not feel so alone and confused in this experience, and sometimes life in general, I guess. I guess I just don't know how to process there being other things like this. When I was 11, we first moved to California near the Yosemite area. Lots of forest and small lakes near where I lived. I moved right around when summer was ending and school was starting, so I took a bit to get settled and used to everything. Summer rolled around the next year. My family is pushing me to get out of the house and do something besides staying inside and playing games all day. There was a lake with lots of dirt paths and such that was easy to explore, so I'd go around there a bit and just walk around, especially this one spot that had a cool little waterfall into a smaller lake from the bigger lake of that area. And well, one of those days I'm walking to the lake and I spot someone by the waterfall. She's a girl around maybe my age, orange hair, freckles, and an accent that I wasn't able to understand at the time, which I think was a Tennessee accent. I've always been horrible with names, but I remember her name being a very common one, something like Alice or Cassie or something like that. As a young kid, I never really had crushes on girls. Most of the time, if I was friends with someone, them being a guy or a girl, it didn't really change much in how I interacted with them. And she was definitely the same way because we immediately got along. I remember us going to the lake and just walking around a lot. I talked a lot about living in Washington, what school was like, and video games, something that I could tell went right over her head. She said that she was visiting her grandma over the summer at a house down the road from mine. I remember I had her number saved, so I'd text her whenever I was planning to go on a walk, and she'd meet me at the end of the driveway of the house that she was at. I remember her saying her grandma didn't want her going to my place, which was understandable. I mean, I'm a stranger to this woman, and so would my family be. But Alice didn't want me to come visit the grandma either, which I remember finding a bit weird. I remember my friend Eric, who lived near the lake, would always come by, and wanted to come with me to walk around, and Alice told me that she'd rather it just be the two of us. Maybe it was because she didn't know him, but she would only come with me on those walks alone. I remember one time we walked out a bit further than usual on one of those dirt paths. This one was a bit awkward because of a hidden incline on this hill, and she'd have to pull me up for us to walk around and jump down when we walked back. Anyway, cut to near the end of summer, and she's still hanging out with me, even meeting me at the end of my driveway. I remember one time I was having trouble finding my jeans, so I didn't get cut by the bushes that we walked past all the time, and told my mum before she went to work to tell Alice that I was going to be a little bit late. I'll explain in a bit why this is important as well, but on our last day walking around, we went to the rock that kind of overlooked the lake, and we just kind of sat there. I remember she was talking about her family and how much she preferred being there in California than where she was from. Something I don't remember, though, is if she ever told me specifically or not. And well, I said bye to her and said that I'd try to meet her at her house before she took off. I never did. I think I was forced to go school shopping or something that day, so I sent her a text telling her, and she didn't seem upset or anything. I don't know if I just never checked in with her or I had forgotten her, but I I never saved her contact. It was on an old flip phone that my parents had given me at the time when I was that young, and they didn't have a good texting or calling plan at the time. Anyway, cut to a good while later, 2021. A lot of drama is happening in my family, which I won't get into, but topics about my childhood and how I was treated are being brought up. I asked my mum about that year being forced to go outside more and if that was her decision or my father's. Spoilers, it was my father's. I brought up how it wasn't that bad though and that I had Alice to hang out with. And that sparked a bit of a nostalgic happiness that I hadn't felt in a while, thanks to how bad that and the previous year was for us. Well, my mum then dropped and would tell me something that I continue to think back on over and over again. You mean that imaginary girl you walked around the lake with? I immediately thought that she was just messing with me, but she looked serious, and thought that the time that I asked her to tell Alice that I was going to take a while, that I was talking about an imaginary friend, because she claimed that she never saw anyone when she went down the driveway, apparently. But I know that I had interacted with this girl. I know that I had gone with her to this lake many times, but I never thought about how I was the only person who ever saw her. And never my friend Eric or his brother who sometimes went to the lake with me, not my family, never even met her grandmother as well. Today, I cannot even confirm if I ever had this girl's number, or if I ever even actually texted her. It threw me off a good bit, but then I remembered one thing that made me know that I was right, and that she was real. You see, one time in July when I was walking with Alice to the lake, my grandma had stopped by to give me a soda while she was heading to my house to give my dad something. Well, when I had next talked to my grandma, I brought it up, and she didn't really know what I was talking about at first, not until I brought up Alice. Oh yes, I remember your dad always brought up how you and some girl would walk around the lake, and I thought it was cute. Weird that he thought it was a real girl and not one of your imaginary friends. This absolutely rocked me to the core. I mean, there's just no way that I imagined all of this, and I still have no idea what she could mean by one of my imaginary friends. If I ever find that old phone, if I even still have it in a box somewhere, I'm getting to the bottom of this because I am certain that she was real. Otherwise, who the heck have I been imagining this whole time? Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. If you follow that old road, you get to a T intersection that you can either turn right, out to Hale Creek, or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub, and that's pretty much it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone up and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long, in fact. Or for as long as it did anyway. It wasn't the start of the town though, you see. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in them by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local Aboriginals found him and his family living on their land and weren't too happy about it, so they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and generally antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead, then in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and, well, deleted himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021, I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time on the maintenance crew. I had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for a long drive back home to Moranbah. Dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind a Gunyella mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on very unfamiliar road at this point. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get by without scratching the sides on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was really confused though. I mean, did I miss the turn? I thought maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road. Mount Coulon, 15 kilometers. I thought, okay, yep, I've gone way too far out in the sticks here. I better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery with an old and rusty archway, and above on the archway it was, in this rusty rough iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Oh, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. And, sure as heck, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos who all must have worked on the various stations in the area, and it gave me the spooks pretty bad. So I got out of there quickly and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this T intersection eventually. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in absolutely the middle of nowhere. It's now midnight. No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. I mean, this is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, food in the outback, you may have just signed your own death certificate. Pretty much done and dusted, in fact. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, I suppose, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I keep cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly or over-accelerate around all the twists and the turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I then see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I don't think too much of it, staying focused on the road ahead, looking for this turnoff. But then, that's when I hear it. Swooping and sort of whooshing noises above my car. And I mean, what the heck, right? I then look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It obviously startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy road while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me, and then just grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and just disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine until my heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Gunyella Mine CHPP's light cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and the turnoff back home. And, thankfully, I found it. I eventually managed to get all the way back home, and I was very grateful that my clunker ran on an oily rag, and the vapors in my tank pretty much kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare that I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it was now 6 in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, for which I apologized profusely. I hadn't even thought to check my phone, as I had no signal for the better part of the entire journey anyway. And while this was a pretty scary experience, the experience that I had with my partner when I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night was perhaps even worse. It was just to see the actual town, but months had passed and I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It seemed to have entered my dreams at this point. I awoke one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked, "What's wrong?" Again? I had been waking her up late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. The whole situation had really impacted me. The desolate hellscape would re-emerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that will openly admit that I cannot overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's really the only way that I know. No use sticking your head in the sand and pretending things will just go away, so I spoke with my partner, and after much discussion, we both agreed that we would go back and investigate the back road at Mount Coulon and investigate the town itself. And to really drive the nail in, we were going to do it at night as well. I just needed answers, I guess. I needed to know what lay at the end of that old road, and whatever else I may have missed on my first misadventure. We set out at 6:30 p.m. and headed for the old back road, which now is inaccessible. You can go take a look for yourself, but the mine has shut the gate as it runs along the inside of the mine's boundary. Anyway, we were driving my partner at the time's new Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a real beast of a car, I guess you could say, but it had all the kit that we needed for the long drive, and we made sure that we left prepared. Esky full of food, water and snacks, my toolkit in case of a breakdown, torches, first aid kit, two-way radio, battery pack for phones and the two-way radio, my trusty hunting knife, which I kept in my side door compartment. I mean, as if I was going out there again completely unarmed with who knows what was out there in the dark. But the first leg of our adventure was actually rather fun. I felt a bit like Colin McRae, taking the old dirt road and twisted and turned in all directions, slithering my way up to the T intersection. Once we got to the intersection, I took the left turn to head north and gradually west. The familiar road was, as it was the same night that I encountered the strange flying beast. Except tonight brought a slight amount of comfort as there was a full moon in the night sky illuminating the surrounding and edges of the road. As we approached the old cemetery, I told my partner to look right. She was honestly in awe as well. I asked if she wanted to go take a look, but she was too nervous about it, so I just kept on driving along. As the night went on, we came to the point of no return. The road became nothing more than just a dirt track, interspersed with sealed sections that the local farmers had laid prior to and after crossing old relics of bridges. They were rusty and wrought iron, sturdy still, but foreboding at the same time. We crossed two of them on one stretch, one built over the coal fields railway line heading eastward to the port. Another was over a deep ravine. The bottom was clouded by dense native plants. The road got very narrow at one point, and snaked right and left and down and up. We were in unfamiliar territory now, and I was growing apprehensive about what I would see or find. At one point, though, I could have swore that there was just no road at all. We were basically driving through a wide-open field, and I had to drive at 40 kilometers an hour max to avoid any ruts or depressions in the bull dust. I was starting to think this entire trip might have been a mistake when the road then came good again to a compacted dirt section. A random sign appeared off to the right of the road stating that we were now deep in Aboriginal land. The drive went on and on and on. Hours seemed to have passed. Were we any closer to our destination? For reference, I switched the car's function from Bluetooth headset to radio scan, the FM and AM for any signs of life, but there was nothing. I thought, well, I'll check again in an hour, and an hour had passed, so I checked, scanning and scanning. And then there was a muffled and distorted voice emitting through our car all of a sudden. And then the sweet sound of music. Ironically enough as well, it was actually AC/DC's Highway to Hell. How befitting, I thought to myself. I said to my partner, "Hey, check the signal on your phone now," she replied with 2 bars. She immediately checked Google Maps. I parked the car in this small spot of salvation while it loaded up. Now, according to Google Maps, we were about 30 minutes away from a fork in the road. One way heading west out into the Never Never, another heading towards Mount Coulon. A good thing we checked as well, so we headed onwards. And sure enough, there it was, the fork in the road. No signage indicating which way to go, just one road slightly more compact than the other and a bit wider as well. So we kept true to the road that we were on, and then came to a faint glimmer in the distance, a faint yellow light on the horizon. As we approached the light, it developed into a service station, off to the left of the old dirt road with a storefront that looked completely empty, save for a cash register on a countertop. We were now at the main intersection, signage indicating that to head right was to head towards Collinsville, left out west into the Never Never. I came to a stop off to the right shoulder off the road on a dirt patch made by trucks that had obviously turned here before. I checked the fuel gauge and it was half a tank. I looked into that old rundown service station, scanning the area for any other signs of life outside of the faint yellow glow of the iridescent tube lights above the old and rusted Bowsers that looked like they hadn't been used since the 1980s. Then I saw a figure emerging from a back room. It was a frail old woman, her hair tattered and sort of distressed. It honestly looked like we may have awoken her. The time was now 11:30. She came to a stop inside the abandoned storefront and just stood there, staring at our car. I thought, better come forward and ask if there's any chance of fueling up. So I pulled in and rolled down the window. She came outside into the night air and approached me with a great deal of hesitation. Excuse me. Look, I'm really sorry if I woke you up. We're just wondering if you had any fuel." She stood there, glaring and studying me. Her face withered from the harsh outback climate. She then said, No fuel here. You better leave now." Something felt off about that, the way she spoke. There was a tension between us, I guess. And so I just said, "Okay, thanks. So sorry again. We'll leave now. Thanks again, and sorry again." So I wound the window up and I just got out of there. We drove around the old pub in the center of what was once the town. It had multiple V double-road train trucks parked all around it, almost like they were protecting the pub itself with a wall of steel and rubber in the desolate darkness. A picnic table with a tin roof cover appeared on the right side of this massive loop road. The only road in the entire area was sealed, even if it was rather narrow. As for lighting, well, what lighting? This place clearly was not welcoming after dark. Albeit for 2 streetlights in the entire area that glowed faintly, only illuminating small patches of the loop road, you definitely wouldn't want to be out here with no headlights. We did the brief tour of all that was out there though, then made our way back towards the road back home. Then eventually made our way back towards the road back home. My partner then said, "Hold up," so I came to a stop again, off to the side of the road, back out to Moranbah. She had just discovered on Google Maps a quicker way back home, apparently. This way would take us out on that old dirt road, out west into the fork in the road. However, as you continue down that road for 50 kilometers, you'll come to another fork in the road, and taking the leftward track will take us to the Gunyella Road, which then headed back home. "Good eye," I said to her. So, on we went. Thankfully, the Mitsubishi ran on an oily rag as well. It was only a little 4-cylinder powerhouse like my Kia Rio, so I felt confident that we'd make it back. On the drive back, it was another long and slow slog. At some points, I'd have to slow to like 20 kilometers per hour, just to make it around some tight bends and twistings, and turning through the roughened thoroughfare which went between wide-open cattle farming properties. Then at points, the bushland would thicken around creeks and runoff areas, and you could see a meter off the sides of the road. After taking the leftward turn in what was a slight fork in the road, we made our way homebound, and that was when it happened. Some sort of a large creature came bounding out from the dense bushland and right in front of our car. I came to an abrupt stop immediately, and there in our headlights was a massive cow. It looked at us, then took off back into the bushland. I was a little bit stunned, because that was close, too close. After gathering myself, we went back home, and the rest of the journey was, well, rather mundane to say the least. I guess the only exception was an interesting stretch of road that had been well sealed and snaked through dense bushland. I was impressed by the craftsmanship of how well compacted it was. Then suddenly we were back on dirt road again. Hours on, and we made it to the Gunyella Road, intersections with lighting signaling the turn-offs to local mines and explosive factories that make the bomb products for them, and so on and so forth. The usual kin of the coalfields. Then we made it home as the first light of morning emitted from the horizon. Pulling into our driveway, we both looked at each other, shrugged as if to signal, what the heck was all that about? Then got out of the car and we headed inside. It's a strange feeling out there. It's the desolation, I think. The lack of, I guess. It's what really drives the tension, I suppose. I mean, any moment can be fraught with demise, but it gave me the closure that I needed to put to rest the monsters in my head, because whatever I saw that night when I made that near-fatal misadventure, I guess it's going to remain a mystery for me. Who knows? Maybe that might actually be for the best. We rent a home that, for reasons that no one will explain, is about half of the rental rate in our area. We've been here for about 5 years, and the owner has not raised the rent a dime at all. But strange things consistently happen in the house. Most of them are pretty benign and, I guess, easily dismissed. Things being moved around without explanation, odd noises, feeling like someone is moving around when rooms are empty. But our dog will suddenly start barking at something that he seems to see. Lately, though, things have become more, I don't know, I guess the word is aggressive. Several times my wife and I have physically felt something touch us, only to turn and find the room empty. I felt a strong tap on my sternum. My wife had something blow in her ear so deliberate that she actually started crying out of fear. But today was the strangest. So I went to open a door to a stairway down into the basement this morning, and the whole door literally fell onto me. Aside from me, no one in our home is really capable of doing this too. Our kids are way too young. The door was fine last night. I heard nothing during the night. Our dog sleeps next to that door as well, so it's weird that they didn't bark or anything. Really, I just have no explanation, and that's why I'm here. I don't know what to do about any of this. So my question for all of you is, what should we do? So, me, a 32-year-old male, and my brother, 28 and male, and our disabled mother, all live together in a trailer about 30 minutes from Nashville, Tennessee. I was wary of moving there at first for the stereotypes you may hear about trailer parks, but luckily we've had zero issues in the 10 years that we've been here. We have very nice neighbors, well-kept yards, etc., etc. About a week ago, we were finally putting up our Christmas tree, drinking probably too much beer, listening to Christmas music, Christmas spirit in full swing. During our random banter, my brother says, "Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot to tell you earlier today. At work, the owner had to kick out some guy who was acting super creepy." My brother works at the Stocker, at a family-owned little market about a mile from our home. He went on to tell me that this younger-looking guy was pacing the aisles, sometimes standing still for minutes at a time and not responding when the owner would ask if he needed help finding something. After about 20 minutes of this, the owner asked him to please leave because he was apparently scaring the customers, and without a word, he left. Anyway, we continue with our good time, hanging ornaments, drinking, getting our mum involved as well, with ornaments, not the drinking of course, and all is good. We wrap up at around 10:30 p.m, help our mum to bed, she's in a wheelchair, and decide that we might as well finish off the ton of beer that we have left and just admire our decked out tree. Around 11:30, we decided to go on the front porch to share a cigarette as we usually do, when we've tied on a good buzz. My brother opens the door and almost immediately closes it. I ask what's up and he says, "No way. The guy I was telling you about, just like Michael Myers, walked down the street past our house, dude." I thought that was pretty strange, but I wasn't super concerned. We waited a few minutes, then went and smoked as we did usually, and went back inside. Now, my brother and I aren't troublemakers at all, but I'm pretty confident in our ability to defend ourselves if we had to. At this point, these are just thoughts in the back of my mind though. After all, I haven't even seen this guy. Yet, anyway. Fast forward to about 2 in the morning. We're more than drunk enough to go ahead and call it a night, after one more ciggy. My brother opens the door, and within seconds I hear him say, Whoa, hey man, you good? Hey, buddy, what's up? You good?" I'm in the kitchen at that time, but quickly decided that this doesn't sound right and rush over to the door. What I see when I get to the open door is a younger man standing on our deck about 3 feet from our front door. He's pretty tall, about 6'4", and another thing that I noticed is that he looks a lot like Adam Driver, which was a detail my brother jokingly mentioned earlier during tree time, so I'm realizing for the first time that this must be the guy that he's been talking about. One thing my brother must not have got close enough to notice at work though was this guy's eyes. I am not exaggerating when I say that I've never seen anything like it. His body language was super menacing, but his eyes were the strangest combination of wide-eyed bewilderment and fury. Like us opening our front door confused him and also made him very angry. I joined my brother in explaining to him that it's late and that he should head home. After what I'd say was about 30 seconds of staring, he just walked off without a word. I peeked out of our blinds to make sure that he really left and saw nothing. We both tried to laugh it off and were saying things like, "Well, that was pretty weird, huh?" But it took a while for my adrenaline to sort of taper down. But the thing that I kept thinking to myself that bothered me was those 30 seconds to me felt like he was the one deciding what the next move would be. But what that could have been, I have no idea. I also didn't love that my brother said when he opened the door he was already standing there, so for how long was he actually there for? We calmed down watching some YouTube videos in the end, and after about 30 minutes or so, I say to my brother, "Okay man, let's just go to bed. I'll take one more look outside to be safe, but I feel like it wasn't really necessary." I open the door and he's back again. The streetlights are paced very far apart in our trailer park, but at the edge of our driveway, there, I see his silhouette probably 50 feet away again, just staring at our front door. I feel I should mention here that he's not there texting or on the phone with someone or anything. He's just standing there. I feel bad in hindsight because I'm sure this poor guy definitely has mental health issues, but between being drunk and exhausted and the look he gave us earlier, I was just over it. I finally put some bass into my voice and said, "Hey man, you can't just stand in our driveway. You're being creepy, dude. Just please leave. I really don't want to call the cops on you, so just don't make me do it." This seemed to work. His demeanor didn't change at all, but the word cops seemed to do the trick. He turned around and he walked away. In the end, I really hope that we handled that well. I understand and empathize with people with mental health problems and have friends and family who unfortunately suffer from those things too. However, I still cannot shake the feeling that something bad could have happened that night. He didn't finally leave our porch earlier that night until I showed up to the door, essentially making him outnumbered, and even then he still came back afterward. Look, I hope he's okay out there. We haven't seen him since. I also hope not calling the police wasn't a bad choice and that he isn't out there with bad intentions on somebody else's front deck at like 2 a.m, who lives alone or is elderly, etc. I wish I could have figured out what that was all about, but during every interaction me or my brother had with him that day and night, he just never spoke a word, which in the end is perhaps the creepiest part of this whole event. I don't know what it is. I've lived in the same house for the last 18 years and it's only gotten worse too. I live in an old coal mining town in Pennsylvania. I know that my house is haunted, but I believe that to be beside the point. Something is stalking my family. The first encounter I had was in the early 2010s. I heard my name being called repeatedly from far away, and it sounded like my friend. Started walking towards home and turned because I felt like I was being watched. I saw a dark humanoid figure that was at least 7 or 8 feet tall, and upon seeing it, I ran home. Things were fairly quiet as far as I can remember up until the last few years, but recently things have been amping up a lot. It started as rustling in the woods and the feeling of being watched. Next came the deer. So many deer. There was one too that I recall seeing multiple times in the same spot for a few days on my way home that just didn't look right. The most recent encounters has left me researching what to do. You see, 2 nights ago, my mum saw a pale white face with glowing eyes pressed up against the front door. She said that she froze in fear and didn't know what to do. Tonight, I got home after dark and walked toward my house. Seconds after I locked my car, I heard a blood-curdling scream come from the train tracks, followed by a very calm voice yelling "help me" very loudly. I froze in fear for a solid 15 seconds just listening. I slowly walked up my porch steps, just listening to 2 different voices screaming at once, one frantic and screeching, while the other was calm and just called out for help. I yelled in the front door for my mum because the frantic voice sounded vaguely like my younger sister, but I thought maybe she was messing around. When she came outside, it grew quiet and the frantic voice had stopped. We then heard "help me" 1 or 2 more times, faintly, but then nothing. My sister, she was at a friend's house, and so it was definitely not her. We went to pick up dinner, and there were deer everywhere again. Now, this isn't completely uncommon for PA to see a ton of deer, but like I said before, these ones were weird. They stared right at you, and they never ran from the car at all, even if they were in the middle of the road too. So, someone, please help me and tell me what the heck is going on. What are these things? So every summer in my city, me and my friends like to make small campfires in chill, secluded areas because we don't want to drive an hour to an actual campsite and pay any campsite fee to do so. These also happen pretty spontaneously, so it's a nice last-minute hang just to do for us. There's this one spot near my house that's located by a river that's really nice because no one usually goes there. The only thing to be worried about are bears though, because living in the Pacific Northwest is challenging like that, and my house specifically is located right next to the mountains and the forest. Now, one particular night at 11 p.m, I decided to go ahead of my friends and meet them at the spot and set things up early because I want us to be chilling once they all get here. The spot that I get to has a 2-minute paved walkway I have to go through, and then I have to take a small trail ramping down the right side of the bridge that crosses over the river. Along this paved walkway are 2 lamps located at halfway and another at the start of the bridge or the ramp down to the campfire spot. So, I park my car at the beginning of the trail on the street and bring my campfire stuff, like flashlight, lighter, small firewood, small shovel to dig out the pit, etc. I get to the spot, and it's a small sandy beach kind of embankment on the side of the river, with a small wading area for toddlers with their families during the hot summers. I set up the chair, and I get to dig in the pit with only my flashlight illuminating where I'm digging. I'm also shoveling the sand right next to me, nowhere near the water. But all of a sudden I hear a loud splash. A splash so loud that it can only come from something equally large, like a 2-hand-sized rock or something. I'm confused because I swear that I'm not throwing my sand into the water, even though I'm only a few feet away, I guess. I shine my flashlight at the water, and I don't see anything. So I kind of just brush it off, thinking I'm just hearing things. But as I keep shoveling a bit more, I hear another loud splash. At this point, I think something is falling from above because, logically, something must be falling into the water. I point the flashlight above where some trees are above the river, and I don't see anything big enough to make that sort of splash. So as I keep digging, with my heart rate kind of going at this point, I hear a rustling past the arch where the bridge goes over the river. I quickly grab my light and shine it towards where I heard the rustling. I call out, "Hello?" There's no response. In my own head, it was a bear. I should be getting out of there immediately, but there was no bear or signs of anything for that matter. So I tell myself I must just be hearing things now because, I've seen horror movies before and my mind is playing tricks on me, right? But then I hear the noise again and it clearly sounds like leaves being rustled, so I shine my flashlight over to the area again, and as I focus my eyes towards the illuminated area, I then see the naked back of a man hunched over. I was kind of frozen in anxiety and stress because, honestly, of all the things I was to see, I didn't think that I'd see the naked back of some dude. From the quick analysis my brain could muster up, he looked to be in mid-40s, shaved, not bald, and medium-ish build, like a mix between chubby and built, I guess. But as I had my flashlight staying on his back, he started to stand up, and the first thing that I noticed was that he was not wearing any pants either. My next reflex was to start packing up all my stuff and getting the heck out of there because now I'm piecing in my head that he must have been throwing things into the water to scare or shoo me away. So after using my reflexive deductive skills, I proceeded to speed walk out of there with all of my stuff. I'm carrying all of my things with me and briskly walking up the ramp, and I'm now on the paved path out of the forest. I can feel my heart beating in my chest, and I'm frequently looking back to make sure that I'm not being followed. I am in Crocs, mind you, so I'm hoping that if I have to book it out of here, I'd regret not being in sport mode from the get-go. I make it to the halfway point though, and a sense of relief starts setting in knowing that I made it safely out of this very scary situation. But as I check behind me for the final time, I see something. Slowly creeping over the ramp is the naked man crawling on all fours as if he was a primate walking. His head was positioned towards me, looking at me as he made his way to the middle of the paved walkway. He slowly then gets up from his stance and starts standing on his feet and positions his body to face me. After setting himself into this new position, the man then starts running towards me. Well, at that, I absolutely booked it. I ran as hard and as fast as I could down that path. My flashlight jumped out of my pocket at one point and I lost it, but I didn't care because, a whole naked man was chasing me at 11 p.m. at night in a secluded forest. I looked back for a split second, and the man was still running towards me, still completely naked. He could have my flashlight for all I cared at that moment. I wanted to make it out of this situation alive. I finally made it out of the forest, and I run to my car, which is only 30 feet away from the end of the forest. I desperately get to my car, and like a classic horror movie, I fumble with trying to get my key fob to unlock my car. And yes, I actually dropped my keys and quickly think to myself, I'm actually going to die. But I brush the thought off and pick them up. I finally get a hold of my fob properly, unlock my doors, and throw my things into the back seat, before quickly getting into the driver's seat. This felt like an eternity, but in hindsight, was most likely about 6 seconds altogether. As I try to guide my key into the ignition, I am fixated on the end of the paved path that I was just at a few seconds ago, waiting to see if the naked man was still coming. I feel my key to go into the ignition, and I switch my sights onto the road in front of me, and then I zoom out of the area as fast as I could. As I drive away, and I'm a good 30 seconds from the location of the horror that just took place, I get a call on my phone. It was my friends calling me asking if I'd made it to the spot yet, and all I say to them is, "Guys, do I have a crazy story to tell you?" They pull up to my house because, again, it was actually decently close to the campfire area, and I told them the whole story the way that I told it just now. They swear that it was none of them trying to prank me or anything like that too, and I also knew none of them would try to full sprint at me with their dong out like that. But as we're just talking out in front of my house, there's a college student who looks like he was walking home that's going towards the direction of where I encountered the naked man. I just yelled out to him, "Hey, man, be careful, there's a naked guy that was chasing me by the bridge that crosses over the river there." He responds saying, "Oh really? I gotta go over the bridge to go home." All I tell him is, "Good luck, man." The next day I reported it to the police by phone, but they sent over an officer so I could tell them in person and show them where the area that I saw these things was at. When we went to see where I initially saw the man's back hunched over, they said that they didn't see any trace of anyone being there previously, but the officer did say that they would make a note of it anyways, in case it ever happens again. Some friends say that it was a skinwalker. Others say, more realistically, that it's either a homeless, mentally ill, or drunk or high person. One theory I've heard my friends say is that it's a future version of me pulling a prank on past version of me because, honestly, if or when time travel is real, I would totally screw with my younger self like that. Anyway, that's my story, and it's something that will always stick with me. That feeling of running away like that in the dark is something that will never leave me. It is something that I often still talk about with all of my friends. So, I was on an ocean crossing from San Pedro, California, to Papeete, Tahiti, on a 60-foot sloop. We left in early July. It was 5,500 miles, and it was me, first mate, another crew, and a first-time captain. I was the head of night watchman along with the other crewmen. It was the night of day 12 as well, and we were like 1,000+ nautical miles from any land, and there were no ships on the AIS for hundreds of miles. It was around 3 in the morning, 2 hours before my shift was done, and we had a policy of only using red light in the cockpit at night to save our night vision in case we need to go forward and fix something. I was looking at the nav when I felt something watching me from the aft of the ship. There's not a lot of interaction with anything other than the crew out there, so you know when there's another presence almost. Happens a lot when there's whales or dolphins too. Hard to explain, but if you know, you know. Anyway, the ship had a swim step on the stern and a 2-ish-foot tall transom until you got into the actual cockpit. I looked back at the stern, and crouching on the swim step, so only its forehead, eyes, and hands were visible, was a blackish-grey thing. Whatever it was bald and looked shiny, and it was staring intently directly at me with beady eyes reflecting the red light due to the cockpit. I completely froze and, after meeting its gaze for a few moments, stared directly ahead at the nav. A moment later, I heard a splash which made me look back, and when I did, it was gone. The crewman with me didn't see it, and I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. Then at dinner one evening, the captain told us of something that he had seen in the early hours of the morning ring that day. A dark, slender thing, treading water next to the ship, lazily bobbing there but never taking its eyes off of the captain. I then relayed my story to him and the crewman, and we just couldn't come up with an explanation. We didn't see anything else for the rest of the trip, but we all did get that sense that we were being watched when we were alone on the deck. So, Soren, mermaid, sea demon, I have no idea. I live in the Klamath Mountains in eastern Oregon, about 20 miles from the Californian border. Growing up, I spent a lot of time outside camping, hunting, fishing, etc. Well, a few months ago, I had a strange experience on a family trip to our cabin near Crater Lake, and I wanted to see if anybody else could help me maybe find more info on what I saw. So, I was by myself birdwatching in a small pond in the woods, maybe half a mile from the cabin in the late afternoon. I was sitting on a big log with binoculars. I wasn't in a blind or anything, but I picked a spot where I thought I'd be less visible to any animals. After about an hour, I hadn't seen much, except a few common ducks, and it didn't seem like many animals were very active, so I was thinking about leaving. This was maybe about an hour before sunset, I think. But then I saw something move in the trees across the pond, probably 100 feet away. It was just a flash between trees, and I didn't really get any kind of good look at it. But I kept watching the spot, and after maybe 5 minutes, I saw something dart from one tree to another. It was bigger than most any local bird, except maybe a heron, and moved very fast without making any noise. But I still didn't really know what I was looking at. This happened again a few minutes later, and then again a few minutes after that. Each time it seemed to be moving closer as well, to the pond that is. I don't think it knew that I was there, but it was staying incredibly well hidden, and only revealed itself for a split second at a time. At this point, I'm thinking maybe it's a kit fox or a pine marten because of how fast and silently it moved. But I still hadn't got a good look at it, any part of it, in any detail yet. It moved between trees a few more times, until it was behind a big dead tree right on the shore. I was staying as still and silent as possible, but still worried that it would see or more likely smell me and I would spook it. But after a few more minutes, I saw something move at the edge of the water, a little arm and hand that looked just like a human's, reached out and touched the mud, and then the head and the other arm came into view as it leaned out to drink from the water. I could only see the head and the shoulders and arms from where I was, but they looked so much like a person's, except it was way too small and covered in what looked like, I don't know, like grayish-brown fur. The face wasn't exactly human either, more monkey-like, but it was too far away to see much detail. I decided to lift my binoculars to get a closer look, but as soon as I moved, it looked up and then disappeared back behind the tree again. I watched until it started to get dark, but I didn't see it again, not even darting behind the trees. I went back to the cabin and I told my grandpa what I saw. He's been a rancher in this area his whole life, and he said, "Sounds like you ran into a hide-behind," and just laughed. I said, "No, Grandpa, seriously, this isn't a joke." He said that he'd heard stories about Bigfoot and hide-behinds and several times saw little human footprints on hunting trips deep in the mountains where, really, no children would be. What I mean is that I think he believed me, but he really didn't know much. I asked my dad and brothers, but they just started giving me a hard time about squatching. I went back to the pond the next day and walked around to where the creature had been, but I didn't find any tracks or scat or fur or anything. I did figure that it had to be probably about 3.5 or 4 feet tall based on the trees that I'd seen it near, but narrow enough to hide completely behind a pine, which makes me think that it must have been standing and moving upright. And really, that's it. I wish I'd seen more of it, but that face and hands were absolutely not like any local animal. It looked very much like a monkey or a furry little human. I've tried to find more info, but the only cryptid people seriously talk about in this area is Bigfoot. The hide behind seems to be like a joke around here. There may be little people or humanoids in some of the local Native American folklore, but not a lot of detail that I could find. Anyway, I really do hope someone here has some idea as to what I might have seen. It was a very unique and memorable experience, and any further information would be appreciated very much. My name is Anastasia, and a few days ago, something happened that, whenever I think about it, makes me feel sick. You see, we moved to an East Coast town about maybe a year ago to be closer to family. So close, in fact, that my aunt, her wife, and my cousins are only 10 minutes walk from my house. Granted, we are very spaced out and borderline rural despite living about 15 minutes from the outskirts of a big city. But in any case, I was walking my 2 little dashhounds back home from my aunt's house. My mum hates it when I'm alone the majority of the day, so I spend time at their house, and I was genuinely enjoying my time. It was cold and quiet, but oddly beautiful that day. I got home, fed my pups and 2 birds, and FaceTimed a friend. I was talking with them and doing chores, and was admittedly being loud and giggly when taking out the trash to the cans on the side of my house. I get back inside and lay down in bed still chatting, when my bird starts calling out at something. Now, anyone who has owned a parrot knows that they have a distinct noise for certain moments. She's been in my family for like 76 years and with me my whole life, so I knew the sound was alarm or intrigue. I brush it off as her seeing herself in the window reflection and go back to talking to my friend. I get up to get some water and my back is to the sliding glass door, thankfully locked, when my friend has the wind knocked out of him. I'm confused and think that he's hurt, and he tells me, "Go back to your room now." I initially scoff, but then I see it in my camera view. There is a man with his face and hands pressed up against the glass door. He's a middle-aged white guy in a grey pullover and dark pants, and with a grin on his face. My friend, ever the best in panic situation, tells me, "Don't look at him, just go to your room." I was shaking so hard, I'm blubbering and decide to lock me and my dogs in my closet. My parrot is still going crazy, mind you. English isn't my first language, and it's bad when I'm shocked, so I revert back to my native language, which he doesn't know. Luckily, my friend knows to take charge, and he tells me that he'll be over in 10 and he calls the police. I'm thinking that I can run to my mum's room and find the gun, so if the guy comes into the house, I can blow a quarter-sized hole in his chest if I need to. I'm debating getting up when I hear tapping on my window. It's slow and intentionally creepy, and my stupid dog starts barking. I'm ready to accept my death at this point. I'm a teenage girl, home alone, and I am about to die, it seems. But wait, my aunt should about to be leaving for work at this point. I shoot her a quick text telling her that there's a man at our place. The tapping has stopped, and I then think it's over when I realize something that makes my heart fall into my stomach. I left the front door unlocked when I took out the trash. This keeps getting worse, and I beg my friend to hurry. The tapping thankfully returns to my window, and I can only close my eyes and hope that someone gets here quickly. It felt like such a long time crying to another teen who's breaking multiple traffic laws. And never before have I been so grateful to hear another man's voice yelling outside of my house at 1 a.m. It was my God-sent neighbor. Apparently his pregnant wife was having bad nausea and went out on the deck, and where it's situated you can see my whole backyard. She got a bad feeling after seeing the unfamiliar man approach my door and woke her husband up to check it out. And honestly, I thank God every day for that woman, because I think she may have actually saved me. I let my neighbors into my house, and my aunt comes about 4 minutes later, packing major heat. My friend was not long after her. I went from home alone to an impromptu house party of concerned people. The police get there like 10 minutes later, and they didn't just take 30 minutes to arrive to the scene either, which is not normal, right? On the brighter side, my bird wasn't too alerted by this encounter and went back to eating not 5 minutes later, and my dogs were just as happy to see all the people as I was. My friend has been staying the nights with me since then. I'm honestly finding it hard to be home alone at this point, despite the fact that an arrest was actually made. I'm thankful that my neighbor had such good instincts and that my aunt and friend were so quick on their feet, because honestly, this could have been just so much worse. My great-grandfather homesteaded in Alaska before all the housing developments and heavy traffic came in. It used to be a really quiet area, very swampy, super cold in winter. You'd walk through the swamp and hit patches not quite frozen all the way through, even in the deepest part of winter. Now, obviously, that in and of itself isn't unusual. Running water doesn't always freeze. It's a geological active area too, like there's reasons for that. However, my great-grandfather spent time in Ireland before settling in Alaska, and he liked to tell how when he was there, he rescued a pair of fairies and made a pact with them, in exchange for being able to see things nobody else could. He'd apparently take them with him and provide alcohol to their liking. When he settled in the homestead, he liked to tell this story, that he brought the fairies with him. And so long as they had a drop of alcohol and good company in the cold winter, there they would stay. Now, we did see something on occasion at the swamp, not just as kids too, but even as adults. They looked like fireflies or a ball of light, mostly in white, but you'd see one in red or blue now and again. Not like slightly red or slightly blue, like red M&M or blue M&M sort of color, but glowing type of red or blue. We also saw them inside the cabin a couple of times. Sometimes they would follow you or collect nearby while we were chopping firewood, but not always. The red one was almost always around when someone got hurt though. We were all fairly convinced that it made bad things happen. I'm not sure if people outside of our family saw them, but I do know everyone within my immediate family had at least a handful of direct experiences with them, and at least one negative experience with the red light, or fairy as my family's always called it. The cabin had a sort of lodge-style design, I suppose. The rooms were lofted and to either side of the living room, kind of like in hotels, where there's an open middle section, banisters surrounded it, with rooms on opposite sides. And while none of that really matters all that much, except that from upstairs, you could see either side of the wall dividing the kitchen and the sunroom, and on more than one occasion you would see these little balls of light hit the wall and just keep going out the other side. You would also hear whistling sometimes, kind of an echo of what my great-grandfather sounded like when he was drinking, and as he liked to say, chatting with the fairies in his putter room. It would happen when you were in the swamp as well and in the house, and when you were the only one on the property at all. The homestead burned down shortly after my great-grandfather passed away, maybe 7 years ago, and so far, nobody is in a hurry to rebuild there. I do wonder sometimes, though, if the lights are still out there or the whistling, but I'm really not in any rush to go and find out. Mainly because, I don't know, something tells me that they're not fairies. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out about it. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Burns State Forest. It's quiet and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open that night. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. I figured that it was just an odd-sounding bird and tried to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of about 5 minutes, though. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast like a two-high elephant's trumpet. At this point, I shot up, heart racing. I knew that I had to close the window, and it took a bit to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane, and whatever it was had tripped a motion sensor light at the back of the property and was now half illuminated, standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. It was humanoid, and that was enough for me. I immediately slammed the window shut, and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept back into bed, and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds after that. I dared another look out of the window after dawn, and the figure was now gone. I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours after that too. So, has anyone seen anything like this or know what it might be? I'm frantically Googling, but nothing is really coming up. I would have been about, maybe 3 to 5 years old at this time. I wasn't in school yet, but I wasn't using diapers anymore, just underwear. We lived in Arizona, though, in the early 80s. I had my own room, and my parents were in the room next to mine. It would get hot as well, so I just slept in my underwear on my stomach. My family was friends with our neighbor, who lived in the apartment next to ours. I remember he was a pretty cool guy who was always super nice to me and gave me candy. And one time he was working in the attic, and the wood was so bad up there that he actually fell through into our apartment once. It was a complete mess, and now, my dad, like other people in the 80s, was into drinking and doing drugs. He was always good to me, but he did like to go out with the fellas and party from time to time. Our neighbor also liked to party, so they would usually go out together and come back late at night. And it seems my dad could handle partying a little and not going overboard, but as for our family friend, he was very much not like that. Now, I don't know the exact story, but there were 2 rumors how he died. One was that he ended his own life from his drug addiction, and the other that he was actually murdered for a drug deal and made to look like he killed himself. Either way, he was found dead near a native reservation hanging by a palm tree. Being so young, I really didn't understand what death was at the time. My family and I went to the funeral viewing, though, and the burial. The next week, we visited his grave, and I was really confused as to why my candy buddy wasn't around anymore, so I asked my parents where he was. They told me that he was deep in the ground near his headstone. Being a child, I started hopping up and down on his grave, yelling his name, and asking if he was down there. And well, my mum didn't like that very much, and told me to stop, so I did. Now that night was just normal, and then it was time for bed. So I'm in my underwear falling asleep on my stomach, and it felt like I was right about to fall asleep when I heard our family friend whisper my name. I jolted up and looked around, but there was nothing there. There were no other voices, and I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I did run into my parents' room, though, and I told them what happened, and after that, I slept with them that night. I never again did sleep on my stomach in my underwear after that. I always have to have a sheet or blanket on now. I never heard the voice again, but I do distinctly remember hearing his voice that night. I knew that it was his voice, and I knew that I heard something. Also, I never did jump on anyone's grave ever again after that. It was February 22nd. I was taking a bus home like I usually do. Hung out with my friends after school, so it was like 7 p.m. and dark. I was the only one on the bus until this guy, if I had to guess, in his 30s or 40s, gets on at one of the stops. He looked kind of sketchy, so I didn't look at him much, but he kind of looked like Eminem, I suppose. Anyway, the bus driver stops and is taking a break for something. I don't know, but he says that he can't have us stay on the bus while he's gone. So the sketchy guy gets up, grumbling and swearing to himself about how it's so cold and whatnot. We all get off though, and the sketchy guy and the bus driver go to the Circle K that we're stopped by, and I don't want to stand in the dark by myself, so I follow them. Thing is though, by the time that I go over there, sketchy guy is coming back out already. I'm trying to avoid all eye contact and not get in the way of this guy, but he stops me and starts saying things like, "Look at you, you're not even dressed for the weather. How old are you? You shouldn't be out like this." He then offers me his jacket, which I politely decline, and then starts offering to buy me hot chocolate. I'm getting pretty uncomfortable at this point, so I just say yes and go in with him. He buys the hot chocolate for me and I say thanks, and he just starts ranting about how the bus driver is a terrible person for kicking us off, etc., etc. I'm kind of tuning him out until he says, "If that bus driver leaves without us, I'll chase him to the next stop and put a bullet between his eyes." I was like, wow, okay, what am I even supposed to say to that? He starts making more death threats to the bus driver, till he drops the bombshell and says, "I've done it before, you know. I've killed a man before." I'm just walking there, trying to think of a response to a literal murder confession. The only thing that I could think of at the time was, did he deserve it? And he says, "Oh yeah, he did." And then just doesn't talk to me for the rest of the bus ride. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that information. I looked for mugshots from murderers in my area, and there was nothing that looked like him. So, should I tip the police or something? Let them know that, hey, there's a murderer running loose and presumably hasn't been caught yet. I'm pretty freaked out by all of this. I'm not sure if he was trying to scare me or what, but all advice would be really helpful. I'll preface this by saying that we were 12, 13 at the time, and my friend and I often snuck out of either of our houses during sleepovers for late night walks. This was the basis of this terrifying encounter as well, and it stopped us from ever sneaking out after dark again. My friend lived opposite a huge forest, so her house was the preferred choice to sneak out for us to roam around at night, because the forest was more scary and thrilling, I guess. And we always took flashlights, food, and blankets so we could camp out for a couple of hours before going back home again. Well, on this fateful night, we inadvertently fell asleep instead of staying awake, so when my friend suddenly jolted me from sleep, it was past 3 a.m., which was a lot later than we usually snuck out. We grabbed our essentials and creeped out of the back door into the cold and dark night. Frost crunched underfoot as we crossed the deserted road, and as we reached the entrance to the forest, we noticed how pitch black it was and completely silent too. Unnervingly so, in fact. We turned on our torches, stepped into the uneven path into the forest, the light illuminating the trees swaying in the icy wind. We stepped on fallen, sodden leaves and bark as we made an unsteady but familiar way into our favorite part of the forest, our cold breath the only noise to invade the deafening silence. We reached the small hut that we constructed one afternoon, made entirely of sticks, purely for the purpose of having some shelter for our campouts. There were times that vandals or other kids damaged our hut, but for the most part it stayed intact. But on this occasion, it was completely destroyed. almost like a harbinger of what was to come. We were just deciding to just call it a night and come back later on that day to repair the hut when we heard it. The loud shrieking giggle that made the hair on the back of my neck instantly stand up. My friend and I jumped in shock and looked at each other like, what the heck was that? We were completely freaked out. The eerie and unnatural giggle rang out again, contradicting the silence and making my body break out in goosebumps. "Someone's here," my friend whispered to me, looking utterly terrified. "We have to go now." Her voice of rationale made it even more scary and unnerving to me that someone was in the forest with us at 3 o'clock in the morning. We just looked at each other in assent and took off running in unison, our footsteps navigating the path as naturally as we could from muscle memory, our uneven gasps of air punctuating the giggling that seemed to be following us now, getting closer and closer. Our torch's light went up and down with our fast movements, illuminating random patches of trees and bushes as we finally saw a small sliver of light as we came to the forest entrance. Running out of the forest, we didn't stop until we reached the back door of my friend's house and almost collapsed in a breathless heap of relief to be safe. Then, my friend's eyes went wide and she nudged me, pointing a shaky finger to across the road. A haggard woman of indeterminate age was standing at the forest entrance giggling that awful, horrifying giggle and was now waving over at us. We screamed and ran inside and looked out of my friend's bedroom window through the smallest gap in the curtain and could still see the woman standing there for some time. Worse yet, she was staring right at us, almost as if, I don't know, she knew that we were there somehow. We could tell that she was still giggling that hideous, appalling laugh, and then she just turned, very slowly, and walked back into the forest again. Needless to say, we never went back to that forest, nor went out, after dark, ever again. So I'm going to start by saying that I'm basically a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Although I do love hearing stories and listening to others' points of views when it comes to that kind of stuff. This is why I'm having such a hard time, I think, of understanding what happened to me last September. You see, my dad, grandma, grandpa and I were attending my cousin's wedding in a small rural town just outside of South Haven, MI, late last summer. We rented a small house in town which was located in a very wooded area, just off of a small lake. Something felt extremely off as soon as I got out of the car at our rental property though. That's the best way that I can describe it too. Something felt off and I was just immediately uneasy. But being the skeptic that I am, I shrugged it off and just chalked it up to being tired and anxious, I guess. The night that we arrived, my dad and I were having a smoke outside and noticed how weird everything sounded. It was about 11 p.m. and there was nobody else around. But the trees were crackling incredibly loudly and we were hearing strange animal noises too. But nothing too out of the ordinary, I guess. Just the type of animal noises that you would hear in rural Michigan, I guess. But they just sounded particularly strange to us for some reason. In any case, we said our goodnights and we went to bed. The next morning, my dad told me that he went outside for a smoke at about 2ish that morning and heard what sounded to him like somebody close by banging on metal siding or something. He said that it sounded like it was just next door, but didn't hear anything leading up to or preceding the loud banging, like footsteps or anything like that. We shrugged it off in the end and we just laughed it off. It was the second night though, it was when I heard the thing that I still cannot stop thinking about 6 months later. It was about 11 p.m. to midnight and I was having my last smoke of the night. My grandparents were already asleep and my dad had gotten into bed, but still awake just watching TV. I was sitting on the stairs outside of my back to the house, looking straight out into the backyard, when I heard someone shout my name in a very abrupt manner, loud and quickly. It sounded like they were shouting toward me from the front of the house, like they were standing on the front porch shouting for me, knowing that I was at the back of the house. And it sounded just like my dad, but it couldn't have been him because I didn't hear the front door open or close or anything. Being a skeptic, I reminded myself to stay calm and I quickly walked back into the house. My dad was sound asleep, so there was no way that by the time that I got to him, he could have gotten back into bed. I woke him up in any case and I asked him if he was outside screaming my name. He looked confused and said, "Of course not." I started to get really freaked out at that point. I tried to go to bed, but just couldn't get the scream out of my head. I was up all night trying to figure out what had happened. I was honestly contemplating leaving, getting a hotel room somewhere close by and returning in the morning. Miraculously, I must have fallen asleep sometime around 3 in the morning. We woke up in the next morning and I was so ready to get the heck out of that town. As soon as we left, the uneasy feeling that I had the entire weekend disappeared. When I returned to work the next day, I told my coworker the weird experience that I had. Her face immediately dropped. She proceeded to inform me that this is apparently quite common in the Appalachian area regarding cryptids and other types of creatures. Apparently, they try to get your attention by mimicking someone close to you, and when you look at them, they kidnap you or something along those lines. But I was in Michigan. I tried to look up information about the town that I was in, but I couldn't find anything remotely interesting or related. So I'm wondering, has anyone else had a similar experience to mine? And if you have, what was it? It was April of 2008. I was 20 and living in Denver for a year-long work contract with a non-profit in Boulder. My girlfriend, now wife, and my best friend Tim drove to Colorado from our home state to visit me for my 21st birthday. The non-profit that I was working for housed their workers in dorm rooms and drinking was not allowed on site, nor were visitors allowed to stay overnight. So I booked a hotel in downtown Denver for the weekend where we could drink in honor of my 21st. The hotel was big, very nice and in a safe central area of the city. So nice, in fact, that it was the same hotel that most of the politicians would later stay at during the DNC convention of '08 that took place in Denver later that summer. My wife and Tim, they arrived Saturday morning and we all met up at the hotel. The day was fantastic. We drank across the city most of the day. By about 1 a.m. we got back to the hotel. The room was typical with 2 queen beds. Bed number 1 was close to a big window looking out across the city. Bed number 2 was pushed against the wall with a door that opened to the bathroom. You couldn't see the door or entryway to our room unless you were at the foot of the bed of number 1. But we drank more and chatted in the room until about 4 a.m. My wife was laying at the head of the bed, number 2, flipping through the TV. Tim and I were seated at the foot of bed number 1, staring out of the window as we talked. As we talked, I heard some movement and sound of the door opening. Without looking away from the window, I assumed that it was my wife getting up to use the bathroom. A few minutes passed by and I thought that I heard movement again, so I finally turned around to look. I saw my wife still lounging in bed number 2 as she had been. "Did you get up a few minutes ago and use the bathroom?" I asked her. No," she replied. "I thought that I heard the door," I said back to her, with her just looking confused back at me. "Yeah, I thought that I heard that too," Tim said, breaking his own gaze from the window. It was then that I started to run cold and sobered up pretty quickly. Very softly, I heard Tim say, "Hey, I think that there's someone in our room." I lurched forward from the foot of the bed to look into the pitch-black entryway. I could barely make it out, and I wanted to believe that I was just seeing things, but there was a man, dressed in all black, with a black baseball cap, pressed into the 90-degree corner of the entryway, where the room door and the wall met. Absolute silence fell on the room, and it felt like hours passed by as I started to panic, and in my mind I said, no way have I ever had anything like this in my entire life happen. We all knew. We knew that we weren't alone, and hadn't been for a while as well, and he knew that we had spotted him. Eventually, Tim got the courage to meekly speak in the direction of the corner in the entryway and said, "Hey man, is there something that we can help you out with?" Another period of silence that felt like an eternity went by. He slumped off the edge of the wall a little into the light, and made eye contact with Tim and I. We all just stared at each other. Then eventually he spoke up and said, "Is this room 1709? "No, man, it's not," Tim said, stroking his beard nervously. He stared at us for a while longer, raising his eyebrows and shaking his head. And then he turned around and left. We then erupted into a million curse words and paced around the room. I called the front desk. They told me that he was drunk and that they found him in the stairwell, but directed him back to the right room. Minutes later, Tim called the front desk and they told him that he was not a guest. He was apprehended in the stairwell, apparently, and taken into police custody. And a while later, they told my wife that he had disappeared, and they had no idea who he was or what he was doing. They told her that there wasn't even a room 1709 in the hotel. We got 3 different stories from the front desk is what I'm getting at, and we still have no idea what it was all about, or how he managed to get a keycard to our room. We were sure the door was closed, in fact. It was easily the most terrifying moment of my life, and always use the latch in the hotel rooms is my advice. We got the stay refunded and about $200 in credit for food from the hotel. We would have sued, but we were young and stupid, and to be honest, we just wanted to get out of there and forget about it. So I was kicked out of my mother's house at 18 and went to live with my uncle and father in Selma, AL. It was an old house that belonged to my grandmother before she passed. My folks used to tell me stories when I was younger about the house, saying that it was haunted or something and was once a slave house. Selma has a history of slavery and even was once called Slave City, so I believe the stories. But there was even a rumor, though, that a witch lived in the house before my grandmother. It's also rumored that my grandmother's brother even dated a woman who was said to be a witch, and apparently she put candles around the doorsteps with a chicken with its head cut off in the middle or something. I've had family members tell me about their stories of seeing and hearing paranormal activity around the house, but at this point, I had never witnessed anything myself, so I thought that they were all just superstitious and paranoid. Anyway, after a while, I moved into my father's old room, and he warned me that one day I'll start hearing voices. I had a dog at the time, and he even warned me that one day my dog would die. His exact words were a bit more cryptic than that, though, but I got the drift. He said they'll either kill you or the dog. I laughed, thinking that he was just joking, to be honest. He told me that my aunt was secretly a witch and that I couldn't trust my uncle. He also told me that if something starts calling for you to come outside the room at strange times, it's not real. I laughed at him even more then because I remembered other family members saying that he was crazy and talked to himself sometimes. Despite his claims, everything seemed okay for a while though. One day I was preparing to leave Selma for a job interview in Montgomery. My aunt saw me dressed up and asked where I was headed. I told my aunt, who was living there at the time too, that I was going to take a nap and I was heading to Montgomery afterward for a job, an interview. Hours later, I walked out of the house to find that my front tire was slashed. All of a sudden, my aunt appeared out of nowhere and asked what happened. And this was a bit strange to me. She was acting unusual, but I didn't question it. Luckily, I had a spare in the back of my Jeep. I fed my dog and left for Montgomery, and it was dark when I came back to Selma hours later. My uncle, though, said that my dog was dead, and he didn't know what happened to it, and that they had already buried him too. I felt some type of way about my dog mysteriously dying, so I asked my aunt's kids who were always outside playing what happened, and one of the kids told me that they beat the dog and kicked it until it stopped moving. Now, I have never heard this child talk like this, and he was really serious about it. Well, at least he seemed to be. Didn't blink or laugh while saying it. At this point, I knew something was wrong with my folks, and my father randomly came over to the house the next day. Before I could say anything about the dog, he said, "I told you that they were going to kill it." He also said that he saw my uncle talking to some Mexicans who were known for doing voodoo when he passed by late last night. Again, though, I just laughed it off because my father was always a joker. But deep inside, I was starting to get very worried, I have to admit. In any case, the next day, as soon as I woke up, I had this weird, unrealistic feeling. Then I heard my father call my name from outside the house. He called me by my nickname that he used to call me as a kid when he first lived in my grandmother's house. I was about to go out too when I remembered what he said. If something starts calling for you to come outside the room at strange times, it's not real. I paused for a few seconds, then swung the door open, but as he said, nobody was there. It was very early in the morning. My father was more than likely at work. And 2 days later, I woke up at 3 in the morning, walked outside of the house because I felt weird. As I walked around the outside of the house, I heard sounds like birds swooping over my head. When I looked up, I saw nothing but black shadows flying everywhere. I looked to the sky and the moon was so close to the earth that it might as well have been a giant eyeball staring right at me. A few days after that, the people from the job interview called back and said that I got the job. I was supposed to start next week. Later that night, though, I felt a presence in the room with me as I tried to sleep. It felt negative, so I put my headphones in and played some positive music. But even with the music playing, the presence felt like it was getting stronger and stronger. Somehow, too, my left earbud fell out of my ear, and it was then that I heard a dog or a wolf or something like that growling in the room. I could even feel the vibration of the growling. I instantly got up and left the house, and I didn't come back until the morning that night. Later in the week, I was preparing to leave the house so that I could live with my family in Montgomery for the job. I had gathered all of my things and was ready to go. I sat back on the bed to get a short rest before I hit the road, when all of a sudden, it sounded like something was running up to the side of the bed, and something grabbed my hair and yanked it. The force literally almost pulled me off the side of the bed. It was then that I left in that moment, and after that, I swore to myself that I would never be back, and I have never gone back since. December 3rd, 2022. It was around 10 p.m. My daughter was asleep on the sofa. I took her up to bed. She was sleepwalking again, and she said, "Stop it, Dad." I said, "I haven't done anything, Kelly." I laughed, and she then stopped in her tracks, and then had this odd sort of bent forward posture, with her arms stretched down to her sides, with her fingers spread out, and said, "I'm not Kelly," but in a sort of old woman's voice, with a deliberate pause before she said her name. "Of course you're Kelly, silly," I replied, and laughed. She then carried on walking half asleep to her bedroom. She got into her bed and closed her eyes. I kissed her on her head and I said, "Love you, Kelly." She started to fidget in her bed, and with her eyes still closed, announced, "I said, I'm not Kelly." The same old woman's voice and a pause before her name, and also now a bit of irritation in her voice. Then I realized this wasn't my daughter mimicking someone. This may be somebody else. I got goosebumps up and down my arms and said, with a little stutter in my voice, "If you're not Kelly, then who are you?" My daughter then opened her eyes, lifted her head, and adjusted herself to be eye to eye with me, and started to stare intensely into mine with these matte black eyes with no color, then put herself back on her pillow, shut her eyes, and just instantly went back to sleep. I woke her up, and it was like I'd awoken her from a deep slumber. I said, "Kelly, are you okay?" She says, "Yeah, Dad. Why did you wake me?" I said, "Oh, nothing, just checking that you're okay," and then asked her to pray with me, which she did with no issues, maybe a little bit of confusion. Then I kissed her on the head, said that I loved her, and I left her to go back to sleep. The next day, I had to drop a parcel to my neighbors next door. The brother and the sister opened the door. I gave them their parcel. Then I asked how they were because their mother had died in the summer. And I said, "Do you feel like your mum is about it all?" The daughter replied, "Oh yeah, they feel her presence a lot, and that they also had seen a ghost out on the fields in front of our house of a young girl, 6 years old, who had died on a playing area that used to be there." She then told me that she and her mother used to regularly use a Ouija board to contact the little girl, and had done this many times, speaking to her, and the little girl had replied saying that she is protecting the area so other children don't get killed there. And also a friend of the family who had died and was still visiting them in spirit form, apparently, dressed in a hood, and was seen moving through their rooms at night to check on them. I replied that I don't really mess with that stuff, and I just said my goodbyes to them. But I left with a really sick feeling in my stomach. 2 days later, I was going to bed for an early shift at work. I went to bed at 11 p.m. and went straight to sleep. And suddenly I awoke, but I had my eyes shut, and in my head I heard myself say, "There's somebody in the room." I opened my eyes, and in the dark, I could see a man with white hair and black glasses working on a device, pressing into it, where my wife's side of the bed is. I jumped back, shocked, and I started to get out of bed. I turned my head away just for a brief moment, and when I looked back, he was gone. It was a real person, though, totally solid and real to look at. I wasn't scared at that time. I guess I was just completely bewildered. I laid back down after getting a drink of water and went back to sleep somehow, and then again it happens. I'm suddenly awake with my eyes closed, and once again my mind is telling me that somebody is in the room. I open my eyes, and this time it's more sinister though. To my right, at the side of the bed where my wife sleeps, there's a creature with matte black eyes staring at me. In fact, the eyes reminded me of how my daughters looked a few days before. Whatever it was around 4.5 feet tall and seemed like a mixture of maybe a gargoyle and a gremlin with no wings and long pointed ears that pointed straight up, nostrils like a gorilla's. Its skin was dark green and leathery with light orangey sort of brown tips going down its arms. It was looking straight at me with a mouth that seemed to be frothing on one side, and it looked very old, exhausted almost, very hungry perhaps, and was slowly panting while looking in my direction. I slowly got out of bed, not taking my eyes off of it for a second, and slowly walked around the bed towards it, and noticed that it had very long arms, with what looked like 5 clawed sort of fingers on each hand. The way that it was standing reminded me of the bent forward posture that my daughter had had earlier in the week, with the arms hanging down to its sides. I also noticed when I was moving from the bed, its gaze did not follow me. It seemed to be just looking to where I had been sleeping, and as I got a little closer, maybe 5 feet away, it then just disappeared from the room. Like it just was here in reality, and then all of a sudden it was gone. Not like it faded, but more like it just blinked out of reality. Well, obviously I was scared now, and after that I didn't get any more sleep. The next 2 weeks were fine, but from late December 2022 into now February of 2023, I have started to have real trouble sleeping. I feel like I'm constantly being watched, but also I feel an icy cold wind blows on my neck, around my spine and knees sometimes. My wife and the rest of my family are just fine. Me, I get really cold in areas of my body around my neck and knees and face, especially between my eyes and nose. If I'm lucky, I'll have like 1 to 2 days of good sleep and then a couple of days of bad sleep, maybe 2 hours sleep each day. I've seen a doctor and I've had a urine and blood test, and they've all come back fine. I've been given sleeping tablets and I have been taking calming tablets. They do help, but it's still happening, and I'm getting cold and sometimes feeling like, I don't know, something's here, watching. I also saw a vicar and had myself blessed, and also a crucifix and a Holy Bible blessed as well. And when I went around the house saying the Lord's Prayer and then telling it to leave by the power of God and Jesus, that seemed to help for 1 day. The house got very positive and light, and I slept really well. But the next day I had terrible sleep again, and it was almost like back to square one. I really don't know what to do. It's really disturbing me for obvious reasons, but To other people, it probably just sounds like a bad horror film. I know that. I don't know if I'm going crazy. I don't know if I'm actually seeing something. I don't know why my daughter said what she said during her sleepwalking, but it feels real to me, and there have been other small things starting to happen, which even my other family members have noticed too, which makes me believe that I'm not going crazy. Something is actually happening. I was about 8 or 9 and lived in a small town in Alabama where everyone knows everyone. We lived in a subdivision of duplexes. The front of the neighborhood had a small rent office with the tenants' mailboxes outside on the wall. My favorite task was going to get the mail. This particular day, my sister, 5 or 6 at the time, asked to go with me. Our duplex was right behind the office, up at the top of the grassy hill. The backside of our home faced the office, so my sister and I would get to the mailbox, and as I'm removing the mail, a white middle-aged couple, irrelevant, I'll explain, pulled up in front of the building. This being Alabama in the 80s, our neighborhood was all black. The white people lived on the other side of the railroad tracks. I knew a lot of them as most families were here for generations, but I'd never seen this couple. The woman on the passenger side rolled down her window and said, "Excuse me, can we ask you all a question? We need directions." And I knew about stranger danger, so just planned to ignore them. My sister was starting to walk to the car window, though, as my back was partially turned, locking the mailbox. I ran and grabbed her hand and said run to the house. She tried to ask why as the woman continued calling us to the car. I raised my voice and said, "Get up the hill now." She started running up the hill. I turned to follow when the driver, a male, opened his door and in an angry voice said, "Get back here now." At this point, my sister was up the hill. I started running up the hill, and when I got to the top, I saw that the driver was standing a few feet from the bottom of the hill. I started to laugh and said, "Ha ha, I beat you. You're too slow." I even stuck my tongue out. He turned and walked back to his car. My mother was not home, don't remember where she was at, but I went into the house and stupidly never mentioned this incident until I was much older. I was around 15 or 16 when I remembered and understood the actual danger that I had been in that day. My mother was shaking when I finally told her. This took place around 2 years ago. I was driving to work, a 5-hour drive. It was already dark. About 3 hours of driving, and I started to get tired, so I bought myself a coffee and some snacks at a gas station, and I went on. But snacks and coffee can only keep you awake for so long, and I started to feel tired again. This part of the road was nothing but thick, dark pinewood forest around me, no other cars on the road, nothing, only insects smashing my windshield now and then, and an empty road. I was now extremely tired, and at one point I even nearly drove off the road, for almost falling asleep. I thought to myself that I have to sleep now, and I can't wait for a gas station. I need to stop as soon as I see a place where I can park my car and just get something. When I'm tired too, I unfortunately fall asleep really fast. If I'm tired enough, I can fall asleep in the middle of a sentence even, when I'm talking, so it's a bit urgent for me to find a place where I can stop now. It felt like maybe an hour, but probably just like 5 minutes go by and I spot this little pocket in the road. It's like a parking space for quick stops, like peeing, switching drivers, or stuff like that, not even a real resting area. But I stopped here, turned down my windows to check if I heard any weird noises, and there was total silence. So I wound up my windows again. I thought to myself that nothing bad was going to happen. I haven't seen a car for like 30 minutes, in fact. The road is empty. And if someone is checking out my car, I bet it's the cops checking on me if I'm alright. So I leave my keys in the ignition and I lock the doors just to be safe. I adjust my seatbelt to make it more comfortable to sleep in, and I take off my shoes and I put them on the passenger seat on the right. And let me tell you that it was so nice to close my eyes and instantly I fall asleep. I don't know why, but something wakes me up. I can't really see anything. Some kind of bright light hits me in the eyes. At first I thought that it was a flashlight, but then I realized it was the high beams from another car in my rearview mirror that was blinding me. I look at my left mirror and I see a dude walking up beside my car. Maybe he wants help with something? Should I make it clear to him that I'm in here? He's right beside my left back door now. Should I step out and ask what he's doing? I didn't have to in the end because the dude proceeds to jerk and pull on my left back door. I almost crapped my pants when I realized that he's trying to force his way into my car. My seat is adjusted for me to lay down, and I push it back max. I can't reach the pedals, which makes it impossible for me to drive my car, but I slam the car horn, and it breaks the silence with a roar, and the dude jumps. That gives me like 2 seconds to push my seat to reach the pedals, but it's still way out of adjustment, so I'm kind of pulling myself to the steering wheel because my seat is laying flat and isn't supporting my back. But anyway, I quickly start my car and I drive off, with a cloud of smoke from my screeching tires. It's actually quite surprising just how hard it is driving a car with nothing holding up your upper body, but I managed and I got out of there. As I leave though, I look in the rearview mirror and I see how the dude stands there and just looks at me. And then I see 2 more guys coming up beside him. What I can make out too from the silhouette of their beams was that one of them has something in his hand, like a wrench or a crowbar or something. After that, I drove super fast, way over the speed limit. My whole body was trembling with adrenaline and fear, and I drove like that for like 30 minutes. Then I stopped at a gas station to fix my seat and put my shoes on again. I figured out too that I must have been only sleeping for like 10 minutes max. And well, after that, I didn't have to sleep until I got to my destination, which is surrounded by heavy-duty fencing, and the building has an alarm. I told my boss the next day as well, and he said that they actually have problems with what we call it in Sweden, road pirates. Criminals that force you to stop on the road and rob you of everything, including your car sometimes. And apparently, that specific area is known for it. I'm not saying that it was that. I mean, it could have just been 3 nice guys that wanted to check if I was okay. But then, why didn't they just knock on my driver's window? The thing in his hand could have just been a big flashlight, I suppose, but still, I think I dodged a bullet with that one. A few months back, I went on a date with a guy who seemed familiar to me, but I just couldn't put my finger on where I'd seen him before. I assumed that I might have met him on a night out or something. It was a last-minute thing, though, and I told him how I wasn't looking for anything, but it would be nice to hang out. And that was a mistake. When I met him, at first he seemed like an alright guy, but things quickly turned when we got to a restaurant. He didn't order, but I did, and he started saying things about loving my curves and my body. I laughed it off, but I thought that he was being a bit too forward. He could have put it nicely or kept that to himself. While having my food, he began telling me about how I was different from other girls because they don't give nice guys like him a chance. Red flags were immediately going off, so I came up with a story that I could only be out for a little bit because my parents wanted me to dog sit and stuff like that. He bought it, but then proceeded to stare at my breasts and say things about how he wished he could see me without clothes on, even saying that I should send him a picture. I told him that I don't do that and that he was making me uncomfortable. He stopped, but then told me how he brought me a gift. He pulled out of his bag a bouquet of roses, which I did think was actually quite sweet, and a bag of Tesco prawns. That confused me, and honestly, I just kind of burst out laughing. I asked why he got them, and he said that he knew that I liked tempura and prawns. But the thing is that I never once told him that I did, so alarm bells were definitely going off again. My head was now telling me to run, but I didn't want to be rude, so I stayed until the time that I said I would, and after that I left. So I had less than an hour left. He kept talking too, but he actually started to scare me because he started guessing aspects of my life, like uncannily, like the school that I went to, what I was like as a kid, what I'm currently doing. He just got every part right. It scared me because, well, I haven't told him any of this and I haven't posted any of this online, so I backed away and asked him how he knew all of that. And it turns out that his mother was actually one of my teachers in school, and he asked her everything that she knew about me and looked online for anything about me currently. I don't know when he asked her, but at this point, I definitely wanted to get out of there. And thank God for my mum. Not long after, I got a text from my mum asking how things were. He didn't see the text, but saw that it was my mum, and I just said, "Oh my goodness, my mum and dad got the times wrong for the pictures, so I have to go home now for my dog. I'm so sorry." The guy just accepted that, and then started to walk me home. I said something about only going about halfway because I'm not comfortable with people knowing where I stay, but he then started insisting. And he then dropped the bombshell that he knew that I stayed on X road, but didn't know which house was mine. I told him that that was really weird and that it creeped me out that he knew that. He claimed that I told him, but I never tell people that. So I started to walk to the main road for my own safety, but he then grabbed my hand and said that he knew a shortcut. I was getting really scared when he stopped and shoved his tongue down my throat. I shoved him away and told him to stop it, and he apologized. That's when I noticed a stranger walking a dog coming, so I used that as an opportunity and said that I needed to go, and I went to the main road. I thought that I was safe, honestly, but I wasn't. The guy kept walking with me, and I stopped and told him that I wanted to part ways here and how it was nice to meet him again. He then looked confused and said that we had never met. He said something about meeting on a night out just to get me to come with him, and I then began saying, "Look, I have to go," when he cut me off, grabbed me and pulled me near some bushes saying, "Before you go, there's one more thing." I told him that I needed to go and to let go of me, but he just ignored me. The guy then pulled me in, hurting my wrists, and kissed me again. He saw the bushes and said about having privacy, and I managed to shove him off and tell him no. He then grabbed me again and tried to take me to the bushes, saying it'll only take a second, while I resisted. Some dog walkers came by and he stopped and pulled me to kiss me again, but this time he grabbed my breast and I shoved and screamed. I said no and just ran. My heart was racing and I was terrified. I thought that he might have tried to do something to me. I kept looking back, but he was nowhere to be seen. I ended up taking the long way home just in case that night. And when I got in, I just started to cry because I thought something bad was going to happen to me when I got a message from another account because it was him. He said about how lovely it was meeting me and how it was the best date ever, how I was the prettiest girl that he'd ever kissed and that he would love to see me again, adding how he hoped that I had a lovely time too and that he showed that he was a gentleman, then adding that he was now on my road. I just hit on the floor for the rest of the day after that, and when I looked at his profile, I actually remembered where I'd seen him before at that moment. He used to message my old Facebook account years ago with weird messages and creepy edits saying how he liked me. This whole event happened within an hour and a half, but boy, did it feel a lot longer than that. So I was vacuuming my house at 9:30 p.m. with my music playing when I get a knock on my door. My boyfriend was at work and I was not expecting company, especially so late at night. So I turned my music down and realized that the door is actually not locked. Instantly, I'm terrified. I mean, I'm only 4'10", so I had to prop myself up to the wall to look through the peephole, and I carefully locked the door. More pounding, and the man outside my door is no one that I recognize, and looks kind of disgruntled, dirty, and quite frightening. He was short and stocky and looked angry. He grew frustrated knowing that I'd just turned my music down. He heard me lock the door and started calling out, "Ma'am," more knocking, "Excuse me, ma'am." But how did he know that I was a woman? I looked around the room and see my blinds were open and realized that he must have been watching me vacuum. Thankfully, my neighbors right across from me opened their doors, and the husband asked, "Hey, excuse me, who are you and what are you doing?" Startled now, the creep fumbles and says, "Oh, good evening, sir. I was just going to offer my carpet cleaning services to her." The husband goes, "That's great, buddy. She doesn't want it. You need to leave, right now." And the creep left promptly. Afterwards, I called the police, my boyfriend, and closed up my blinds and texted the neighbors to thank them for scaring him away. I paid extra to live on the top floor as well, but it seems that this creep must have been watching me from below. This story takes place during my senior year of high school when I still lived at home with my mum. It was a Saturday, so I slept in as any teenager does, and my mum, she left for work early that morning, so I spent my day at home alone. I decided to do some cleaning around the house when I realized that we were out of paper towels, so I went down to the garage to get them. That's where we kept extra things. My mum lives in a 3-story townhouse where the main floor is actually on the second floor, and the first floor is just a small entryway at the bottom of the stairs and 2 doors. One of them is the front door and the other leads to the garage. So I walked down the stairs and opened the door to the garage, going to flip on the lights, but realizing that I didn't need to, because the garage door was wide open and letting in a lot of daylight. Now, maybe to some this would be no big deal, but my mum lives in a not great part of town and is adamant about closing the garage door when she leaves. I remember feeling weird too about it, since it was so unusual, but chalked it up to my mum just not realizing it, or maybe something had rolled under the door, so the automatic sensor kept it from closing completely, and she drove away without realizing. I looked over into the dark corner of the garage where the boxes were stacked and the paper towels were stored. For some reason, I couldn't get myself to walk over there and grab them. I do have a slight fear of the dark, so I figured that was what was causing my sudden hesitation. So I just kind of stood there in the doorway and pressed the garage door button on the wall and watched it close completely. I made sure nothing blocked it from closing, and I waited a good 10 seconds before leaving to make sure that it was really shut this time. I switched off the light, walked back inside, and locked the garage door. I took maybe 2 steps up the stairs before I heard boxes trembling and scuffling of feet, and the audible sound of someone hitting their hand against the garage door opener, and then the mechanical sound of the garage door opening. And at that, I noped it up the rest of the flight of stairs, then just stood at the top step for probably 20 minutes, just kind of shaking. It wasn't until my mum got home asking me why the garage door was open that I went back down there. And other than my mum's car now in the garage, it was completely empty, except for the boxes in the corner where we store extra things for the house. I looked and saw that the boxes were toppled over. I had to explain to my mum the situation, and I'm so glad that my gut told me not to go into that dark corner of my garage, and to whoever decided to creep in there, please never come back. So when I was 13, I had not long broken up with this girl who supposedly had a psycho family. One of this girl's family was a close friend who was supposedly obsessed with her. I was invited out with my friends after school one day, and this boy latched on. Everybody told me to come out and that he wanted to make amends and he understood why I did what I did, etc., etc. Being the pushover that I am, I went out and we hung out in the parks and smoked and drank and whatnot. As it started to get dark, I decided to go home, and I felt uneasy about being around him, and he started acting all weird, talking about fights that he'd been in, and bragging about bashing some guy's face in with his fist in school. And so, because I didn't feel safe whatsoever, I just left. Now, the next day, my best friend and all the other kids that were out that night came into school and told me that it got worse after I left. Apparently, after they had drunk some more, he started waving this huge kitchen knife around. It was telling everybody how he was going to stab me in the stomach for breaking that girl's heart. Now, let me point out too that I only know the details of this because I have a relative in the local police force. In the end, my dad made us move too because he actually knew where I lived. I continued getting death threats on social media though until about a year or two later when it was in the paper. It was spread around town that he had broken into somebody's house and stabbed a man to death and then slit his wrists in the man's bathtub. They found high amounts of cocaine and cannabis in his system, along with a lot of alcohol. The elderly neighbors phoned the police when they heard some commotion and they hadn't seen the man leave for work that day. And they found him barely conscious and he's now in a psych ward. This was also supposedly over this girl again. Anyway, I think that I dodged a big bullet there. I have a handful of little encounters that I just can't explain, starting from when I was around 7. So, The earliest one I can remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing a rapidly fading hand on my shoulder. I remember feeling something heavy on my shoulder, and when I turned around, I saw the faint image of a hand resting on my shoulder as though someone was actually standing behind me, even though I was laying on my back. I turned my bedside lamp on, and I sat up staring around my room for a long time before eventually just falling asleep with the light on. The next one was about a year or so later, I think. Maybe more, I can't be sure, but I was lying in bed trying to sleep, and I remember feeling something tugging at my blanket from the foot of my bed. It was hard enough, too, that I kept sitting up and turning my lamp on to see if anyone was there. I even looked under my bed at one point. After I'd sat up for about half an hour staring at the end of my bed, I laid back down, and as soon as I did, as I turned the light off, I felt the tug again. I woke my dad up, and he slept in my bed that night while I slept next to my mum, and he said that he slept fine. The next one, nothing physically happened, but for some reason I just couldn't shake the feeling like I felt like someone was in my room. The room just seemed small and dense and crowded, even though I was the only one in it. It bothered me enough too that I told my mum, and she smudged my room and sat with me for a while. The next was about a week after that. It was a warm night, so I had my window open, and I woke up and there were just a lot of flies in my room, so I got up and closed my window, and when I sat back on my bed, the window was a little bit open again. I stared at it in case it moved again, and it actually started to move open again on its own. It moved up another inch or so by itself, and at that point, I ran out of my room and slept next to my parents. After that one too, things started to pick up a little. I had a big plush wolf that my brother actually wanted a fair at one point, and it sat in my room against the wall farthest from my bed, a good 6 feet or so away. I woke up one morning at dawn, and the wolf was now at the foot of my bed. When I was laying down too, I could just see its beady little eyes poking over the top of the quilt, and I still don't know how it moved across my room like that, but it scared me so bad that my mum gave it to Goodwill that afternoon because she just refused to have it in the house. Another time too, I was sleeping on the couch in the living room while my mum was busy with something. I slept there for 3 days, and every night I would feel someone walking past me. I pretended to be asleep, but I narrowly opened my eyes and could never see anyone, even though I'm sure that I could feel someone there. But one night, the video recorder kept turning on by itself too, and I'd turn it back off and it would turn back on again. But the last thing I encountered was another sleep one, and it was when I was about 19. I still remember the dream too, because I was walking home from my elementary school and was being followed by someone, but they were always just too far away to make out any features. I made it back to my house and nobody was home. In my dream, I laid down on the couch, and then the whole house was just engulfed in flames, and the guy who followed me home was standing in the fire. I woke up really abruptly to this, and I saw the head and shoulders of an oldish man standing over my bed. It took maybe 15 seconds or so before it faded, but it was vivid enough that I actually said, "Who's there?" out loud. I know that it wasn't sleep paralysis too, because I could definitely move. Nothing ever happened after that, and I've moved out now. A few years after I moved out, though, they pulled up the carpet in my brother's room and found what looked like the ruins of a wine cellar under a trapdoor in the floor. But it had a little box of curious things from the 50s and the 60s in it, and some scraps of comic strips like it was used as a cubby at some point. Anyway, I never found any more information on it, but I'll never forget those nights that I was living there. So this happened when I was in high school several decades ago. At the time, I had zero interest in anything paranormal. I was heavy into science and all things logical, really. And anyway, in the 11th grade, I switched high schools to one closer to home. On the second or third day there, a student walked up to me that I didn't know and introduced himself. I was new and he was cool to me, so we made friends right away. So we started hanging out, me and his other friend, who was also a nice guy. We were kids just doing normal teenager stuff, but one evening while hanging out at my friend's house and listening to some music, he told me that he knew that I was coming to their school. Intrigued, I asked how he knew that, and he said that their Ouija board told them that I was coming. I asked how long ago I told them that, and even though I don't remember his exact reply, I remember that it was longer than even I knew that I was going to change schools, which was odd. But naturally, I'm in complete disbelief about any of this Ouija board nonsense, and even told him that. So, him and his friend pulled it out and started using it in front of me. Now, understand that they're sitting on this bed using it, I'm on the other side of the room sitting down, and he asks me to ask it something. So, determined to show them just how silly this Ouija board nonsense was, I began asking it questions that these two would absolutely have no way of knowing. They were deeply specific things about my family, dates, names, places, etc. This was before the internet as well, and these were just normal teenagers like myself, so I know that they didn't know this information. Since I wasn't even close to it and they were the ones touching it, I thought that I would totally trip it up. But, to my astonishment, it actually answered every single question that I posed to it with 100% accuracy, which, let me tell you, was absolutely impossible. My friends kept looking up at me when it would answer to gauge my reaction, and I remember getting goosebumps just all over my body. I couldn't believe that this was actually happening, but somehow there was something behind that device that knew just all that stuff about me. To this day, I still wonder about it, and what it was, how it knew, especially how it knew that I would change schools before even I did. To this day, I still won't allow one in my house. I don't know what force is behind them, but I think it's for the best to just leave them alone. This happened about a week ago. I was going to a gothic fair in a place that I didn't really know well, but it was in my city, so I thought that I was going to be okay. Now, for context, yes, I'm a 20-year-old woman walking alone. Sounds like an easy target, I know, but this happened at 4 p.m. in the middle of summer. It was broad daylight, and even though it wasn't crowded, there were definitely people around. So I got out of the subway and I started checking my phone for directions, but I quickly put it away in my bag so I don't look distracted or get it taken from my hands and stuff. I had actually had a phone stolen that way before. I started walking while checking the street names and numbers when a couple, and they must have been around 35 years old, approached me and asked for directions. I told them that I was lost too, and they said that they weren't from here either and asked where I lived. I'm not stupid, so I gave them some sort of a vague answer and then I left. But 2 minutes after that, they approached me again and told me where the fair that I was going to was located, and I said thanks and I started walking that way. As I walked, they followed me and tried to start a conversation. I tried to walk faster and leave them behind because I don't trust strangers, but they just kept going with me. At some point too, the conversation, it was only the man talking to me, shifted to jobs and occupations, and the man said, I do have a job, but most of the time it isn't enough, so I have to do what I do. Usually I'm not violent, but I have a gun to use with dumb people who scream or make a scene. And then said, now show me if you value more your life or material things. He obviously expected me to hand my bag over, and I know that this is going to sound so edgy, but I'm deeply depressed and my train of thought went straight to, I either hand over my hard-worked for money that I was excited to spend in nice things today, or I finally die. I acted calm, although my heart was beating fast and I was sweating. I didn't scream, I didn't hand over my stuff either, and instead I just took my bottle of water and took a sip, and then I just kept walking, thinking that it wouldn't be all too bad to get shot and die there. And they just kind of stood there confused, and after a while they left. In the end too, I ended up going to the fair and I had a nice time. So I used to live in the southwest corner of Missouri in an old railroad town that had quite a few missing people here and there, mostly due to a high tweaker population. I lived in what we called a holler, at the bottom of the tops of two enormous hills. A creek also ran through the holler, but was mostly dry throughout the year. Despite it being dry though, living in what was basically a ravine makes the land and the hills damp and also misty. which meant that the woods surrounding our trailer were perpetually green year-round and also thick. You could walk in one direction for 10 minutes and get lost pretty easily. Generally speaking, we kids used the creek bed for a path, as there were flat rocks along it that were easier to navigate than the viney, lush forest floor. Now, one day in the middle of summer, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. As usual, our red-nosed pit bull, Fatty, came along, and the sun would be setting soon, but I was home alone a lot of that time, so there was no one around to tell me not to go. I figured that I had enough time before sunset to walk a certain point and back. It was 7:30, and the sun set around 9 at that point in the summer. But the minute that I started trekking it throughout the creek bed, my pit bull started whining really weirdly. He didn't leave my side once, but was definitely reluctant to follow, stopping here and there to smell the air, looking behind us, and I figured that maybe there was an animal in the area, so I didn't worry too much. There was a point in the creek bed, though, that I had to duck under 2 fallen trees. It made a sort of bridge in the middle of the creek and acted as a turnaround point for most of my walks. My dog was still whining, and I began to wonder if there was a cougar or even a bear in the area, but for some reason I wanted to just keep walking. I ducked under the trees, shushed Fatty, and stopped to listen to the woods surrounding us. I heard nothing. I heard literally nothing. No wind, no snapping twigs, not even any birds, which was kind of weird. Even on calm days with no wind, those woods were usually teeming with sounds of life. And nothing was ever still, but all of a sudden, now it was. It also made my stomach feel like I was dropping down into a pit. Then I began to feel really weird. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of a gut feeling, when suddenly my body felt very queasy and oversensitive. And worse, I had the distinct feeling that now I was being watched. I have felt similar feelings when being watched by a bear at some point, and it's always really weird, but something just tells you to get the hell out of Dodge when there's a huge animal nearby. Humans are animals after all, and we also get those instincts. And every time that I'd experienced an animal that could potentially hurt me in the woods, I'd immediately turned around and gone home. My dog had always alerted me by barking or growling, but for some reason, not this time. Instead, Fatty was scared and trembling. Now, I'd seen this dog get hit by a truck before and get up like nothing had happened, and this time, he was terrified. All signs were pointing to leaving, right? But no, another weird thing happened. Call it an edgy teenager or anything you want, but I felt this strange pull into the woods. There was no sound, but I felt like something was calling me, luring me deeper into the woods. It was the worst part of that day, and also the creepiest thing that I'd ever felt. But I was also curious, so I wanted to know what the hell wanted me to wander further ahead. I walked forward, aware that my dog had firmly planted himself at the fallen trees. He was shaking all over and yelped at me as I walked away, but he didn't come with me. He also didn't leave, which I believe potentially saved my ass that day. But I left Fatty behind and eventually got to the part of the creek that I'd never been to. It was a clearing with a ring of trees surrounding it, with the creek stretching far ahead and going around an unseen corner. But the sun hadn't moved and it was still silent. I stood in place for maybe a minute, I think, and considered turning around. But the clearing was creepy and felt kind of devoid of everything. I can't really explain it well enough, but I felt like if I walked around that corner, which was about 100 feet away, that something terrible was about to happen. It felt like something was just waiting for me to walk into it, unsuspecting. In the end, I brushed it off as paranoia. I had plenty of sunlight left, and I could explore alone for once, and besides, if something was drawing me further in, then it's also possible that I might find something amazing. So I took a couple of more steps, and suddenly, I heard my dog yelping frantically behind me. Startled, I turned around quickly, my dog looking like a little white speck far back into the trees. He was pacing back and forth at his spot and barking like it was going to kill him if he didn't take off running. He kept lunging forward, but wouldn't move any distance forward. That was when I realized that something was just very wrong. I turned around again to look back at the clearing, and all of a sudden, it was pitch black outside. Like seconds ago, the sun wasn't even close to going down below the horizon, and all of a sudden, now the stars were out. No sun, no light. I stared hard at the trees around the corner, seeing nothing but elongated shadows. I heard a twig snap when all of a sudden my ears just started to ring, and panic flooded my entire body. I whipped around and shot back towards the fallen trees, sprinting towards my dog. He was snarling and barking like mad, and when I ducked under the trees, both of us sprinted back towards the house. The entire time, I honestly felt like death was on my heels, and Fatty never once ran ahead of me, staying right at my side the entire way back. When we eventually made it back home, I quickly checked the clock, and during the walk that usually took about 10 minutes, I would say, I had been gone for 3 hours. I had left my home at 7:30, and now it was 10:30, which meant that my parents were due home in an hour. The next day, I walked only part way back to where I could see the clearing. The very farthest that I could walk was about 2 miles, and so that meant that it took me 3 hours to walk there and back. To this day, I have never felt so prowled upon in the woods as well. These woods weren't part of a national park or anything, but if you walked about 10 miles or so, you could reach Mark Twain National Park. And people go missing there quite often, seeing as the woods can be impossible to navigate after dark, and it has large hollows in the middle of the woods that people go rolling into, and they get stuck as well. I don't know what wanted me in that woods that day. I didn't see what it was, and it didn't say anything, but I ignored every natural instinct that I had to run until it was almost too late. My dog being there may have just been the reason too that I didn't wander deeper into the woods of the Missouri and succumb to someone or something in that dark place. I've never told anyone in my walking life about this, and what do you guys think? Have any of you guys heard of the 411 cases involving Missouri woods and hollers and whatnot? Or do any of you guys have any similar experiences if you're from this area? Just down the road from where a few years ago I had previously lived, in southeast Australia, is the opening into about 100 acres of woodland and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things like riding and camping. Now, I was out driving at around 11:30 p.m. with my girlfriend, and as we were in the area, decided to show her the woodlands while we were in the area, as she loves everything to do with nature, and it was summer, so an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat chatting anyway, having a smoke and generally relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been put into some plastic, and I was keeping an eye on the trees as, for some reason, I had a feeling that something was just not quite right. I've heard a few people say that they felt that they were in danger, although nothing around them was off, and it was kind of like that feeling. Every sense was almost reaching out, and my adrenaline was up, but there wasn't really anything in my eyeline that seemed any different. After lighting another cigarette to calm my nerves, I scanned the tree line again and realized that it looked different to before. It was only after staring in the dark that I saw that there was moonlight now lighting up the grass where it couldn't before, as there was a black shape blocking it that before I thought was a tree. Now, the only way I can describe the next part is that all the sound just kind of ceased, and everything, and I mean literally everything, went dead silent. And a few seconds later, this disgusting feeling of dread just fell over me, and I saw motion in the dark of the path as this thing crawled toward us on all fours. Now, I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and I can assure you that we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew that this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding itself from us, but was just kind of slowly crawling towards us. I don't know if my girlfriend saw it or not, as I couldn't look away, but just as it reached the line where my car lights were able to illuminate, it reared up onto 2 legs and just sat there, staring at us. So I'm 6'4", but this thing was about another meter larger than me at least, with arms that were just far too long that reached down near the ground. and all I could make out was a sort of off-white, almost yellowish fur on it, and in the dim light, could make out the silhouette of its head as like a dog or a wolf maybe. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it was at this point that my girlfriend gasped, which seemed to break whatever was stopping me from thinking logically. I grabbed her by the arm and we sprinted to my car, slammed the doors and tore out of there as fast as I could, both of us too scared to speak until about a half an hour later. We've both discussed it many times, and the feeling that we had was what I imagine a rabbit sees when it catches a wolf or a fox looking at it. That this is something that would be able to end us with absolute ease if it chose to. Neither of us have been able to come up with any explanation for what it was, but it's definitely changed the way that I view the woods and the bush here, and when I go camping or hiking now, I think back to that and wonder what it was, and if I'll ever see anything like it again. So, it's been about a year since my last story, I suppose, and I visit this place every now and then to listen to other people's stories, but haven't had much interest in contributing any of my own. The stories that I have shared were mainly for entertainment. What I mean is that I could recount the events with ease because they virtually meant nothing to me. Just interesting stories to tell, you know? However, what I'm about to share is not something many of my closest friends or even family know about. The events that happened to me were, well, traumatic. The effects have cemented in the way that I think, view people, and my ability to trust or lack thereof. I'm afraid to admit that this is not a story in which I showed immense courage or resilience or anything. Instead, I just kind of buried these memories deep until recently. This is a pretty messed up encounter story that is about a truly sick man. The kind you hear about on TV or podcasts or something. The kind of evil man who managed to build something of himself despite his unnatural desires, only to use his wealth and resources to further manipulate and take advantage of kids. So, a little bit of background. I grew up in a very poor part of New England, a Hispanic-dominated area. The city is pretty small and has always been a conundrum to me, really. The city is known for its drugs use and violence. It was once a prospering mill city, one where immigrants came to work and secure their own slice of the American dream. The city and much of its residents have since disintegrated like the stones that make up the massive factories that loom over the city. The conundrum I speak of is while this city remains open to high criminal activity, the surrounding towns are just doing great. Less than 10 miles north, you enter New Hampshire, where things are generally quiet, and south you'll pass through multiple rich and thriving towns. And the man that I'll introduce later would come down from New Hampshire to prey on the poor kids from my community. So, I was maybe 13 years old, I think. It was definitely summertime because I remember the heat. It was a fun summer though. My friends and I were outside all the time, and while none of us had a car, we made the most of walking where we needed to go, and I was a bit younger than the guys that I was hanging out with at the time, so they were always able to kind of stay out later than me. It's funny how everything that happens while you're not there feels like you've missed out on the best stuff. Anyway, one day while we're all just kind of hanging around, a friend of mine mentions, "Hey, maybe we can get Ryan to come by and buy us some food." Always feeling left out, I acted as if I knew who Ryan was, the whole time thinking that he was a teenager, perhaps in his early 20s, I suppose. I let the conversation go on for a bit before I could not resist, and I asked, "Who's Ryan?" The response I got drove me crazy because it only furthered my frustration of not totally feeling like I was a part of the gang. "You don't know who Ryan is? We've been working for him for a few weeks now. He owns a junkyard and we go and strip cars, log spare parts, and just mess around really. We get him to buy us stuff and he lets us drive his cars." I thought, how could this be? I felt so embarrassed and betrayed that all my friends apparently had a job and were going out to eat and drive cars, and I was just finding out about it. So, wanting to fit in, I urged them to get me a job too. My friend Eli, a leading figure in our group, pulls out his cell phone and gives this Ryan guy a call. The way Eli was talking to him made it seem like Eli was in control, like he was bullying Ryan or something. He spoke to him aggressively and told him that we were hungry and for him to come and pick us up and buy us some food. And Ryan agreed. Shortly after this, the man pulls up in his red pickup with a tow in the back and his company logo on the side of the truck. He was a white man, mid-40s, short and kind of chubby. He had a high-pitched voice that screeched out when he would laugh. And when he arrived, he immediately turned to Eli and started talking shit to him, making fun of him, letting out a bit of a laugh. It weirdly made me feel at ease too, because it just wasn't the way I expected an adult to act. It was kind of like he was one of us and you were in if you were cool with him. Eli introduced me to him and told him that I want to work. He examined me and asked if I knew anything about cars. I told him that I did, and he agreed that we'd talk about it over lunch. He told us all to jump into his truck and asked me to sit in the front seat so that we could talk. I remember that drive like it was yesterday. We were listening to the radio, and I could see that it was singing underneath his breath, so I purposely started singing the song out loud, acting as if I didn't know that he was also singing. He noticed and turned the music up, looked at me and started singing loudly. We did this the whole ride until arriving at an Italian place, and the food was amazing. I had only ever been out to eat a handful of times at this stage, and none of them were with friends, ordering whatever we wanted and goofing off the whole time. It was a real treat and only really made me want to be in with Ryan even more. It was clear that he played favorites and those who he liked received more gifts. And at the end of lunch, he agreed to give me a job and made Eli agree to let me know the next time that we had to work. The next month or so felt like I was having the best summer of my life. Ryan owned a junkyard in New Hampshire and also had a car rental service. He was expanding his business, so there was a ton of construction going on. His office was in a construction trailer outside the yard. This is where you would find him if you needed anything. He would pick us up in the morning and bring us to the yard, and for 8 hours we would honestly just kind of mess around. We'd walk to the very end of the yard and hide out in cars. We would take naps and scavenge through the hundreds of cars hoping to find valuables, and occasionally we would actually have to work, but even then we would mess around a lot. And all the while, we were getting paid. Not a ton in retrospect, but more than any of us had ever received. But more than the pay, what we really wanted was our own car. He easily had 30 of them, not including the cars that he rented. Each car was in fair shape, and each day he would throw Eli a different set of keys, and it really made the rest of us jealous. You see, Ryan didn't really care if you had a license or not, and Eli didn't, and he drove a different car pretty much every day. I personally had my eye on a Mazda sedan. I wanted the car so bad when I approached Ryan that I nearly begged him for it. He agreed that we would talk about it at the end of the day, and I spent the whole day just kind of imagining my life with that car, how cool I would look, pulling up to places, getting girls' attention, and a car at the time was like entering a new world, and I just might have one at the end of the day. The end of the day came, and he threw Eli some keys and told him to bring everyone home except for me. This wasn't alarming to anyone because all I could think about the whole day was how he was going to give me that car. After everyone left and the sun was setting, Ryan asked me to talk in his trailer. He started with how kids are always coming and going, trying to take advantage of him, stealing from him, and explaining how ungrateful people are to his generosity. And I strangely felt like he was speaking about me, but kind of indirectly. He asked me a lot of questions about drug use. Are you on drugs? Have you ever taken any? How do I know that I can trust you? How do I know if you'll pay me back and just not ruin my car and never give me a dime? My response to all of it was no, I would thoroughly work off what I owed for the car, and he then asked if I had anything in my pockets. I said no and willingly turned them out. And then he said, "Do you really think that I'm that stupid? Like you would hide stuff in your pockets? I know that you're hiding things in your clothes." I had no warning bells ringing because a lot of what he was saying was true. We all stole from him, whatever we could, whenever we could get away with it. We all thought that we were in control and kind of using it. It's an amazing thing how someone can get you to do something and to do it on your own accord. I feel like it was your idea. No matter what I said, though, he just kept repeating, "I know you have something. I know you do."
ensuring him that I don't, I would move my shirt around and pull on my waistband. It wasn't taking. He just kept repeating that he doesn't make deals with thieves. And then I got the idea, painfully in retrospect, that I'll just take my stuff off, show this guy that I don't have anything. So, standing there with most of my stuff off at this point, I took off my pants and I stood there in triumph thinking, you see, I don't have anything. With only my boxers on, I started to kind of jokingly dance because I thought that I had won. I don't have anything after all. But then Ryan said, take off your boxers. I was really confused by this and I was like, what? I don't have anything. Why does this guy not believe me? Ryan just sat behind his desk and told me again to take my boxers off, and I was frozen. And even though I hadn't said the words, I knew that I was alone at this point, far away from home, and confusion just took over my mind. I didn't have any thoughts really, just kind of frozen, and he leaned forward and said, are you going to make me go over there and take them off for you? It's weird how I still did not think that I was being taken advantage of. Honestly, my brain still thought that this guy really thinks that I stole something. And I actually remember thinking to myself, what the fuck could I hide in my boxes? I said to him again that I don't have anything, and, well, he completely dropped the whole stealing bit. And then just said straight out, I want to see your dick. Pull it out. At this point, I didn't know what to do. It really sucks that you don't have any options to freeze time, actually think about what's happening, and instead, you're forced to make a choice, as fast as you can choose the words while having a conversation. My brain went into survival mode though, and that mode was to not look at the situation for what it actually was. I did what he asked, choosing to believe that it wasn't a big deal. He just sat there and looked at me, and honestly, thank God that that's all that he did. I began to shake and I grabbed my clothes and he snapped out of whatever world that he was in and started moving things around on his desk, looking in drawers, and I couldn't meet his eyes because I was ashamed and confused. He eventually spoke and said something like, don't crash it, as he threw the keys to the Mazda. I caught the keys and left, trying really hard not to think about what had just happened. I didn't want to face it, and that's why when I got home, I just chose not to say anything. My father, who I am sure would have killed him, I was embarrassed to tell him, knowing he would think, why would you do that? Why didn't you fight? I raised you to be tough. Why would you do that? And so in the end, I just showed up like any other night, except this time, I had my own car. Now, I clearly did not think things through because I was like 14 and I just came home with a car. My parents were pissed and they told me to call one of my friends and have them pick the car up, and they also said that I couldn't work there anymore. To be honest though, I wasn't upset. The next day, I told Eli that I was quitting and asked if he could pick up my last pay. He tried to convince me not to quit, but I stuck to my parents being adamant on my quitting, and Eli would call me a few days later and tell me that Ryan wouldn't give me what he owed me. Instead, I had to get it myself. I never tried to get the money because I just couldn't face it. Fast forward a few months though, and I was with some of those guys, and my friend Joe said something. Hey, guys, did Ryan ever ask you to show him your dick? And to my surprise, everyone said yes, but they all said that they didn't do it. I lied to them all and made up some story where I freaked out and threatened him, and over the years I found out that all of the kids did it. There were 8 of us. One kid did it with his mum waiting outside in a car to pick him up, in fact. Not sure if Ryan knew that she was outside, but the kid just never said anything. We all just kind of buried it. We were tough guys, or wanted to be, and no one wanted to remember that. Fast forward again 7 or 8 years this time, and I was 22 or 23, and a newer friend who was struggling to get work tells me that he landed a job at a junkyard in New Hampshire. Except the guy who owns it asked him to get naked and show him his dick. And my mind nearly blew up. By then, I had grappled a bit with it and developed anger, and I freaked out. Asked him to tell me everything, and he said that he's known to pick people up for work, and after a couple of days of working, he invited my friend Joe into his trailer and basically did something that he did to me. What actually really disappointed me, though, was that my friend, who was in his 20s, actually did it. And even now, I understand the craziness of the request and how he's able to get you to do it, but I so badly wish that Joe acted the way that I wish I did, knocking this guy's teeth down his throat. What's even crazier, though, is that while he was telling me, this girlfriend that we both had overheard and says, "Are you guys talking about creepy Ryan?" And again, my mind just blows up. She tells us that he's apparently gotten multiple people over the years and he can't be touched, that people have tried, but he does tow work for the city and PD of that town and has since made connections. Now, I don't know the details of these reports, whether or not investigations were underway, but people told the truth and he was still out there doing what he wanted. And while hearing that he was still out there was truly shocking, my thoughts on him ended with that drunk conversation. Fast forward another 3 or 4 years, and I was 26 or so. I was out after a night of bar hopping, and a couple and I decided to get chicken at a late night spot everyone goes to after the bars close. And while I was there, I was approached by a guy who recognized me. I didn't recognize him at first, but then realized that it was an old friend, Brandon. We were friends at that time, and we both worked for him. Last I heard, he had a bad heroin addiction, and the rumors were certainly true because I could barely recognize him. He was happy to see me, though, and asked if I could spare a few bucks or a cigarette, then asked if I could give him a ride to where he was staying. Brandon said that he was abandoned and needed to get back up with his friend in NH, and I really didn't want to, but he was insistent and wouldn't stop asking despite my body language, and what I assume was a distasteful look on my face as well, but in the end I agreed. I needed to get my car, so I took his number down and told him that I would call him when I was outside. He didn't believe me and kept begging that I don't ditch him, and honestly, looking back, I kind of wish that I did. So while we were driving, I was contemplating how Brandon was going to kill me, trying to drive alert just in case he tried anything crazy. I was aggravated because I didn't want to do this, and realizing more and more that we were never really friends, that I barely knew him years ago, that he was pretty much a stranger. I didn't like where this was going. But on the road, he tells me to take a left, and I get a really weird familiar sense of where we were, and I ask, "Hey, where is your friend's place?" Brandon replies, "Did you ever meet Ryan?" And honestly, every time I heard that guy's name, my mind just blew up. I literally shouted out, "Wait, what? You're staying with Ryan? That guy's a fucking piece of shit pedophile who takes advantage of kids. What the fuck are you doing there? I assumed that guy was in prison already." Brandon just laughed and said, "Yeah, I work with him. He's weird, but you just need to smack him up a bit and he doesn't try that weird shit on you." I was pissed and kept trying to explain to Brandon how severe this guy was and that it wasn't a small issue. But Brandon just kept shrugging it off and said many people have paid him visits and put him in hospital a few times even, and something about him being kidnapped at one stage and having to pay money to families threatening to kill him. He also said that the cops have paid him multiple visits and there was a charge against him at one stage, but he paid his fees and may be on some registry, but he still has everything that he had before. None of it was satisfying to hear, and I wanted to hear that he was rotting in prison, or even dead. After hearing this, though, I just refused to drive him all the way there, and I dropped him off at the top of the street. I said good luck, and I just sped off out of there. I was so angry driving home that he was still out there and even walking around. Eventually, though, I got home and I just kind of passed out and slept in late. When I woke up, though, I had a missed call and also a voicemail. I listened and it was Ryan. I'm assuming that Brandon told him that I gave him a ride and perhaps the things that I said. He said that I needed to call him back so that we could talk, that Brandon was in bad health and that he needed to talk to me. I was shocked and honestly a little bit scared. Hearing his voice seriously gave me chills, but I paced around my apartment and eventually decided to call him back. But when I called back, I just completely lost it. I screamed at him, called him a pedophile, and told him that I was actually going to kill him. I reminded him of what he did, all while swearing and describing how I wanted him dead. He eventually hung up on me, and I immediately blocked the number and started mentally preparing myself. I honestly thought that I had just started a war and told myself that I needed to get ready for him to come, that this guy would try to kill me because I wanted to expose him. Luckily, no one ever came though, and my paranoia eventually drifted off. I would move a couple of years later and can say that I've not heard anything of that name again. I also pray that I never do. Please though, the people who listen to this, if you have kids, watch out for them, hey? There are real psychos out there, and even though you think that you're well put together, things can happen to you or the ones that you know real quickly. I was ashamed for a long time for not coming forward and doing all that I could to stop this prick. It was easiest to just kind of bury it deep and act as if it never happened. That, unfortunately, comes with consequences, and it does change you. These days, I really don't trust anyone, and I make up the worst intentions for people right from the get-go. I'll never forgive him, that's for sure, and could care less if he died a painful death. I'll admit that I've grown from it and have moved on, but it still does sting a little knowing that he never faced the punishment that he deserved. I was reading a story that reminded me of an event from over 20 years ago. In the second half of 1998, I'd taken a job as a security guard at a plant that made locks. Being a kid, I usually worked 1 of 3 shifts, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. The 7:30 to 3:30 shift was for extra coverage, so there were always 2 of us there from 7:30 to midnight. It was a routine, boring job for the most part. We did our rounds, logged anything out of the ordinary, and watched a tiny monitor displaying the CCTV feed. And things went by in an almost painfully normal manner for 6 months. I worked, saved, bought a car, and planned to move. By late March of 99, I served my notice and prepared to head cross-country. A new hire was brought in to fill my spot, a soft-spoken man named Calvin. As part of his training, Calvin spent time working at all hours. At night, he was a shadow, working with myself and the other night guard, getting a feel for the plant's nocturnal routines. Most nights, he worked with myself and Amira, a female guard who was around my age. I was 18 at the time. Calvin, who was about a decade older than us, was quiet and polite, though something did seem to be missing. There's a spark that genuinely nice people seem to have, and he just didn't possess it. Whenever he went on rounds with me, he'd ask questions about the job and make small talk. I noticed that he was a little odd, laughing at odd times and changing his tone mid-sentence. At the time, I just kind of chalked it up to him being awkward, but that wouldn't last. So one night, near the end of his first week, he went on rounds with Amira. When they returned to the office, I knew something was wrong immediately. Normally talkative, she would barely say a word now. Not sure what had occurred, I waited until Calvin had gone to the restroom to ask. So, during their trip, everything had been normal until they reached the brass mill, a portion of the plant that shut down at 6 p.m. There were usually no employees there after that time and no lights. They were making their way to a checkpoint on a landing on top of a flight of stairs when the mood just shifted. She told me that she turned around, only to find that he was right on top of her. Startled, she backed against the grating at the end of the landing, and he leaned in towards her, his face nearly touching hers. He flirted in a low voice, and when she mentioned his wedding band, he said that it would all be over soon. From then on, I did the rounds, taking Calvin each time with me. The night ended without further incident, and I left a note for our supervisor detailing what had occurred. The next night came and went, though, with no Calvin. I did the rounds while Amira stayed in the locked office, and the same thing after that night too. Then, on my second to last shift, I come in to find her freaking out because she found out why Calvin hadn't been at work. He had been arrested for murdering his wife. She had been dismembered and burned, parts of her body placed in a pond less than a mile from where we worked. That night and next, Amira called the jail to just make sure that they were still holding him. And based on the time frame, he had killed his wife months before he started the job. Close to 10 years ago, my best mate and I scored the deal of the century. Live in her parents' recently purchased and refurbished home for cheapest chips rent so that the property wasn't considered unoccupied and their insurance still covers it. They were planning on selling their house in the country and moving closer to town in a year, but when they spotted this place, it was perfect, so they snapped it up. They couldn't be bothered dealing with rando tenants for a year, so we were offered it. And we took it. It was a lovely old mid-Victorian style house with a hallway running the majority of the length on the left side, and 3 bedrooms and a bathroom coming off that hallway to the right. At the back of the house was an open-plan living room and kitchen, and a backyard. It was an inner Melbourneian suburb, so it was totally fenced in with 6-foot fence on 3 sides, and the front had a courtesy white picket fence. On the right side of the property, an outdoor gravel pathway was wedged beside the bedroom walls and the fence line. It began with a gate in the front yard and ran the length of the property to the backyard. This is important for later too. So, my mate obviously scored the master bedroom at the front, with lovely vertical opening bay windows facing in the front garden and the street. I had the next bedroom with a window facing the gravel path and the fence, and the third bedroom was our study. We lived here for close to 10 months, I think, pretty much in total bliss. Great house, great company, and even though the area was considered a little bit dicey, the location was just stellar. Now, one hot summer's night, we said our good nights, and I hit the hay and zonked out immediately. My housemate stayed up in bed to read for a bit, with just her bedside light on. She was doing that for just over an hour before she heard a weird kind of scratch on the front window of her bedroom. Initially, she put it down to an overhanging tree branch, till she realized that there was no overhanging tree branch there. She sat, kind of frozen in fear, blankly staring at her book for what felt like an eternity, till she heard the noise again, and again. Slowly looking up now, she saw a dude wearing a hoodie trying to open her window, looking her dead in the eyes. As she screamed, jumped out of bed, and ran right into my room. I woke up, super dazed, as she was pulling my hand and kind of whisper yelling, you know the one, that someone was trying to break in. She had a tendency to be a little bit overdramatic sometimes, but I swear to you that I've never seen someone look so genuinely terrified. I went to grab my phone to call the cops, but we just went completely still, and we heard the distinct crunching sound of someone walking down the side path of the house. We both rolled off my bed onto the floor and went completely still. The crunching continued, getting closer to my bedroom window now. I don't know what it is about distinct sounds at night when it's otherwise quiet, but it sounded deafening. And then I realized why it was so loud. Because my window was wide open. I jumped up, slid the window down and slammed the lock shut just as he reached that window. He looked at me, but he didn't react at all. He just calmly tried to open the window, but when he realized that he couldn't, he continued down the pathway to the backyard. I was thoroughly shitting myself now, and my housemate was sobbing in the floor looking up at me like a bunny about to be torn apart by a fox. I sprinted to the back door to thankfully find it locked, and ran back to my room and immediately called the cops. I don't know what the cops knew that we didn't, but they must have broken a land speed record to arrive all of 3 minutes later, both lights and sirens off. We saw them go down the side path, guns drawn, straight to the backyard. There were some noises from the yard, then a knock at the door a moment later, and the police identified themselves. Turns out, the dude had vaulted the back fence, an impressive feat, and another patrol car was headed to the next street over to look for him. The 2 cops at our place asked if we were okay, then asked if they could come in and take a look around. The cops were honestly amazing. But they managed to calm us down whilst making sure the place was safe, and I was just really impressed with how they handled the situation. I offered them a cup of tea, which they politely declined as they took our statements, and they asked if there was anyone that we could stay with tonight. My housemate and I stayed at her boyfriend's place for a few nights after that, and when we stayed in the house, it was just never the same after that. We felt completely violated and ended up moving out a few weeks after that. We never found out if the dude was actually caught, but strangely enough, there was a random stabbing a few nights after the incident at the train station 2 streets over. If it was related or not, I don't know, but all I can think is that we were very lucky that it went the way that it did. Whenever I took the bus for school, I was pretty alone on the bus rides most of the time. I was always on one of those small buses. We did have other kids, but the highest amount of kids on the bus was probably around 5 or something, including me. I was the only one from my school on there, but all the other kids went to the same school. I should also mention too that I've had about 4 different bus drivers in my time, and the one that I'm about to talk about lost her husband about a year before and was out for a long time. Anyway, this takes place 4 or 5 years ago now. I was pretty young still. For morning rides, we dropped off the other kids and we were heading to my school, and we were the only ones on the road when the bus suddenly stops on the side of the road. I was really confused and I thought the bus had broken down. Being the shy kid that I was, I didn't say anything and I just kind of waited. My bus driver then randomly opened the door and I started to feel a bit uneasy for some reason. We weren't at my school yet, so why was she opening the door? And she was just staring out the door for like 2 minutes when I finally asked her, excuse me, are you okay? There's a man there, she said in such a low voice that it gave me chills. But when I looked, there was no man there or no person at all. She just kept staring for a couple of seconds when she finally closed the door and then just continued driving down the road. She wasn't my bus driver after that year, and quite honestly, I kind of miss her. She was a very sweet lady, but that moment, I don't know what it was about it, but it still freaks me out. I sometimes think that the man that she was talking about was maybe her husband. I don't know. I don't know why she stopped the bus like that and opened the door for a stranger, but it was weird. I attended a pretty awful university in the UK. In fact, it was so awful that Vice even published an article written by a student that attended at the same time as me, titled "The 3 Years of Hell at the University of Wolverhampton." I lived in a student building in the middle of the city. Of the 3 student buildings available, it was the middle choice. But literally, it was situated in the middle of the 3, and also figuratively, it was the middle, not as fancy as the fancy one, but not as unbearable as the worst one. Most of my friends lived in the fancy building, and to get there I had to walk a small trek through a residential part of the city, but somehow my friends found a shortcut. You could actually cut through and climb up at the back of the garden behind this abandoned house, I think, to get there in less than half the time. And so I started using this shortcut all the time. Now, one morning, I walked around towards the garden and down to my shortcut and found 3 grown men just standing there. They all looked, for lack of a better word, thuggish and quite large. I uttered a small "oh" when I saw them, and they looked up at me. A pale 19-year-old gay country boy with a blonde mohawk. I think that I apologized for barging in on what I was pretty sure was a drug deal, and I turned to walk back the way that I came and take the long way around. As I walked away, one of them shouted to get my attention. I ignored them, and then I heard them coming after me, so I started to run pretty quickly. I was much younger, slimmer, and fitter back in those days, so I managed to outrun them pretty easily and sprinted all the way around the long route to my friend's building, where they let me in. I explained what had happened, and no one was surprised. I mean, this was Wolverhampton after all. A few minutes later, a friend of ours arrived. He lived at a non-university student building off campus and had to walk a different way to get to where we were. When he arrived, he asked me, "Kyle, what did you do, man?" I asked him why, and he said that an enormous guy had come up to him and asked if he'd seen a guy with a blonde mohawk, but my friend acted dumb, even though he immediately knew who had been talking about. My poor choice of hairstyle was fairly distinct. The worst part, though, the guy was carrying a brick in his hand. It still gives me shivers all these years later, but it doesn't end there. So, me and my friends went out for a day out to Birmingham, bright lights, big city, whatever, and we didn't get home until late. When we got back to their building and drank until way after midnight, I started to relax and forgot my horrible ordeal from earlier that morning. At some point, more than a little drunk, I decided to head home. I was now pretty sure that I would never take the shortcut again, so I just took the long way home instead. As I was walking through the residential area, a car stopped on the opposite side of the road. And there were two guys inside, and the car was filled with smoke and just stank of weed when they rolled down the window to speak to me. I didn't have headphones in or anything, and I was the only person on the street, so I couldn't just ignore them or pretend that I couldn't hear them. The driver said, "Nice hair, bud," and his friends began to laugh. "Wait, mate, do you know where we can get some food?" I don't know, in the city centre," I said. I kept walking, trying not to show them how unnerved I was. They were facing the wrong way to drive alongside me, so the driver put the car in reverse so that they could keep pace with me. "Do you know any places?" A few. There's a kebab place at the top of the road, I think." "Get in, you can show us, yeah?" "Listen, man, I'm drunk and I'm tired and I've got lectures in the morning, dude," I said, trying to sound casual even though I was just about ready to piss my pants. It really hadn't been a good day. "We're going to turn around and come back and pick you up. Wait there, yeah?" the driver said. As the car started towards the end of the road, which was a dead end, to turn around, I heard the passenger say, "It's him. I know it's him." The car was far enough away, I broke into a sprint and ran back towards my building. I stumbled down the stairs and twisted my ankle pretty badly, but eventually managed to limp the rest of the way and got through the front door, just as the car drove past. I really dread to think what could have happened that day. And for the rest of my time at that god-awful university, I prayed to never meet any of those guys again. Fortunately, I never did. When I was a junior in high school, I was quite an odd kid. I liked having colourful hair, piercings, and all that kind of stuff. And the school that I went to was near Atlanta, so there weren't many people like me. I tried to find friends that liked the same kind of music and other interests that I had, and I could normally kind of push off any weird energy that people put off, and just ignore it, because I just wanted some friends. Anyway, I was in gym one day hanging out with a group of weirdos, and there was a guy that I hadn't seen before. He was wearing a Guns N' Roses t-shirt and jeans that were like a size too small. His name was Ernest. We immediately clicked with each other in a kind of platonic way because we laughed at a lot of the same things. We started hanging out in the gym together every day, people watching and making fun of people playing basketball. And it wasn't too long until he started making fun of my appearance and making me feel absolutely terrible about myself. I actually had really bad acne, like super bad, in high school, and he joked saying that I had meth skin. First strike. Me being me, though, I kept hanging out with him, and eventually it led to hanging out after school as well. He would invite me over to his house, and we only stayed in his room. He refused to let me meet his family. His parents didn't really speak English, but I still wanted to meet them anyway. Plus, I always thought that it was a little bit weird that Ernest didn't know Spanish, but his siblings did, and when he would speak words, it sounded Russian. He pretty much only played It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia on TV and rambled about superheroes and would always come up with these strange scenarios where he was an evil villain and how much power he could have and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, Fast forward a little bit and I get a job at a pizza place. Ernest gets the same job at this pizza place too. So, inevitably, we're always together. Like, always. He pretty much never let me out of his grasp, and it got to a point where he took me to school every day in his PT Cruiser, which I still get chills every time that I see one of those damn shoe-shaped ass cars. And it wasn't too long after this that we started skipping school a lot. I mean, we pretty much went to school about 2 or 3 times a week, maybe. This is where it starts to suck pretty bad too. So, he started pressuring me to do sexual things with him. I don't really want to get into the details because it's pretty disturbing, but he manipulated the situation in such a way that I felt like we were in a relationship because I thought that I needed him. He really convinced me that we were a couple, but I was so repulsed by him that I never could fully accept that. He started telling our other friends that he had sex with me and that we were in a relationship too. I denied it all, and to this day I deny it. I've lied to therapists and I've lied to my friends, but right now, I'm admitting to all of that. At one point, though, he ended up living with me and my family in the same room as me. He had convinced my entire family that he was gay so he could live with me. He literally dressed up in pink and put a scarf around his neck and pranced around my aunt trying to win her over with his fake personality. I was so used to living in chaos that this was barely a problem for me. During all of this, he was such a rude piece of shit to me though. For instance, I remember asking him for a ride one day, I can't remember to where, but he said no, for no good reason. I started getting really pissed off because he couldn't actually give me a reason, and he just kept smirking at me. He did this type of thing frequently too. We were sitting in the living room one day and he silently got up and just drove off somewhere, came back, walked to the living room doorway, stared at me for 15 seconds and then walked into my room. I hear a bunch of rustling, so I storm in there thinking that he's up to something sketchy. And he's gotten completely dressed into his sleep pants with his hands in his pocket, and he just wouldn't take his hand out of his pocket. At this point, I'm kind of scared, so I force my hand into his pocket and I pull out a knife, and I don't remember how the night or the days continued after that, but that was the first thing that really creeped me out. Fast forward again though, and I'm at my best friend Kayla's birthday party and everyone's camping in the backyard. Ernest hated Kayla because she was way out for me, in his perspective anyway. But she got in the way of us apparently, and I'm sweating typing this out because this is probably one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. The sequence of events is a little bit blurry, but I do remember most of it. So, I had made it clear to Ernest at this point in time that we were not a thing and that he needed to let go of this fantasy. I had a crush on this boy named John, and we slept in the same tent together. Morning comes, and I hear Ernest outside asking people if they knew where I was. Someone said, "She's in the tent with John." I was scared immediately, and I knew something bad was about to happen. He begins screaming as loud as he can, cussing all of us out, and just pitching an absolute fit, and then he just storms off. He goes to his car and calls me and tells me to get in the car, now. Everyone there was freaked out, and Kayla advised me not to go into the car because she knew how scary Ernest was just as a person. I didn't want anyone to be uncomfortable, so I figured that if I went to the car it would ease everyone just a little bit, that he wasn't there. So I went. And as soon as the car door closed, we sped off, fast, and I mean really fast. I looked over at him wide-eyed, and he screamed crying with absolutely no expression in his face, tears streaming but completely emotionless. It was really weird. He says to me, "You were supposed to love me," over and over again, and he starts speeding faster and faster and said, "If I can't love you, then no one else can." I'm actively having a straight panic attack in this passenger seat. I can't hear because my ears are ringing and I can't see anything. Meanwhile, Kayla has already called my mum, and somehow my mum left the house fast enough to track us down in the PT Cruiser, and he parks at a church and my mum is watching us, and Ernest has a box cutter at his side. I get a call from my mum, and I can't really remember what she said, but I know it was something along the lines of, "I'm going to kill you, Ernest." He started coming to his senses after that, if you can even call it that, and drops me back off at Kayla's and tells me that he's going to end himself after he drops me off. Kayla and I are frantically trying to call his parents, but they can't speak English. In the end, though, he called the police on himself because he thought that he was going to harm himself or somebody else. He was gone for a couple of weeks after that, and when he came back, he was parked outside my school just waiting for me to come out. He runs up to me, and I noticed that he had on a plaid button-up shirt and it was tucked into his pants, which was just extremely odd to me. And I knew immediately, too, that this was a completely fake personality. He was speaking differently as well, proper almost, like a few weeks had turned him into a saint. It wasn't long after that I had admitted myself into a mental institution because I just kept breaking down. Everyone in the group told me to get rid of him, and I'd not realized just how serious this all was until I saw everyone's reactions to the stories. There are so many other stories too of this psycho, but I really don't have the time to type all of them out. I will say that I did get rid of him, and I found new friends, and without them I really don't know how I would have gone. I haven't seen or spoken to him in about 3 years, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. Once when I was about 12 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to take a leak. I walked across the hall to the little bathroom, hit the lights, and was about to reach for the toilet when I glanced up and saw a face in the mirror, and it wasn't mine. It was as if someone was on the other side, standing to the right, with their face right next to the glass, staring at me. I only saw it for the briefest moment, but it's forever seared into my mind. I screamed and ran out of there to find my dad, and of course, my dad investigated and calmed me down, or tried to. Eventually, we had a prayer session because I was so freaked out, and I must have gone back to sleep at some stage. Fast forward to my 30s, I'd forgotten all about the event. One night while visiting, my dad quietly brings it up, and he says, "Hey, do you remember that one time that you saw the face in the mirror?" It suddenly came back to me in a rush of memory, sending a chill down my spine. "Yeah, I remember that." "Well," he said, "I sometimes think about that night." He looked down at the floor with a serious expression. "Because I saw it too." He went on to describe exactly what I'd seen, and we still have no idea what it was. Apparently when he investigated, he saw it and had a freak out of his own. Apparently the prayer session was as much for his own nerves as mine. And I respect him for keeping that tidbit from me to my 30s, but I kind of wish that he never had told me. This happened within the last 24 hours. So I live in a large city in the US, and like many people, I've taken it on myself to try and get back in shape during the new year, so I've recently got into running and lifting 5 days a week. Yesterday was a run day for me, and I usually start at my apartment and cross over to this long park that runs the river close to my apartment. The park is filled with sports fields, tennis courts, and many runners along the pathway too. I've been going 2 or 3 times a week for just over a month now. So, I was on my run last night listening to a podcast, minding my own business, and decided to go a little further than I normally do. To this kind of longer stretch where the park sort of ends for like a half mile before it picks back up again. Kind of an area where they park equipment. Many people avoid this area due to it kind of being not waterfront and kind of ugly, but I decided to run to the end of this area before circling back home. As I'm running, I see a man, 200 or feet so ahead of me, kind of walking in my direction. Not unusual at all. I've passed like 40 people already. But this area is empty except him and I, as most people circle back. Still though, I ride my bike here to commute for work and have never gotten weird vibes. I'm also an average built man and feel pretty secure most places in my relatively safe neighborhood. So I keep running, listening to my podcast, when I notice the man's path is directly in line with me, as in, if I continue 150 more feet, I would dead set run into him. So I shift to the other side of the path, 10 or so feet, keep running, not paying attention. Looking back up now, and he's in my path again. Still no alarms because, well, maybe he shifted to get out of my way too, and we did that thing where you kind of walk into each other almost. So I shift back to the side that I started on, and this time I watch him and he shifts to my side. I'm thinking this guy must be messing with me. I'm 50 feet away now, and between there and 20 feet, I keep shifting more and more quickly, and he follows me exactly to the point that he's sidestepping instead of moving forward, waiting for me to reach him. At this point, I take his presence in. He's 6'3" at the shortest, in jeans and black hoodie with a hood up. Can't really make out his face due to a streetlight behind him casting a shadow, but I begin to realize, oh shit. I come to a stop and go to pull my headphones out and begin the sentence, "What the hell's up, man?" I get to the "what the hell" part when he raises both arms above his head and begins to scream at me. No legible words that I can hear over my podcast at least, and I do notice that he has something long and white or beige in his hands. And at this point, I begin to backtrack, keeping eyes on him. All of a sudden, he dashes towards me, running with his arms stretched out to grab me. I turn and hightail it the other way. It should be known too that I'm not in the best shape at this point. I've had numerous injuries requiring surgeries, and I've just done about 75% of my intended run for the night. But I can tell you that I've never run faster. He kept pace though and closed much of the distance, but when we started going slight uphill, I continued to make ground. We came to a fork in the path after about a minute of this. The two paths circled around a fenced-in area that contained a construction vehicle or mowers, etc., and I made it look like I was going one way and, at the very last moment, dashed the other way. The paths kind of made a circle, so I was able to get far enough ahead to where he couldn't see me via the fence and bushes, and when I felt like it was my chance, I dove into a bush, clawed my way under the fence, and crawled through the space and out the other side of the fence. He kept looking for me in the bushes, prowling back and forth, and finally saw me on the other side of the enclosure, and at this point, I was already on the phone with the police trying to get help as gulped down breaths of air were continuing. I was also warning other runners, and he eventually just followed my pace opposite side of the fence. He kept ducking into darker areas around the enclosure, and eventually I just lost sight of him. I began getting worried again and kept wandering around, warning people while I was waiting on the cops. After about 15 minutes of not seeing him, I just pieced the hell out of there as the cops said that they were close. The jog home was horrible, and any time a runner passed me, I would have a mini panic attack. I was kind of in shock, I think, and running off adrenaline the remainder of the night. I'm not really sure what happened or what was going on. It felt like it was something from a movie. Today I checked the Citizen app and Twitter to see if anything had happened, and I'm not sure if it's related. It most likely isn't, but 5 hours after I called the cops, they pulled the body of a man out of the river a mile or two downriver from where the attempted attack initially occurred. This is something that I share with new people that I meet sometimes, but obviously no one believes me. My family moved to a new house in 2011. I was 17 or 18 years old at the time. It's one of the first houses built in town, and it's very old. We found newspapers, in fact, dating back to events of Russian Revolution. And yes, I live in Russia. I must say that the house itself has different extensions built much later, and basically, the oldest wooden part of the house is right in the middle. In the part of the house that we own, or rather I should say apartment, we've only one wooden room on the first floor. When we moved in, I decided to choose that oldest said room, and I remember feeling like I just wasn't welcome there from the very first day. Quite honestly too, I really didn't put much thought into it at first, but it very quickly got very spooky. So, I remember seeing objects move on their own, a rope crawling on its own underneath my bed while I sat on it, footsteps at night, weird buzzing sounds that I once recorded on a camera, and once I witnessed a sheet of paper stealthily crawl from the top surface of the desk to drawers as I was sitting in it. It was evening and the desk lamp was on, but it didn't spook me too much, but it kind of made me indignant, like, what the hell? Is this for real? I grabbed that sheet of paper from whatever force was holding it, and I just kind of chuckled in disbelief. But each day it just got a little more terrifying. And the two worst events that I remember go as follows. So it's midnight and I'm in bed just trying to fall asleep, and something's bothering me and I feel eyes on me, but my own eyes are closed. I decided to open them, and I shit you not that there's a floating face of a man right above my bed. Thick eyebrows, angry expression, just a head staring at me and no body. We locked eyes for a minute in silence, and I was too afraid to move. Eventually, though, I forced myself to rush out of the room, and that night, I slept with my mum like I was 5 years old again. And the second one, I was actually having a dream, and I can't recall all the details, but all I remember is it was about a kid. A kid around 8 years old, I think. Skinny, light blue top, and dark blue shorts. I remember drawing it at the time too, because the dream just felt really surreal, and anyway, I suddenly woke up, and I thought to myself, it must be around 3 a.m, and I decided to check my phone to see if I was right, and the moment that I flinched, I heard loud and clear someone running away from my bed towards the hall. Luckily, eventually I moved to the second floor, but it was probably the scariest year of my life. It seems like whatever it was, it kind of deliberately avoids newer parts of the house and for some reason sticks with the old. I don't know. But nobody lives in that room anymore, and it's just a bit of a guest room now, so I guess that whatever's in there might be happy now. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my girlfriend, now ex, as she had always expressed interest but never had been. The spot that we went to is in the Huron National Forest and is my go-to trail or camp spot, as it's hidden deep in the forest and the access to the trails is close and easy for ATVs. My family has not been going to this spot for about 6 years now, and my friends had introduced me about 10 or so years. But we went for a weekend trip, and I'm glad that we didn't go any longer. When we got there, everything was going well, except we did notice a group of people that were hanging out next to our campsite, but they were just kind of stargazing and ended up leaving at some point. Then around midnight is when the weird stuff started to occur. At first it sounded like someone was laughing at us, but the laugh never ended and got very high-pitched and sounded as it just kind of kept going. After a while, we both kind of got a little bit scared and went into the tent to try and sleep, and that was when the laugh of the noise moved up higher, and then started to circle the campsite. After a while of that happening, it just all of a sudden stopped, and then started again at around 3 a.m. When it started again, the fire was going out, so I went and stoked the fire with my shotgun in hand and turned on the flashlight to see if maybe I could see any coyotes or something around the campsite, but when I did, I didn't see anything or hear any movements below. This all went on until 6 a.m. and then stopped, and that was finally when we were able to get some rest. After we woke up, we checked around the campsite and didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so we just kind of packed up. Once we were packed up and good to go, I go to start my vehicle and it's just completely dead. That really freaked me out, as I'm always paranoid about leaving things plugged in that kill the battery, and I made sure everything was closed properly and unplugged. Yet, somehow, the battery just still died. I was able to get a jump from a AAA, and the phone call was hard to explain, and the lady who took the call didn't believe me, but at the end we both just laughed at it. But after that happened, I told my friend who had shown me the campsite and also has a cabin in the same forest, roughly 25 miles away from that campsite, about what happened, and he got freaked out. He told me about 2 incidences which he has had, one at the campsite and one at this cabin. At the campsite, he stated that one night after we had all returned from trail riding and went to bed, he stayed up to hang out by the fire and have a few drinks. While he was hanging out, he was just looking off into the distance, and when he did, he saw a pair of eyes up in the trees looking directly at him. He described them as kind of bioluminescent eyes, and he flashed his high-powered flashlight at them, but when he did, there was nothing there. And as soon as the flashlight turned off, they were there again, looking right back at him. So he just packed up and went right to bed that night. He didn't tell us because he didn't want to scare us, plus he wasn't sure if we would believe him. At the cabin, though, he was hanging out with his brother, and they were both just chilling by the fire outside when they both saw a pair of eyes looking at them from a trail that leads into the woods. They stated that at the height the eyes were looking at them, whatever it was, had to have been at least 7 feet tall, if not taller. They started shooting at it with their rifles, 2 30-30s, and the eyes disappeared, but once they were done, they reappeared and were closer this time. At that point, they both freaked out and went back into the cabin, and they didn't leave until daylight. We have no idea what this could have been, but all of us have felt very scared when these events were happening. After we all talked about it, one of the brothers thinks that it's a Wendigo. I really don't know what to believe about that, and I don't know what it could be, but I haven't felt that scared since that night. This is something that I didn't realize the severity of until I was much older. So, my mum had left me and my brother home alone one day. It was midday. My brother was 12, maybe 13 or so, I think. So, I must have been around 9 years old. I was watching him play Xbox in our living room. He had his headset on, talking to his friends, when there was a knock from the door in our carport. I run and answer the door without looking, and it's a grown man that I've never seen before. We're separated by the screen door, which at the time was actually unlocked. He asks, "Hey kid, are your parents home?" And horror just immediately washes over me. First of all, he's knocking from the carport, which is strange in and of itself. A stranger would knock on our front door, right? Plus, our carport is empty. We only had one car and my mother had taken it. I have a feeling that this man knows that my parents aren't home. I'm afraid. I really don't know why, but I was immediately scared. My brother in the other room comes to mind, and while I've never had a father figure, my brother has always been the one who has made me feel safe. He was the strongest person in the world to me, someone who could protect me in any situation. How most people would regard their father, I think. Anyway, I feel as though I can barely speak, and I'm wide-eyed, and I manage to stutter out eventually. No, but my big brother's here." Without even a moment's pause, this man reaches for the screen door and starts to open it. And, like an act of God or divine intervention of some sort, an arm reaches out from behind me over my shoulder and grabs the door. My brother pushes past me, holding the door, forcing the man back with his presence. The man tells my brother that he was looking to buy some crappy old swing set that was in our front yard at the time, and eventually my brother closes the door and just goes back to his headset and continues playing. I sit down as well, and I just continue watching him, and I don't believe we ever told our mum for some reason. Luckily, I never encountered this person again, and it pretty much fades from my memory. But as I got older, it did become one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. Creepy, and not so much because of what happened, but what could have. It was just really unnerving how absolutely oblivious we were to the whole situation. I like to think that the man was planning to lock me in a room, rob the place and leave, but boy, people can be really evil sometimes. So, who knows? This happened to me a couple of years ago when my now husband and I were living in a townhouse in a pretty decent area. My husband was working third shift as a corrections officer at our local corrections facility, and I was working as a waitress or a bartender. It was an unusually warm night for mid-March, so I took advantage and decided to take my husband's 80-pound Alaskan Malamute Siberian Husky mix on a quick walk around the neighborhood near our complex. We get to the end of the street that leads into the complex that we live in, and across the street is a Marathon gas station. I notice as the dog, Luke, stops to relieve himself, and there's a guy across the street at the gas station with a case of beer in his hands. I have my phone out, texting a friend, and looked back up to notice the guy was near the stop sign, also relieving himself on the sign. I felt really awkward and instantly put my phone away, and I led Luke down the street on our path. At this point, I think this guy noticed us too, and he crossed the street to where Luke and I had just been. I hear him walking a few feet behind me and just keep my head down, staring at my phone with Luke glued to my hip. After about 10 seconds, I hear this guy's steps getting closer. Luke realizes too that there's someone behind us, and he stops in his tracks. Mind you, he is a big dog compared to my 5'2" self, but I can handle him pretty easily, and he's very well trained by my husband. But I noticed his ears were perked up and his tail was straight up. I was glad that he was aware of the surroundings, but I still wanted to keep moving and away from this guy. I don't know, I just got a weird feeling. This guy finally catches up though, so I tighten my grip on Luke's leash and pull him closer to me and step into the grass to allow this guy to pass us and keep Luke out of his way. But does this guy keep going and pass us? No. When I thought that he was about to pass us, I started out a small apology because Luke was pulling on his leash, a little to investigate this guy, and most people did get intimidated by him just by his size. Like I said, he's a pretty big dog in my opinion. But the guy stops and just kind of stares at me for a minute, long enough for me to smell the cigarettes and the booze rolling off of him and to notice that he's probably in his mid to late 20s, dark hair, scruffy looking, and just kind of really dirty. He smiles though, and then finally seems to notice Luke trying to get to him and asks, "Cute dog, what's his name?" Instead of making up a name, I just said Luke. He then proceeds to ask me if he can pet my dog, and before I can even give him an answer, he leans down to start petting Luke's head, and Luke did not like that one bit. Luke jumped at him as a warning, and the guy backed up, kind of chuckling. I apologized and mentioned that he was very protective, and made up a lie that he was trained as my dad's former canine unit. My dad is a software developer, by the way. But instantly, I saw this guy's face change. I don't know what to call it, but he looked a little bit put off by that. He asked me what my name was, and I gave him a fake one. He then asked if I lived around here, and I said that I was visiting a friend of mine for the weekend. He then made a sudden step towards me, and I'm not lying when I say that I have never heard my husband's dog growl in the 5 years that I've been with him, but the sound that came from my dog sounded like something straight out of a horror film. Luke's hair was spiking on his spine now, and he was throwing himself up on his back legs and kicking his front legs at this guy. He had put himself completely between myself and the guy and was now snapping at him. This freaked the dude out so much that he stumbled backward, nearly dropping his beer. He quickly said, "Well, have a nice night, cutie," and then just stumbled off down the road. When I say my heart was pounding, it was deafening, and I grabbed Luke's leash so hard and sprinted between the buildings until I got back to my townhouse and locked all the doors and collapsed by the front door. Luke was in my face the whole time, kissing me and whining. This dog is the sweetest and most gentle creature that I've ever met, and hearing him growl and seeing him react the way that he did made me realize that I needed to get out of that situation, and fast. Back in the 80s, my parents bought a camping trailer, and every summer, my family, mum, dad, and 2 brothers, we would all go camping. Often a few of my cousins and aunt would also tag along. Sometimes it would be a weekend trip, and other times we would stay for a week at a time. Most camping trips were up in NH. It was so much fun, and for most of my childhood, nothing really crazy happened at all. But one morning, I woke up and noticed that my cousin or best friend was sleeping in the same bunk as me. I didn't think much about it, but as I pushed her to let her know that I was getting up, she said, "Are you really awake this time?" I said, "Yeah," to her strange question, and went to the front of the camper to get a drink. My mum and aunt were sitting outside the camper having coffee, and when I went out to say good morning, they said, "Come talk to us." I walked outside and could tell that my mum looked upset, like she'd been crying. My arm was a bit shaky as she asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" I shook my head no and listened as my aunt told me about the extremely strange night, which I do not recall whatsoever. My aunt explained that at about 2 a.m. she woke up to the door to the camper being wide open. She quickly checked the bunks and noticed that I was nowhere to be found. She woke up my mum and dad, and then my mum and dad got flashlights and started frantically searching for me outside around the immediate area. My aunt stayed behind because there were still 4 kids sleeping in the camper, and after a scary 10-minute search, my dad finally spotted me. I walked out of the camper and into the trees about 30 feet away. It was far enough that I could not be seen unless he walked into the trees a bit, and I was just standing out there in the dark, with my eyes completely open but not responding to him at all. I had no shoes, no flashlight, and was wearing just shorts and a t-shirt. He said that he grabbed my hand and started walking me back to the camp, and he remembers asking me, "Hey, what's going on? Why in the world would you come out here on your own like that?" Then I finally spoke up and said, "I need to wait here, Dad. Let's just stay here." My mum remembers that I then started crying as she and my dad let me go back to the camper. Whenever I think back to this story, I get a strange feeling too. Thank God that my aunt woke up when she did. It's important to note too that I've never been known to sleepwalk before or after that night since then. It truly was an isolated incident which could have had a very different ending had I not been so lucky. My mum was so upset too that she decided to get rid of that trailer, and we didn't do much camping after that night. So I used to be naively helpful to all sorts of strangers, and even often picked up hitchhikers, solo and in groups, and get them where they needed to go. When I was 19, I'd moved to Huntington, a college town in West Virginia, and I worked at a popular bar at the time. My shifts would start around 9 p.m. and end at about 2 a.m. I didn't really know anybody in this town, or state even, and I'd been there on my own for only a month or so at this stage. So on one of these nights, one of the customers had taken an interest in conversing with me while I was working my shift. Me, being a good employee, conversed pleasantly back. He was in his 30s or 40s, buzzed white hair with a group of other guys, all of them tattooed with leather jackets. Nothing against leather or tattoos, I have and wear both in fact, just giving a visual detail. Now, he'd been there going back and forth between them at their table and me at the bar, pretty much talking to me non-stop for a good couple of hours. Around 1:30 a.m. he mentions that he doesn't know where his friends went. I look up, oblivious, and see the whole bar had virtually cleared out. He was right though, not one of his buddies was in sight. He says that they must have all gotten drunk and just forgot about him, leaving him there. The man is clearly bummed and quite concerned because, as he tells me, he lives almost an hour away from here and has no way of getting home now, and it's the middle of winter, so it's snowing pretty hard. He spends the next few minutes on the phone calling different friends that were at the bar with him, but no one is answering. He's pretty clearly screwed, and I can't leave him in the bar. I can't in good conscience leave the man out in the snow either. So, fuck. Now I've got to drive this stranger home in a place that I'm unfamiliar with, in conditions that I've never really driven in before. No snow in my home state. I tell him don't worry though, and when I finish clearing the bar and closing up, I'll take him home. And I do. We get in the car and he gives me directions as we go. We're talking casually like we had been for quite some time. Just some superficial conversation. Nothing even hinting at sexual or flirty. I'm not a flirty person at the best of times, so I'm positive that there was no misunderstanding here either. Keep in mind too, it's like 2 a.m. No one knows where I am, or that I'm with this rando, and it's snowing heavily now. And as we're chatting, I suddenly feel this hand on the back of my neck. It was such an unpleasant feeling. It was truly such an unpleasant feeling. I remember his fingers swirling in the little hairs at the bottom of my hairline, which were too short to make into sort of a ponytail. I scrunched my neck though and just calmly said, "I have a knife," as I kept looking forward driving. The swirling ceased, but the hand lingered on my skin. Again, calmly but more firmly, I said, "I have a knife." He removed his hand and we kept driving. I figured whatever that was is handled and we get back to our conversation. Minutes later, though, I feel his hand fully against the back of my neck again, his fingers wrapped gently around its curve. I scrunched my neck again and said, "Seriously, I have a knife." He removed his hand once more, and then, in a very hurt tone, he said, "Are you really scared of me?" After that, he kept his hands to himself, and it was a long 1-hour drive. But I did get him home, and after that I took off. I'm 29 now, and it wasn't until many years later did it occur to me the whole thing was probably a setup that he and his friends had planned. They probably left him stranded so that the chick that he's been talking to all night will have to take him home, opening the door for sex, consensual, or maybe not. I guess the moral of the story here is don't let people you don't know into your car. Oh, and also, always carry a knife. This happened at a large shopping centre in Adelaide, South Australia, a couple of months ago. But for some context too, it was around 7 p.m. on a late trading night, already completely dark outside. So, I was shopping with my partner and she went into a clothing store, both to make some returns and also try on some replacement clothes. I knew that it was going to take a little bit of time and I'm not overly interested in women's clothing, so I stood outside in the very busy centre and was responding to some work emails on my phone, paying very little attention to all of the people walking past. After about 5 minutes, I was approached by a fairly young-looking gentleman, early to mid-20s at most, I'm 23 myself, with a very strong European accent, possibly French, who said to me something along the lines of, "You were with a girl, yes? She was looking for you. She came up to me, I think, because we are wearing similar shirts and thought you were me." Thinking back at it, other than buttons on our shirts, they were not really similar at all. But he told me that he was trying to find me and made it seem like something was wrong, and insisted that he could show me where she went. I looked into the store and couldn't see my partner. It was a fairly small clothing store inside the centre. You could see all of it from outside, in fact. I found out later, too, that she was just in a changing room. But I was extremely confused at the time. My partner knows that I would just be aimlessly pacing in circles outside as I do when I'm reading emails and would never walk off looking for me, not to mention that she could have just texted or called. Although confused, he was moving away fast enough that I didn't have time to ask many questions, and not being able to see my partner convinced me to at least follow where he was going. There had to have been hundreds of people around, so I wasn't very worried for my own well-being. And as I followed the gentleman, I was leaving a good 2 or so meters between us, walking behind. I don't remember feeling overly unsafe or concerned about being near him, just extremely confused and kind of unsure, I suppose. He could see that and kept repeating something along the lines of, "This isn't a joke. Please believe me. I want to help. Come with me. She went this way. I saw where she went." We'd only been walking for about 10 seconds at this point, but covering a fair bit of distance from the store that I was originally at. I said something like, "Where was she going? What did she say to you?" And he told me, "Sorry, my English isn't very good. She's this way." We kept walking like this for another 10 seconds before we reached the doors to the building. We were on a side of the centre that has doors leading to both a car park and a large loading dock for one of the supermarkets. Although busy in the centre, there was almost no one around the doors going in or out. And he walked straight outside and said something along the lines of, "She was sitting just on this bench. I don't know where she went." Other than a small bit of light under the cover where a bench is, it was completely dark as soon as you walked any further away. I walked up to the point where the automatic doors opened, but no further, and looked, 1 foot outside, 1 foot inside. And he said something like, "She must have walked this way. Come, I'll help you find her." And started to walk left, which only leads to a dark and secluded loading dock, not visible from the doors. You could tell the urgency that he was trying to convey to follow him now, though, and I was already very confused and unsure up until that point. But as soon as it happened, I knew that whatever he wanted me to follow him down there for wasn't going to be good. It was one of those moments where you piece it all together finally, and realized how many warning signs you somewhat noticed but ignored, and I instantly felt like I was in danger. I remember saying, "All good, thank you, I'll call her," and just turning straight around and walking back inside. I turned around after a few seconds and couldn't see him outside anymore. Although it felt like a long time, all of this must have transpired in about, maybe 45 seconds from when he first started talking to me. And it was at this point that I texted my partner, who let me know that she was still at the same store that I last saw her at. At the time, I said to her that I think I may have almost been abducted. A bit over the top, I know, especially for a fairly large 20-year-old bloke like I am. I'm assuming, though, that if I'd gone down there, I was probably going to get robbed. I'm glad, though, that I'll hopefully never know. I went straight to center security, though, and I did report it. They took some details of where and when it happened, but didn't seem overly concerned. But anyway, be careful out there, guys, because you just never know who may cross your path one day. This story took place in Texas back in the fall of 1994. I was traveling from a small town outside of Dallas called Grapevine and was heading to my duty station. And I would never take this route again after what happened this night along the I-20. So I was traveling alone and had left at around 7 p.m. on my road trip across Texas. If you've ever been to Texas, then you know that you can drive for hours on end and still be in Texas. And this story would change my life forever. So I decided to stop at a rest stop along the highway to stretch my legs and take a piss. I noticed a woman in a late 70s model Ford parked in the lot when I got out. I went and did my business, had a smoke, and before I left I noticed the woman still sitting in her car. So I walked over and knocked on the window, which did startle her, and asked if she was okay or needed help. She smiled and said that her tire was flat and that her battery had died while she was waiting here. I asked if she had a spare tire, and she said no. I asked if anyone was coming to get her, and she said that her daughter was supposed to, but it's been several hours of just her waiting there. I asked where she was going, and she told me the location, so I offered to give her a ride if she wanted. She actually started crying and said that this would be wonderful. So we started heading to the location and were making small talk. I told her that I was in the Air Force and heading to Lubbock. She said that that was wonderful and hoped that I really enjoyed it. I did notice, though, that she kept looking in the mirror, so I asked if she was okay with me giving her a ride. She smiled and said that everything was fine. She was just happy that somebody had stopped. We finally get to her house in a small suburb just outside of town. She thanks me for a ride and hands me a scrap of paper with a home number on it. And she asked that I call her when I get to my destination so she can know that I made it safely. I thanked her and said that I would, but I'd wait until the morning since I knew that it was going to be late when I arrived. I arrived at Reese AFB late that night and stayed at the on-base hotel. I got checked in and took a shower, and eventually I just went to bed. The next morning I got up and I got dressed for the day and went to find my unit HQ. I didn't even think about the night before because I had so much to do, checking squared away and whatnot, and it wouldn't be for another 2 weeks before I came across that scrap of paper with the number. I kind of felt bad that I hadn't kept my promise to call, so I decided to stop what I was doing and just give her a call. I called the number and a young woman answered the phone, so I asked for Sandy. The woman on the line said, "Who?" So I apologized and said maybe it was Sandra. She asked who this was, and I gave her my name and explained that I had given her a ride a couple of weeks back. She said that I must be confused, and I read the number off of the paper in my hand just in case I dialed the wrong number. She said no, I had the correct number, but I couldn't give her mother a ride home because she had passed away in the early 80s. She was apparently driving home and began having car troubles, so she stopped at a rest stop just outside of town. When she didn't make it home, her father became concerned, and it was at that time that there was a knock on their door, and 2 state troopers and local police officers were at the door. She said that a trooper saw the vehicle stopped at the rest stop and stopped to check it out. What he found and what she told me gave me chills. Her mother had been brutally sexually assaulted, and her head was completely bashed in. Someone had slid her tires and disconnected her battery, and the worst part was that she didn't die right away, as there was bloody handprints on the window, steering wheel, and shifter, because she was trying to leave. The trooper said that they didn't have any suspects, but there were times that certain motorcycle clubs would pass through at night. I described the car and what her mother looked like and what she was wearing as best as I could recall. She definitely didn't look old enough to have a daughter my age, but her daughter just started crying and asked that I not call back. A few days later, though, I received word to report to the squadron commander, so I headed over to our building. When I arrived, my captain called me into his office and began asking me questions about where I lived and when did I drive in and what route I took. I immediately knew that something was wrong, and we then went into a briefing room where my CO and Texas Ranger and a state trooper were seated. I introduced myself and I took a seat. They began by asking the same questions my captain had previously asked and why I had called the number and spoke with the woman. I explained everything as clearly and in detail as possible. They then finished taking notes and the ranger asked who needed a smoke. So my CO excused himself and the captain, the two officers and myself stepped out back to the smoking area. And this was when the ranger informed me that he was the actual trooper who had found the car back in the early 80s, and that the only reason he came out today was because of the details that I mentioned in my phone call to the daughter. The trooper said that they do get calls about a stranded woman every so often, but when they get there, they never find anything. So, in closing, I guess you need to be careful who you decide to help because not everyone is what they seem. I'd like to state too that the reason specific timeframes are not given is due to the personal nature of some of these events. But I can assure you that everything I've told you is true. So, this happened years and years ago, and I was young, but I've asked my grandma about this incident recently. My grandma is a big road rager and likes to cuss and flip off and pull around people all the time. It's gotten better in her later years, but this was in 2014, I think. My grandma didn't tell my grandpa and I this story until it actually happened. So before we get into that though, here's some background about how I knew the mum and the kids. The mum was really sweet, and I was in her son's class in elementary, and I walked past her all the time on the way to the buses while she was waiting for my classmate. I also had daycare with all three of the kids, and I can't say that I met her boyfriend or ever saw him since I was young and I was in my own world playing with friends, but once in a while, just walking past her, she asked if I knew where my classmate was since he was running late, and I stood next to her and played with her youngest while she waited until I almost missed the bus. Anyway, back to the incident. So, my grandma is a big road rager, and on her way back from work, mostly because of rush hour, she was going around a roundabout, about the only one in our town and pretty new, and a car behind her kept honking and riding on her bumper. She finally got sick of it because she was focused on trying to get around this new roundabout while having someone on her bumper, and honked her horn for a few seconds while at a stop and flipped the car off. She watches this guy in the mirror as he gets out of the car and cracks his knuckles while speed walking up to her. He's cussing her out, and she recognized the look on his face from past incidences with not too nice men. She was on her own though, and her car required her to manually lock the doors and trunk and roll up her window. She basically said, "Screw this," and sped around the stopped cars in front of her, which was really dangerous because of just how narrow it was, and just got off the roundabout. A month later though, they're watching the news while I'm in my room, and my grandparents start talking. It was a small house and I could hear them at least muttering. My grandpa yells for me, so I get up and I go back to the room. "Hey, don't you know little Johnny from school?" my grandpa asked, and I nodded, feeling confused and wondering if something happened to him. My grandpa plays the news story and he says, "Do you know his mum?" And the news told the whole story of how the man strangled her to death and posted the pictures on 4chan and the caption that, "If you don't believe me, watch the Washington News Channel at about so-and-so hours. Her son will be home then." It was the oldest son that discovered her nude and dead, and I had a few interactions with him before because of daycare and whatnot, and honestly, my entire heart just hurts thinking about it. My grandma sat up when they showed the boyfriend's face, and she realized it. That was the man in the car behind her. And I mean, he even looked recognizable to me as well, probably because it's just a small town, and I may have seen him at some stage. But she told us the whole story, and even just thinking about it sent shivers up my spine. He could have been slowly breaking just then, and that's why he raged out like he did. I'm just really happy that my grandma got out of that roundabout when she did. I'm not saying that he would have killed her or anything like that, just that he was already a woman beater and dangerous, so who's to say that he wouldn't have at least hurt her? I did talk to all three boys at one point or another that year when I would find their Instagrams. I don't think that I talked to the oldest though, but I tried to get in contact with just no luck. My classmate really didn't want to talk about it, but I tried my best to console him out of doing stuff. I don't want to put in too much detail about the kids, just for respect for them. But the youngest ran a whole account for his mum and would post just about the same picture every time that he was missing her, and I think he even wrote a book about it, although he was only 8 at the time. I have no idea where they are 5 years later, but I don't think they're in PO anymore. But let me finish by saying this. The mum, she was really sweet, and her boys were good kids. None of them deserved it, and I hope that that guy rots in hell. So I was about 16 years old, and at that time, very interested in ghosts, paranormal things, and stuff like that. My mum is, I wouldn't say a medium or anything, but highly esoteric and can see things in and around other humans. For example, she can feel bad energies and also describe dead loved ones of her customers standing beside her perfectly. And if you want to hear stories of my mum, just let me know. But her being so sensitive of those things did wake my interest even more. So I went online and researched on ways to communicate with spirits and energies and whatnot, and found out a way to do so. I invited my sister and 2 of our neighbors' kids to help and watch. I didn't want to do that alone because of obvious reasons. But we waited for my mother to leave because she prohibited specifically to ever communicate with the other world. But we wrote letters and numbers and also yes and no on a paper, cropped them out and arranged them in a circle. We basically crafted a Ouija board. We lowered the shutters in my room. Yes, we did that in my room, stupid I know, and lit candles and placed them in different places in my room. Me and my sister placed our hands on an upside-down drinking glass, and the neighbors' kids watched from the bed. The first few times they laughed and chuckled when we said phrases like, "Is someone here who wants to talk with us?" or "If you want to communicate, please do that." But after a few minutes, a few of the candles started to flicker, and I didn't think too much about it because, candles do flicker. But after some more time, some of them really started to freak me out. They started to look like someone trying to blow them out, in fact. You know, like when you want to blow out candles but don't use enough air, so you just blow the flame in one direction? They looked a lot like that. And then the glass started moving. I looked at my sister and she looked at me, simultaneously asking if the other one was pushing it. We both got really freaked out, so we took our hands off of the glass and that freaking thing moved all by itself. I got a panic attack and we all screamed and ran to my door to get out. We had actually closed it before we got in. In hindsight, it was a very stupid idea. But I pressed the handle of my door down, but it just didn't move, not an inch. My sister and the neighbor kid started to help pressing it down, and we leaned on it with all of our body weight, all combined, but it just didn't move an inch. And then the candles started to go out, and we just screamed, and eventually it opened, and we ran into the kitchen in a corner, and we just huddled together and cried. After that, we eventually calmed down, and things kind of went back to normal. From that day on, I never slept well in that room too, because I just felt watched all the time, and my writing desk chair started moving on its own as well. I placed it under the desk, and the next morning it stood a good meter away from it. My mum also noticed that my room just didn't feel right, like something lurks inside of it, and asked me if I did something stupid. Eventually I told her, and she was furious, saying that I could have brought much more evil in our apartment than a spirit that amuses itself by disturbing us. She said a ritual in my room, saying a few phrases and putting a protective circle around it and smoking it out with sage and whatnot, and after that, I was never disturbed by it again. Nevertheless, though, I won't be doing that again. I was in the kitchen the night before last, washing up some plates from dinner, when I glanced out the window in front of the sink and I saw someone standing at the far end of my yard. From what I could tell, it looked like a man of average build with a scruffy appearance. He was essentially behind my neighbour's tool shed, which is right on the border of my property, and so I thought that he might be somebody that they knew. It was dark though, and he was quite a distance away, so I couldn't really see what he was doing. His back was mostly turned to me as well, but by his movement, it looked like he was patting the ground with a shovel, as if he'd just buried something and was covering it up with dirt. This definitely raised my suspicions a bit, and so I called my neighbours to ask if they were aware that there was someone behind their shed. They said that they were not, and the husband went outside to investigate. I saw my neighbour open his door, and the man saw or heard it and bolted off into the woods. I went outside to meet my neighbour and see if there was evidence of what the man had been doing, so we both arrive at the same spot, and I tell the neighbour that the man fled, and the neighbour says that he saw him running away. We look down at the ground, and there is indeed fresh dirt where someone was digging. The neighbour gets the shovel, which the man dropped when he ran off, and starts digging it back up, nervously because we were both expecting something gruesome, no doubt. However, what we dug up has left us with more questions than answers. It was a plastic bag with something softball-sized and heavy inside. We dump out the contents, and it's a rock painted red and a small smiley face button on it, the kind you pin on your shirt. And why would somebody be out trespassing on someone's property in order to bury a painted rock and a button? And yes, it's definitely paint on the rock, not blood. It's not a murder weapon as far as we can tell. But still, the neighbours and I reported it to local law enforcement, and they came and they took a statement. They took the rock and the button too, just in case it turns out to be connected with the crime. The whole ordeal has me a bit on edge, to be honest, but why else would someone bury something like that in the dark? The police combed the woods last night too, and they did come across something which makes this whole thing even more unnerving. They found a spot about a mile behind our homes in the woods where it appears that someone may have been living. I live in a pretty small town in a more rural area, and a lot of people here hunt deer and turkeys and the like. The spot that they discovered apparently had been an old lean-to type shelter that had been used at one point for hunting, but probably had been abandoned for a while when whoever found it and decided to live there. In the spot there were some old blankets, a recently used fire pit someone had made, and a few other things like food and wrappers and plastic plates and a small cooking pot. There was also something, though, that freaked my neighbour and I out quite a bit. The guy had a portable kerosene heater unit, and it was the exact portable kerosene heater that went missing from my neighbour's shed almost a year ago. So at this point, we believe this guy has been living there for quite some time. However, no one in the area has reported to have seen anyone like him around, or had any other incidences so far, but police are still in the process of talking to the other neighbours in the area. It does appear that he's left the spot at this point, but there's no being certain that he won't return. In the meantime, I'm staying at my sister's in a neighbouring town, and my neighbours are staying with their adult children. My neighbour and I are going with the police escort back to our homes to set up security cameras and the like later today as well. I really don't want to go anywhere near there tonight, but it might be the only hope that we have of catching this guy and putting everyone's minds at ease. The police are taking this matter pretty seriously as well, because many years ago we had a case of a homeless man in the woods who attempted to abduct a young woman, so between that and being a small town, this sort of thing really rattles us a lot. They're trying to track down the film used for the camera, or where it came from rather, but they suspect that it may be an older camera and film, and if the man was homeless, it's likely that he just found it. As for the cause of death for the kitten that they found, they're running tests as we speak, but the vet's initial thought is that it looks like it was poisoned. This doesn't necessarily mean that it was killed intentionally. It could have just accidentally eaten something that someone set out as bait for rodents and whatnot, and the man could have just found it that way. Who knows? But it definitely hadn't been dead long when the man had it, because rigor mortis had not yet set in at the time. Meanwhile, too, the whole neighbourhood is aware and have been alerted by authorities to be wary and keep their eyes peeled for anything or anyone suspicious. The police do believe that they may actually have a lead as well. A man fitting the general description of our guy is actually pretty familiar to the local gas station convenience store clerk, and as soon as the clerk heard about the incidences, he called the police to tell them about the guy. I also paid the clerk a visit this afternoon on my way back to my sister's house, after installing cameras at my neighbour's and my own residence, and I spoke with him personally. It seems the man would often come into the store to use their can and bottle return, and the clerk believed that that's how the guy was making his living, by picking up bottles and cans out of people's trash and recycling and then returning them for change. The clerk says that the man told him his name was Robert and went by the nickname Robbie. The clerk believes that Robbie does have mental health problems by the way that he acts and some of the things that he says as well. It appears he suffers from paranoid delusions, maybe. The clerk said that usually he only ever spoke in short sentences when spoken to and never made eye contact. However, the clerk overheard the man rambling and mumbling to himself while returning cans one day, repeating something over and over about cleaning the dirty water where all the people keep bleeding. Aside from that rather highly unnerving detail, the clerk said that Robbie seemed pretty much harmless. But here's something that definitely puts a bit of a twist into the story, and may put your minds a little at ease, though not much, about what happened to the kitten. So, the store clerk said that maybe 2 or 3 weeks prior to my initial encounter, the man Robbie had come to the store with some bags of cans and bottles. He also had a kitten with him. It fits the description of the one that we found. The kitten seemed healthy, but a little too skinny, and the man said that he'd found it in the woods and thought that it was a stray. He asked the clerk to look after the kitten for a few minutes while he returned cans, and afterwards he purchased a small bag of dry cat food and a hot dog and cola for himself with the change. The clerk says the man seemed to really care for the kitten and even said, "He's my friend." And when the clerk asked him the cat's name, the man said that he was still thinking of one, but he thought that he might call him Frankie. Then he said something else that was definitely unnerving. Little babies, like Frankie, like kittens. Though it is possible that he meant that kittens are like little babies and not that babies like kittens. I don't know. It's worded creepily either way. So now the police and myself are thinking this quite probably is a homeless, mentally ill man, and the kitten was in fact his pet. The tests have come back that the kitten had rat poison in his system, so we think someone in the area left rodent poison out in some food to bait raccoons. We have a serious raccoon problem here. They often get into the trash and make huge messes. The kitten probably wandered off in search of food and found the poison bait, ate it, and died unfortunately. The man probably thought that it was me and or my neighbor who had poisoned the cat, for whatever reason. Maybe the location he discovered it deceased was near us, or maybe he thought that it was on purpose because he had previously buried things in our yard, which we don't have any explanation for the first items yet. But I assure you that we are not the type of people to leave poison out for innocent animals to find. We have pets of our own, in fact. However, we know that a lot of people do bait and poison the raccoons here. Either way, I think it's possible this guy might not have been doing anything truly malicious the first time when he buried the rock in the pin, but the second time, it's possible that he was angry and did mean to threaten us, because he thinks that we killed his only friend and beloved pet. But that's just speculation, and nothing is set in stone at this time. I'll close by saying this, though. Even though this is still a very serious and frightening situation, and he is still considered highly dangerous, mostly to myself and my neighbors, because he may try to do more to take revenge for what he thinks that we did. I'm also incredibly heartbroken for this man if that indeed was his pet kitten. I honestly cannot blame him for his actions if he truly is mentally ill and mostly harmless as well. If that is indeed the case as well, I do hope that they find him and get him somewhere where he can get some help. Police are still questioning local shop owners and other citizens in the area for further information. They're also searching missing persons databases to see if anyone has reported anyone fitting Robbie's description as missing within recent years, to see if they can identify him and figure out possible current whereabouts. And until then, I'll continue to stay with my sister and my neighbors with their family for as long as I can, just to be out of harm's way. The newly installed security cameras have night vision and motion sensors as well, and they're active and recording. And so, I'll keep you guys posted. So I was very young when this happened, maybe 3 or 4 years old, so I'm guessing around 97 or 98. I know your mind can implant false memories, so I don't know if it actually happened or not, but I do remember it pretty vividly. So we were living in Germany, and I shared a room with my brother who's 4 years older than I am. The head of my bed was right below the only window in the room, and one night he jumped out of his bed and ran across the room to where I was to look out the window. And this is where things seemed weird, because it was like he knew that something was out there and he needed to see it, but there was no way that he could have seen or heard anything down there at all. I got up to see what the fuss was about, and down on the street below was a man stood completely still facing the road which stretched away from where we were. He was tall and broad, and he wore a suit, a long brown overcoat, and a fedora-type hat which made him look like someone from the 50s. But he also had no head. His hat just seemed to float. He turned and walked away from us down the street about 20 yards, stopped and turned to face the road again. 20 seconds later, he walks another 20 yards, and once again he stops and turns to the road. He did this 4 or 5 times over before he disappeared into the darkness as well. He never turned in our direction or in any other, apart from straight down the street and to the road. There were no cars or other people coming down the street when he was on it, and the atmosphere around him just seemed ghostly still, if that's the right way to say it. But the fact that my brother seemed to know that he was there is what weirds me out the most, as much as the fact that he seemed to have no head. Weirdly too, I don't remember feeling scared or intimidated. I felt more excited to see this headless man. It's one of the earliest memories that I have, and it's stuck with me ever since as well. I've never spoken to my brother about this, nor have I told anyone, but I'm wondering, has anyone else had a similar experience, or could this just all be in my head? I'm skeptical for the most part about the paranormal, so I just really don't know what to make of it. So this story and the background surrounding it is going to sound mildly insane, to put it simply, but I ask that you please try to keep an open mind. Growing up, I've always been more spiritually in tune than what could be perceived as normal. As I've gotten older, that hasn't really changed. I can go into so many stories about this too, such as dreams that I've had come true, or cases of sleep paralysis in which I've seen and felt things, an encounter with what I believe to be a demon, and so on and so forth. But for this, I'm going to start off with my earliest and most prominent memory of living in a haunted house for a year and a half. If anyone's interested, I'll tell my other stories too, but for now, to the haunted house. So, I was 12 at the time. My family had moved into a house built in the 1930s, set up in a neighborhood of matching and equally old houses in a long straight street. It was a fairly dark neighborhood with tall trees, and truth be told, it was almost a cliche horror setting. But being a sheltered Catholic girl, I didn't think anything of it. I was excited to live in this new house and make new friends, and the first day in the house was relatively normal. The movers would arrive the next day with all of our respective furniture, so for that day we had our mattresses, some plates, utensils and food, and I wasn't really bothered by the house at first, or maybe I was just too blinded by my excitement to really notice things. I don't know. But this all changed when night came. I went to my empty room where my mattress was, as well as a few personal items laid out, and started to make my bed. The layout of the room was fairly simple. My bed is in the right-hand corner of the room with the doorway right across from it. My closet was on the wall that my bed was pressed to, so I could see its trim and outline from my bed, but not inside of it, if that makes sense. The closet also had a door, and for whatever reason, the closet bothered me, even the first day. I can't really explain it, but I just didn't bother putting my clothes away as I was too uncomfortable with it. But weirdly, I also couldn't shut the closet door. I just didn't want to go near it, even if it meant giving myself comfort by not having it open. Like I said, I just can't explain it, and it gave me bad vibes, but being 12, I just kind of shrugged it off as standard anxiety. You know, oh my goodness, closets are scary, monsters are under the bed sort of stuff. I figured the fear would just go away eventually. When bedtime neared, though, I realized that I had no lamps in my room, with the only light being from the overhead fan. The thought of being in the room in total darkness definitely left me with a bad and terrible feeling, so I decided that I would sleep with my bed door open and the hallway light on as well. I didn't want my parents to assume that I was being babyish, so I justified it in case I woke up and needed to go to the bathroom, get water, etc. I didn't know the layout of the house, and I didn't want to fumble in the darkness to turn my light switch on. My parents understood, so great. At the time, I had a golden retriever who was the light of my life. She was my childhood dog who always slept in my room, usually on my floor or bed. And when I was ready for bed, I took a treat and I brought her in with me. I tried to bring her to my mattress with me, encouraging her with words and food, but as soon as she entered my room, she just whirled around and left. I tried to bring her in my room with me several times, but always to the same result. My mum said that the dog was probably just anxious due to the move, and in the end I accepted that. So I just tried to sleep alone that night. But I couldn't sleep though. I laid in my bed, bundled in my blankets. Coming from a conservative Catholic family, my brain never once jumped to the idea of ghosts or spooky things. I had no idea what I was feeling, but one thing was just crystal clear. Though I was alone, I truly didn't feel like I was. I glanced periodically towards my closet, noting how it felt as if something was peering around the corner at me. I didn't see anything, but it felt as if something was there and watching me. I could only stare back before trying to fall asleep, and sleeping in that room was just impossible. After we received our furniture, though, I immediately set up my lamp on my desk on the end of the room that I would use as a nightlight. I refused to sleep in my room in darkness. Bear in mind, though, that I had outgrown sleeping with a nightlight by 6, so being 12 years old and insisting my light be on for me to sleep warranted eye rolls from my parents. They thought that I was being ridiculous, especially since I had no explanation as to why. How could I explain what I was feeling? I couldn't, because I didn't even understand it. But in the end, they didn't argue with me, and they just let me do it. By night, I'd turn my lamp on, burrow myself into my blanket, and just try to ignore that terrible feeling of something watching me. I didn't put any clothes in my closet, and I kept it in my dresser, even if it didn't make sense for dresses, jackets, and so on. I put a Harry Potter poster on the door to make it friendlier, as if a protective barrier to provide comfort. And I remember one night, I was laying on my side just staring at the wall. I was curled up and bundled in my blankets in my safe burrito form, only my face peeking out so that I could breathe. And for whatever reason, something compelled me to look up, so I did. And in a slow, almost leisurely movement, I saw the shadow of what looked to be a person move across the wall. I didn't process it fully at the time. I tried to justify it in the moment as being the fan's shadow, but as an adult, I look back and I honestly shudder recalling the distinct features of a nose, a chin, and even a hunched back. Another night, curled in my bed, I thought that I saw movement at the end of it, a shadow really ducking downwards, and I don't know what compelled me to do this, honestly. Maybe 12-year-old me was brave or an idiot, but I pulled myself out of my burrito form and moved across my bed to peer down at the end of it, as if I would see someone hunched there, or my dog, or anything. When I did, I saw nothing, of course. But the shadow was just so distinct and so dark, and I knew something had to have been there. I curled back into my blankets and I tried to sleep. One other night, though, this time not in my room, I went to my parents' bedroom to retrieve some cough medicine from their cabinet when I heard something so distinct that it gave me pause. There was a tap from inside the walls, and this took me off guard, so I turned to look to the wall where it was coming from. The tapping persisted, quiet and slow at first, but gradually began to build in sound. This may sound ridiculous, but I'm willing to put my hand on a Bible and swear on my soul, but I swear to you that I saw the walls move, as if something was pressing against it. It slithered up the wall and into the ceiling as if trying to break out, and as if the wall were made of softer substance. I began to sob and I ran downstairs. My dad was away on a business trip and my mum was asleep on the couch. She had taken some medication because we were both sick, so she was passed out cold. I tried to shake her awake, begging her to wake up, telling her that I believed someone was upstairs, but she just wouldn't budge. I ran upstairs back to her room and the horror persisted. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I ran into my parents' bed, burrowed under the covers, and I could have run, but being in my room was no comfort, and I was afraid of every other room in the house, so I stayed under the covers until the tapping stopped, and then I dragged my dog into the room with me and shut the door. And that night, she just cried and whined the whole night, sometimes pawing at my door, but I was too afraid of being alone, and I cried myself to sleep that night. Something lived in that house, and I don't know what it was or if there was more than one thing. But when I reflect on living in that place, I also reflect on how every night was just a hellish nightmare, and how every sleepover at a friend's house away from it was a breath of fresh air. Moving from that house gave me great relief, but we moved into a new home for a while that was beautiful and bright, and I slept like I'd never slept before that first night, safely and with relief. And my dog even slept in my room with me willingly that night too. But that old house, I'll never, ever forget it, and its other occupants. To preface this, I'm a 30-year-old wife, mother, and Marine Corps veteran. I practice and help instruct Taekwondo and Krav Maga, and honestly, never in a million years did I expect something like this would ever happen to me. But last night, it did, and I hope that this is the right place to get this off my chest. So last night, I went to Walmart's to do some grocery shopping. On my way into the store, I noticed a shady-looking beat-up grey sedan circling around the parking lot and not parking. I found it odd, but brushed it off and went into the store. After I finished shopping, I came out of the store and noticed the same car still circling. It was odd for sure, but not enough to make me put up my guard or anything. I unloaded my groceries in the car, took the cart back to the cart corral, and when I entered my car, I got a really strong urge to immediately lock my doors, even before I started my car. And almost instantly after I did this, that same sedan whipped up, partially blocked me in so that the only way that I could get out was to reverse. And it was a middle-aged man, and his window was rolled down, and he was yelling at me. What made me nervous, though, is that both of his hands were in his pockets. I couldn't be sure if he was just weird and cold, or if maybe he had something in those pockets. So I didn't want to take my eyes off of his hands, which made it hard for me to back up. So I rolled down my window an inch and asked him what he needed. Stupid, I know. But he said that he needed help and that he couldn't hear me well, so could I open my door? I asked him what he needed help with, and he started yelling at me to just open my effing door. At that point, I put my car in reverse and chanced a glance at my backup camera, during which time he had gotten out of his car and was now at my door, trying to yank at the handle, still yelling at me to open my door. I tore out of there so fast that I'm surprised I wasn't actually stopped by the cops. I found a crowded, well-lit parking lot and instantly called the police, who thankfully took me seriously and went to take a look, but by that time, the man was long gone. I know nothing happened, and perhaps I shouldn't still be shaken up over it, but that encounter just really shook me, and I just wanted to share this, so thanks for listening. So, before I get into this story, I know the generic answer to these stories is sleep paralysis, and although I do have that issue sometimes, this is definitely different. So when I'm on my way to sleep and I finally find a comfortable position to lay, I usually can only sleep if I'm faced towards the middle of the bed. This thing will come up and I can feel my bed react to something climbing onto it because it sinks down a bit. It then proceeds to just kind of lean over me and breathe as close to my face as possible, and I can literally feel it. When I don't react to that, open my eyes for instance, I can feel it get off the bed from behind me and get back onto the other side so that we're face to face. I know this because I can feel the bed react again to it getting on the other side and now feel the breathing right in front of my face instead of over me. Plus, you know when someone gets really close to your face and you can feel the heat coming off of their face? I can feel that too, and lastly, with still no reaction from me, it gets off the bed again, but I know it's still there, just from that feeling that you get from someone staring at you. Now, like I said, I know that there's a lot of people who would think that, of course, this is just sleep paralysis. The whole story is pretty generic to exactly that for the most part. But this is why I don't think that that's what it is, because I can move. I'm not immobile, and it doesn't feel like anything is holding me down. I know that I can move because I'm so used to sleep paralysis that I know how to check for it, as this is how I usually transition to a lucid dream. That's a whole different story. Also, the way that I sleep, I have one hand under me, usually under my pillow, so I just open and close my hand a few times to confirm that I can actually move. This works for me in my head because if there is something there, I can move a little without it knowing. I then move my legs up to get into a fetal position just to make sure that my feet are not hanging off the end of the bed. Too many stories regarding that. But now that I know that I can move, this is where I start to get nervous because now I have to actively try to keep my eyes closed since I've confirmed that I'm actually awake, and it seems to be right in front of my face at this point. I can literally feel the sweat coming out of my pores and my entire upper body because I'm just so nervous. What I've done the last few times when I know it's not on the bed anymore and I'm drenched in sweat to the point that I need to move off of the sweat spot, I just say screw it and I jump up from the bed and yell as if that's going to do anything, but when I do though, of course, there's always nothing there. I'm 31 years old and this isn't new to me. I have a theory that it might be related to a lady that sometimes haunts my dreams. Since I was in pre-K, that's another story for another time again. It also has crossed my mind that it could be my dad. That's actually worse than the first option to me. Again, another story for another time. But anyway, what do you guys think this is? And can you shed any light on the situation? It was an October night at about 9 p.m. and I had spent a long day working as a hostess at a restaurant. One of my friends had asked me to help them out with getting a lot of liquor for a party that was being thrown. Because I didn't really have time to get it all in one shopping trip, I went to 3 different liquor stores in a matter of 3 days, one each day. I ended up spending $180 on the liquor altogether. They said that they would pay me after I got it because they had no idea how much all of it would cost and that they would even add a tip, which I was fine with. At the first liquor store that I went to, I hauled out the rest of the order to my car, and this liquor store is in a very suburban area, so I felt completely safe and I'd been there countless times. As I'm putting the liquor into my trunk of my used cop car, I see out of the corner of my eye 2 men looking around and walking towards me. I act like I don't see them and mind my business, but keep my peripheral gaze on them because I never fully let my guard down. "Hey, could you give me a ride home?" one of the men asked in a black hoodie. I said, "I'm actually very busy tonight and I have stuff that I gotta do when I get home." Trying to be as nice as I can, I add, "There's a light rail just over there though, and it's also where buses circulate." He came back at me with, "Well, I don't really know where I'm going." So I told him, "Yeah, there's some maps over there by the light rail to show you its path." He just looks at me with his friend, and then they pull up bandanas over their faces, only revealing their eyes, and he pulls up his shirt, which reveals a gun in his waistband. I'm so stunned that I can't respond. All that's going through my head is, oh my goodness, my parents are going to kill me for getting this car stolen. Eventually his friend says, "I don't think she thinks we're serious, man. Put the gun to her head." He put the gun to my head, and this wave of shock hit my body, and it just doesn't feel real. A couple of seconds pass, and my brain sort of starts functioning again, and I hand over my keys. As they're trying to figure out how to get into my car, I just kind of stand there frozen, not able to comprehend that my car is being stolen by these men for 10 seconds. They take a good 30 seconds to figure out how to turn the car on and learn the controls, and while that's happening, I'm just standing still as a rock because I'm thinking that they're about to shoot me if I started to run, but then my mind tells me to run because they could take me with them and hold me hostage or God knows what. I was holding my purse, which had my whole life in it, and I know it wasn't a good idea to do this, but it was so convenient. It had all my medications, money, and everyday things that I need while I'm doing stuff. I was trying my best to keep it out of sight in the back of me. All of these thoughts are rushing through my head for the next 20 seconds when, all of a sudden, another man runs out of the store as the car is driving away and he hops into the back of it. While I watched them drive away quickly, I slowly walk towards the liquor store, and as soon as they're out of my sight, I start running to tell the liquor store employees about the incident while my body was shaking. I tell the store manager, lock the door, my car was just stolen at gunpoint. This man then has the audacity to ask me, what if we have customers? The employee, freaking out, runs towards the door to lock it, yelling, "Oh my goodness, what? This never happens here, this is crazy. But what happened exactly?" I try to tell her while my body was shaking, my voice was shaking, and I start tearing up because of the shock. As I'm telling her this, she picks up the phone and she tells me to call the police right away. The police come in less than a minute, and I give them my statement. The man that I told the story to says, "Yeah, this sort of thing happens a lot, unfortunately, and it's very rare that we find whoever's done it. It's hard to determine what will happen to your car as well. We'll just have to wait and see." Which makes me feel so much better about everything. I tried calling my mum, father, and brother. No one picked up as I cried. I laughed a little bit because, of course, this type of thing would only happen to me. Although he had work early in the morning, I called my boyfriend because I didn't want to ride home in a police car. I needed to be with someone that I knew and could talk to about this with. When he picked up, he'd been asleep and got annoyed with me at first, but then I explained the gist of what had happened so I'd be able to explain and go more in depth in person. In the end, he didn't actually come in time, so I got driven home by the cops and he met me at my house. Shortly after we got to my house, my parents got home and were in shock hearing about what had happened. We all sat around and talked about it until my boyfriend had to go home to get a proper amount of sleep. The next day, I decided that I had to drop my class that I wasn't doing well in to begin with because there was no way that I was bouncing back after that. I just needed some time to recuperate. I told my friend about all the liquor that was stolen, and by that I mean all $180 worth of liquor was stolen. And they told me that they felt so bad that they put me through that, and I just told them, "Look, it's not your fault, but I just spent $180 of my own money for you guys, and as long as you pay me back for it, I'll be fine." There was a good amount of people that were chipping into this party, and some of them didn't even want to give me money because they believed it wasn't their fault that I was dumb enough to get my car stolen, so why even give me money for liquor that I didn't have? Eventually, they scraped up the money though, and they paid me back a couple of days later. 5 days later, they found my car ditched on the side of the road in the city. I had my car thoroughly cleaned after the incident, and I picked it up. And when I got my car back, I realized pretty quickly that these men had stolen everything. Even my expensive textbooks that I'd left in my car for school that I was going to return. I pushed down all my emotions for so long that a week later, I kind of had an emotional breakdown, and I still am not the same after this whole event. So, this may not be that bad compared to many others, but a man has followed me around the store 5 times now, and for background, I can only really go to the store late at night around 9 or 10 due to my job. I know it isn't safe, but I always carry a taser or pepper spray on me for things just like this. I'm also only 5 feet tall and pretty petite. He's probably at least 6 feet tall and over double my size. So, it started sometime last year. A man walked up to me while I was in self-checkout and started asking me typical questions, like asking if I had a boyfriend, telling me that he noticed me walking around and he needed to tell me that I was pretty, things like that. I lied and said that I had a boyfriend just for my own safety, and took the compliment, and I didn't think anything weird of it. Until it happened again and again. Every time he used the exact same script in the exact same order and always finds me in a very closed-off space. The first 3 times, he never even had anything in his hands to buy. The second time that I was sitting on the floor of the makeup aisle, totally vulnerable, he said the same thing as the first time, and I politely told him that I still do have a boyfriend, but thank you. And that was that. I just thought of it as kind of coincidence. The third time it happened, though, I was in the very corner of the store by the vegetables with nobody near me. He says the exact same thing as the first 2 times, so I finally had to tell him, "You've come up to me 3 times now. Every single time you've talked to me, I've told you no. I need you to leave me alone. Do not come up to me again." The fourth time it happened, we passed each other and he realized it was me, so he circled around and followed me into the medicine aisle and pretended to look at the bottles. Every time I took a step to the side, he would too. And at that point, as soon as I saw him, I called up a friend so I would have somebody that could hear what was happening and try to scare him off. I turned the corner and I could hear him calling out for me, so I started walking faster. Believe it or not, I ended up running into a police officer in uniform, and even though he was busy and I felt bad for interrupting, I asked him for help. The officer walked me to the self-checkout when the man actually had the nerve to pick the counter right next to me. The officer walked me out to my car, and I could see the guy was watching me in the parking lot. But the last interaction happened just a couple of minutes ago. So I was looking for something for dinner and walked out of the frozen food across to the makeup, and guess who walked past me at the same time? We crossed paths and I kept walking and checking over my shoulder. He was still watching me, and I freaked out a bit and I hid in the makeup aisle and poked my head out, and sure enough, he was looking up and down the aisles to see where I went. I texted my mum and a friend because I didn't know what to do. When I saw him turn, I went to find a manager, but I could hear his keys following behind me. The manager walked me to the checkout, and once again, he picked the counter next to mine. The manager walked me out, and he trailed behind me, and again watched me get into my car. I did a couple of circles to make sure nobody was following me and drove home. But I've got to ask you guys, am I being stupid and just overreacting? It's happened 5 times now, and after the 3rd time it happened, I reported him to a different manager, and he told me that if he's ever in the store again, he'll be removed and banned, but that particular manager wasn't there tonight. So, where do I go from here? The officer that helped me even told me that, unfortunately, he couldn't do more than just walk me out. I know I shouldn't go so late, but it's the only time that I can, so I don't know what to do. So this is a bit of a weird one. Years ago, I worked in a supermarket in a small town. It was a pretty hellish place to work, so many of the employees banded together and were really friendly with each other. One of my co-workers, Ben, wasn't the kind of guy that I would usually be friends with, but he was pretty funny in a kind of quirky, offbeat kind of way, and he helped make the day go faster, so it was good. He and I were still friendly with each other, and when I left for an office job, he hugged me goodbye on my last day. Cut to several years later, one of mine and Ben's mutual friends posted an article on Facebook and said, "I can't believe I used to be friends with this piece of shit." I read the article and my stomach just turned cold. It was a news story about how Ben had gone to prison for aggressively murdering his infant son and then tried to cover up what he had done. I was pretty disturbed and couldn't believe that I had once been friendly with someone who could do such a thing. Even more years passed and I moved to a different county and a different job. I now work in an office that has a warehouse attached. I work in the office, but the warehouse has a really high turnover. People leave or are fired, get hired all the time. And one day I hear the office door open and the guy says that he's come to start working in the warehouse. It's the first day and I look over my shoulder. To my horror, I realize this guy could be Ben. He looks older and rougher than the last time that I saw him, but it could definitely be him. I ask for the new guy's name, and yep, it's Ben. I didn't want to spread gossip or start a panic or anything, but I felt that I had to say something. Many of the office employees bring their children to work some days, and even though I doubt Ben is now in the business of just killing random children, how do I know what he is or isn't capable of? I spoke to the warehouse manager, who was horrified to learn the truth. I showed him the article about what Ben had done, and the warehouse manager told me that Ben had lied in his application and said that he had no criminal convictions. He was fired immediately and was escorted out of the office. This is a bit of a long one, but bear with me. So my mum has always had spirits or haunts in her life, but most of them bad as well. They seem to follow her right from childhood and every house that she lived in, and this is just one of those stories, but there are many, many more. My mum and I were out shopping one day and we ended up at a local thrift store. They had this deal where they showcased upcoming items behind glass, and if you liked something, you had to come back for it the day that it would be going on sale. This was a big attraction because, well, of course, they showcased the best items that they had donated to them, and on the sale day, people were lined up at the door to be the first one to buy a coveted item. So, we were looking at the items on display, and my mum pointed out a porcelain doll, a clown. I looked at it, and immediately, my whole body shuddered and became goosebumps. I've always had a bit of a sixth sense for these things, and this clown gave me a huge case of the willies. I told her it wasn't a good clown. My mum was completely enamored with it, though. I warned her that I got a bad feeling from it, and please don't buy it. But 2 weeks later, I went to her house, and I ended up on her back deck, and sitting in one of those deck chairs was that damn clown. I went inside and said, "Mum, how could you? I told you that thing gave me the creeps." She told me that she was drawn to it, so the day it went on sale, she headed up to the store early and stood in line. And no one else seemed interested in it, so she took it as a sign that she was meant to have it. I asked her why it was sitting outside, and she said that my nephew Jay was seriously weirded out by it and begged her to get rid of it. Jay has lived with his grandmother his entire life, and at the time he was about 16 years old. I asked Jay about it, and he asked me if I liked it. I told him the truth. He said Mum wouldn't get rid of it, but did put it outside. He also said, "You sense there's something wrong with it too, right? Did you notice that no matter what direction you're looking at it from, it seems to be looking back at you?" That definitely had gone unnoticed by me. Fast forward a week or so, though, and I noticed the clown was no longer sitting in the chair outside, so I asked my mum about it. She said our entire family was hating on it, so she got rid of it. I felt somewhat relieved that it was gone, but the house just felt different. Being she was touching on the subject, though, I just kind of dropped it. But that wasn't the end of it, though. So my mum was also raising my niece Amy, who was just over a year old at the time. I would go over to visit, and Amy never wanted to be in her room, and I would go in there to grab some toys, and she just wouldn't walk over the threshold. She just stayed in the hallway, and when I asked her to help me to take the toys into the living room, she would just shake her head no. I thought that she was just being that age, and I left it alone. But then, she became suspicious of an antique wardrobe that sat in her room. When it was bedtime, I would take her in, and she would stare at it warily, and then she would look at me, put her finger over her lips, and cryptically say, "Shush," and point to the wardrobe. And after that, she didn't want to be left in her room alone, so bedtime became difficult trying to rock her to sleep while she fussed. Another week passed, though, and my mum called and asked me to come over. I said sure, and I drove to her house, and she said, "Something really scared me last night." Now, she'd been in bed for only about 5 minutes, laying on her side, when she felt a heaviness descend behind her onto the bed. That tired feeling left her immediately as she became hyper-alert. She wasn't quite sure what to do and was trying to decide when a male body came up behind her and pressed himself with his erect penis into her back. It put its legs over her and an arm around her torso. She froze in fear, not quite knowing what to do, and trying to comprehend what was going on. She knew that she had locked all the doors just moments before heading to bed, so had someone come into the house with evil intent? She said that she put her hand on the man's hand that was over her torso, and her finger felt very long and pointy fingernails at the end of its 3 fingers and a thumb. She could feel breath on the back of her neck, and she knew that it was waiting for her to make the next move. She struggled to get up, but it held her fast and wouldn't let her move. She knew that she had to think quick, and she mustered up her best pissed-off voice and firmly said, "Let go of me." He just pressed harder and held her tighter, though. Louder this time, with real anger in her voice, she said, "Get off of me, you bastard." She kicked and struggled, and finally it let go of her. She jumped out of bed, immediately flicked on the light to find nothing but her empty bed. She looked on the other side of the bed, underneath it, in the closet, everywhere. She even went through the entire house, checking her grandkids' rooms before looking in every closet and cranny in the house, only to find that no one else was there but her family, with the door still locked from the inside. I was obviously shocked. I didn't know what to say. my mum has never been one to make up stories, especially like that, so I really had no choice but to believe her. I knew she hadn't dreamt it, but I also just didn't understand why. But I'm also acutely aware that spirits seem to follow her and our entire family from house to house as well, so this wasn't totally out of the ordinary for our family. Another week passed with odd things happening. There'd be a mug placed on the kitchen counter to fill with coffee, but when Jay turned around with the pot to fill it, it was just no longer there. He would look around and finally find the mug down the hall in the bathroom or something. Amy also would not enter her room without an adult, then cower while pointing at the closet or the wardrobe. And there were constant oddities like that, but things finally came to a head one night. So my mum called me in the morning again and asked if I could come as soon as possible. She sounded quite frantic, so I headed over immediately. Amy was watching a kids program in the living room, so my mum could speak to me in the kitchen. And she said something really bad had happened the night before. She was sitting in the living room, getting Amy ready for bed, when she heard a loud slam against the wall down the dark hallway where Amy's room was. They both immediately became stiff and stared down towards her room. My mum said that whatever was coming down the hall towards them made a loud flapping sound that got louder the closer it got to them. My mum hugged Amy to her tightly as a pair of enormous black wings came barreling at them, then paused at the entrance to the stairs by the kitchen, pivoted, and loudly shrieked as it spiraled down the stairs into the basement. Stunned, my mum and Amy sat there for a moment, not moving or saying anything. Finally, Amy wriggled away from Grandma, cautiously made her way towards the stairs, and looked down. And when Amy turned to Grandma, she pointed down the stairs and whispered, "Shush." My mum all but lost it. Amy slept on the couch that night, while my mum slept in her easy chair, and my mum was shaking by the end of the story, and she had tears in her eyes. She said to me, "I need you here because I have to do something important." She went down to the hallway to Amy's room, and I heard the closet door open. And when she came back, cradling the clown doll in her arms, I swore at her. Amy saw the clown and ran to me frantically, saying "shush, shush, shush," and was crying in fear. My mum said that she needed to take the doll out front to throw it out, but first she was going to smash that porcelain head to bits. When she went outside, Amy clung to me in tears. My mum knew that Amy was going to need me when she went outside with the clown. Again and again, my mum slammed the clown's head against the pavement, but no matter how many times or even how violently she did it just would not break. After many attempts to shatter the head failed, my mum defeatedly buried it in the garage can that would be picked up the next day. She couldn't do anything else at that point but just have it gone from their life. Later, I asked her why she kept it, and she said that it just felt right buying it and she absolutely adored it, but the rest of us were creeped out by it, with good reason, obviously. She said that she put it at the top of Amy's closet one day when Amy was at daycare, and she had covered it so that it wouldn't be seen when I went in there. I hadn't seen it, and neither did Amy, but I definitely felt something was off in the house every time I went over. She had assured me that it was gone, so I trusted her, but Amy felt it too, and was scared by what resided not only in her closet, but also in the wardrobe. Jay felt it and experienced strange things as well, but nothing compared to those black wings and the thing in my mum's bed. Needless to say, all the weird stuff, it stopped after that. My mum has always trusted my intuition, and hers was certainly off that day in the thrift shop,